The Crossroads Convenience Store. Volume 2. New Roads, New Friends. After fulfilling his grandfather's wish, Julian Reyes officially becomes a true keeper of the Crossroads Convenience Store. The store evolves into a beloved sanctuary that connects even more worlds, welcoming travelers who seek hope, rest, and friendship. With the Crossroads Café, guest rest area, and Community Bulletin Board now open, the store becomes more than just a convenience store, it becomes a home for people from every world. New doors begin appearing one by one, leading to kingdoms in the clouds, underwater civilizations, snowy villages, deserts, giant forests, and even a world where humans have never been seen. As Julian's reputation spreads, merchants, scholars, adventurers, nobles, and ordinary families begin making special journeys just to visit the Crossroads. Every visitor carries a unique story, and Julian continues to solve problems not with power or wealth, but through kindness, honesty, and understanding. Meanwhile, the mysterious world tree continues to grow, hinting that the Crossroads was created for a far greater purpose than anyone realizes. Chapter 1. The Café opens. 3 days had passed since the Crossroads bell rang. 3 days since Julian heard his grandfather's voice one final time. And 3 days since the Crossroads Convenience Store decided that apparently running one magical store wasn't enough work for him. Julian stood behind the counter early in the morning, staring at a newly appeared wooden door. It hadn't been there yesterday. A small brass plaque was attached to it. Crossroads Café. Julian folded his arms. You could have warned me. The leather notebook resting beside the register flipped open. New feature available. Crossroads Café. Requirement. Keeper must prepare the café for opening. Yes, I figured that out from the sign. Another line appeared. Good luck, Keeper. Julian stared at it. You're getting sarcastic. The notebook closed itself. A bigger store. The convenience store had changed considerably since Julian first inherited it. At the beginning, it had been an old neighborhood shop with dusty shelves and a mysterious doorway. Now, the shelves were full of goods from Earth and several other worlds. There was a small kitchen, a guest rest area, a community bulletin board. Behind the building was a magical garden dominated by the young world tree. And now, apparently, there was a cafe. Julian reached for the handle. Let's see what I'm dealing with. He opened the door, and froze. Oh, the room beyond was beautiful. Warm wooden floors stretched across a surprisingly spacious dining area. Large windows overlooked the Crossroads garden instead of the ordinary alley behind the store. 6 wooden tables stood throughout the room. There was a long cafe counter with stools. Behind it sat empty shelves, a large sink, preparation counters, cabinets. And absolutely nothing else. No cups, no plates, no ingredients, no kettle, no coffee machine, nothing. Julian sighed. So the store gives me a cafe. But I have to furnish it myself. The notebook appeared on the nearest table. Correct. Julian narrowed his eyes. I definitely liked you more when you didn't answer me. Building something together. By noon, Julian had written an enormous shopping list. Cups, mugs, plates, utensils, storage containers, coffee beans, tea, sugar, milk, flour, butter, eggs, bread ingredients, napkins, serving trays, and dozens of other things he hadn't considered until now. He purchased what he could from Earth. But there was one problem. Furniture. The tables were already provided, but the cafe needed shelves, racks, extra counters, and proper kitchen equipment. Fortunately, Julian knew exactly who to ask. That night, the Iron Peak door opened. Ding! Heavy footsteps entered the store. Julian. Boran Ironhammer marched inside carrying an enormous sack. I require 6 spicy beef noodles. Julian blinked. 6. Big order at the forge. Boran proudly flexed one muscular arm. We're working through the night. Julian stared at him. Boran. When was the last time you slept? The dwarf became suspiciously quiet. Recently. How recently? Depends on your definition. Julian sighed. Sit down. But the noodles. Sit. Boran obediently sat. Julian prepared him a proper meal first. Only afterward did he mention the cafe. Boran's eyes immediately lit up. A cafe. I need some help setting it up. The dwarf slammed both hands onto the table. Why didn't you say so earlier? Julian jumped. You were hungry. This is more important. The following evening, Boran returned. He wasn't alone. 3 dwarf craftsmen followed him through the doorway carrying wood, iron, tools, and equipment. Julian stared. Boren. I asked for help with a few shelves. Boren nodded. Correct. Julian pointed toward the 3 craftsmen. And them. Help. And the wagon. More help. And why is there an entire oven on it? Boren looked offended. You can't open a proper cafe without a proper oven. Julian rubbed his forehead. He was beginning to realize that asking a dwarf blacksmith for a little help had been a mistake. A very useful mistake, but still a mistake. Lyria's tea. Word traveled quickly, especially when Rena Swiftpaw was involved. By the following night, practically everyone knew Julian was opening a cafe. Lyria arrived carrying several baskets. I brought tea. Julian looked inside. There were dozens of dried herbs, flowers, berries, and leaves. All of this. Grandmother helped. Elder Mira entered behind her. More accurately, I prevented her from bringing the entire herb garden. Lyria pouted. I thought customers deserved choices. Julian laughed. They do. Together, they spent the evening testing different blends. Moonleaf tea had a gentle floral flavor. Silverberry tea was sweet and slightly tart. Starpetal tea shimmered faintly beneath the light. Julian carefully recorded everything. He didn't simply want unusual drinks. He wanted drinks people would actually enjoy. Lyria watched him adjust the amount of moonleaf for the 4th time. You take this very seriously. Julian tasted another spoonful. I'll be selling it. Exactly. So I need to make sure it's good. Lyria smiled. You've changed. Julian paused. Have I? When we first met, you looked terrified whenever the door opened. Julian laughed awkwardly. I had an elf walk into my store. And now? Julian glanced through the cafe window. Boren was arguing with a shelf. Tiny forest spirits were secretly stealing crumbs from a plate. Elder Mira calmly drank tea while pretending not to notice them. Outside, the world tree glowed softly. Julian smiled. Now I wonder who's coming next. A signature menu. Over the next several days, the cafe slowly took shape. Boren and the dwarves completed the kitchen. Lyria and Elder Mira developed herbal tea blends. The forest spirits helped decorate the room with tiny glowing flowers. Luna arrived from Blooming Vale carrying flower arrangements. Rena contributed absolutely nothing useful to the construction, but somehow ate 12 test sandwiches. Julian stared at the empty plate. Weren't those supposed to be samples for everyone? Rena's fox ears lowered. I was checking quality. 12 times. Quality control requires dedication. Julian laughed. The most difficult part was creating the menu. Julian didn't want dozens of complicated dishes. The Crossroads Café wasn't supposed to become a fancy restaurant. It needed simple food. Warm food. Comforting food. Things travelers could enjoy after a long journey. After days of testing, the first menu was finished. Crossroads Café opening menu. Drinks. Fresh coffee. Moonleaf tea. Silverberry tea. Golden honey milk. Hot chocolate. Meals. Julian's chicken rice porridge. Iron Peak breakfast plate. Traveler's sandwich. Vegetable soup. Crossroads toast. Sweets. Butter cookies. Moonberry bread. Honey pancakes. Seasonal fairy fruit tart. At the bottom, Julian added. Ask the keeper about today's special. Boren stared at the menu. Where are the spicy noodles? The convenience store still sells them. But they deserve recognition. They have an entire shelf. Boren considered this acceptable. The first morning, opening day arrived. Julian woke before sunrise. He couldn't sleep. He checked the kitchen, then checked it again, then checked the ingredients, then the cups, then the tables, then the kitchen again. Finally, he stood behind the cafe counter. His hands were trembling slightly. This felt different. The convenience store had been inherited. The cafe. This was something Julian had helped create himself. He looked toward his grandfather's photograph behind the counter. I hope this works. The notebook opened. Crossroads Café. Status. Ready. Employees. 1. Julian stared. Don't remind me. At midnight, the Crossroads doors activated. Julian expected his friends. Instead, nobody came. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then 20. Julian wiped the same cup 3 times. Maybe everyone's busy. 30 minutes. Still nobody. His excitement slowly disappeared. He sat behind the counter. Perhaps opening a cafe had been unnecessary. Customers already came to buy things. Maybe they didn't need somewhere to sit. Maybe. Ding. Julian immediately stood. A familiar silver head appeared. Aster ran into the cafe. Big brother Julian. Serafina followed behind him. Aster, don't run indoors. But we're late. The little dragon hurried toward the counter. Is the porridge ready? Julian couldn't stop himself from smiling. It is. Aster raised both hands. One porridge. Serafina sighed. And tea for me, please. Another bell rang. Ding. Borin entered. Where's my breakfast? Behind him came several dwarf craftsmen. Then, ding. Lyria and Elder Mira. Ding. Rena. Ding. Luna and several fairies. Ding. 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 More customers followed. Some Julian knew. Others he didn't. A moon elf hunter. 2 beastfolk merchants. A dragon scholar. Several forest spirits. Travelers from the Grand Caravan Road. Within 15 minutes, every table was occupied. Julian stared. Oh no. Rena raised her hand. Julian. Yes. 3 sandwiches. Borin shouted from another table. 4 breakfast plates. Aster waved his spoon. More porridge. Luna called from the window. Can we have pancakes? A forest spirit floated past Julian. Tea. Another followed. Cookie. Then 5 more appeared. Cookies. Julian looked at the crowded cafe. I need help. The keeper behind the counter. The next 2 hours were chaos. Julian cooked, served, cleaned, took orders, prepared drinks, burned 1 piece of toast, almost dropped a tray, forgot Borin's second coffee, made the wrong tea for Lyria, and somehow discovered 3 forest spirits sleeping inside the bread basket. But something surprising happened. Nobody complained. Instead, everyone helped. Lyria began serving tea. Borin carried heavy trays. Rena collected empty plates. Luna organized the forest spirits. Serafina helped Julian keep track of orders. Even little Aster carefully carried spoons from table to table. Julian stopped for a moment. He looked around. This wasn't how he imagined opening day. It wasn't organized. It wasn't perfect. But everyone was laughing. Borin argued with Rena about who ate the last pancake. Aster proudly told Noel about his favorite porridge. Lyria taught a beastfolk traveler how to drink moonleaf tea properly. Strangers introduced themselves across tables. The cafe wasn't merely serving food. It was giving customers somewhere to stay. Eventually, the rush ended. Julian collapsed into a chair. I'm exhausted. Lyria placed a cup of moonleaf tea in front of him. For the keeper. Julian accepted it. Thank you. Borin raised his mug. To the cafe. Everyone raised their drinks. To the cafe. Julian laughed. Later, after most customers had gone home, Julian began cleaning. He noticed something pinned to the community bulletin board. Someone had written a small note. To the keeper. I came here because I was hungry. I stayed because someone invited me to sit with them. I don't know their name yet. But tonight I made a friend. Julian read it twice. Then smiled. Edmund's lesson returned to him. A true merchant doesn't sell products. He solves problems. But perhaps there was another lesson Julian was beginning to understand. Sometimes, a customer didn't know what they needed until they found it. A warm meal. A chair. Someone sitting across from them. The notebook glowed. Crossroads Café successfully opened. Customer satisfaction, excellent. First day sales, successful. New store function established. Shared tables. Travelers visiting alone may choose to sit with other willing customers. New recipe registered. Julian's chicken rice porridge. New recipe registered. Moonleaf tea. New recipe registered. Iron Peak breakfast plate. Then another message appeared. Keeper development recorded. Julian has begun creating something of his own. He stared at those words. Something of his own. The convenience store had belonged to his grandfather. The rules had existed before him. The doors had existed before him. But this cafe, the recipes, the tables, the atmosphere, those were things Julian had helped build. He looked around the empty room. For once, he didn't wonder whether his grandfather would have done things differently. Instead, he wondered what he wanted to create next. Julian smiled. Tomorrow, we'll do even better. Outside, the world tree rustled. High among its silver branches, one tiny new light appeared. Far beyond the worlds Julian already knew, something with enormous wings soared between floating islands. A leather messenger bag hung across its shoulder. And tucked safely inside that bag was a letter addressed to the keeper of the Crossroads Convenience Store. Chapter 2, The Birdfolk Courier. The Crossroads Café had been open for exactly 1 week. Julian had learned several important things during that time. First, travelers from different worlds had very different ideas about breakfast. Second, forest spirits should never be left unsupervised near sugar. Third, Boren could somehow smell freshly baked bread from another world. Ding! The dwarf marched through the door. Morning. Julian looked at the clock. It was midnight. For you, maybe. Boren sat at his usual place. Iron Peak breakfast. Extra potatoes. You had that yesterday. Aye. And the day before. Aye. Julian stared at him. Boren stared back. Extra potatoes. Julian sighed. Coming up. A store finding its rhythm. The cafe had changed the atmosphere of the crossroads. Before, most customers entered, bought what they needed, spoke with Julian for a while, and returned home. Now, they stayed. Travelers exchanged stories over tea. Merchants discussed routes while eating sandwiches. Children drew pictures together at one of the smaller tables. Even customers who had never met before sometimes shared a table. The Community Bulletin Board had become particularly busy. Julian had divided it into sections: messages, trading, requests, events, travel information. Rena had immediately claimed half of the travel section. She pinned maps, courier notices, road warnings, and messages from distant villages across it. This road is flooded. She pointed at one note. This bridge is being repaired. Another. And absolutely don't take this path. Julian looked at the crudely drawn map. Why? Goat. A goat. Rena's expression became completely serious. A very angry goat. Julian decided not to ask. The cafe was slowly becoming something Julian hadn't planned. An information center. Travelers brought news. Merchants exchanged prices. Couriers shared road conditions. Adventurers posted requests. Julian made sure the board remained organized. More importantly, he made sure nobody abused it. No dishonest advertisements. No dangerous requests. No unfair trades. The notebook apparently approved. Community Bulletin Board. Trust rating, high. Information shared within the crossroads is becoming increasingly valuable to travelers. Julian smiled. His grandfather had created a store connecting worlds. Julian was beginning to connect the people within them. A letter from the sky. Late one evening, Julian was restocking bottled drinks when something strange happened. The world tree began glowing. Not the gentle silver glow Julian had grown accustomed to. This time, one branch turned brilliant blue. Julian immediately grabbed the notebook. What's happening? The pages flipped rapidly. New connection forming. World tree route stabilizing. Destination, unknown. Connection type, aerial. Aerial. Then Julian heard something. Whoosh. Something flew past the store window. Julian blinked. What was that? Whoosh. It passed again. Much slower this time. A shadow circled outside. Then, thump. Something crashed directly into the garden. Julian dropped the box he was holding. Hey! He ran outside. Several forest spirits were already floating around the world tree. Crash. Big bird. Person bird. Feathers everywhere. Julian pushed through the flowers. A pair of enormous brown and gold wings stuck awkwardly out of a bush. A muffled voice came from underneath. I meant to do that. Julian stared. Are you hurt? Silence. Maybe a little. The birdfolk courier. Julian helped pull the stranger from the bush. She appeared to be around Julian's age. Golden brown feathers covered her forearms, blending into enormous wings. Smaller feathers decorated the sides of her face. Her feet ended in powerful bird-like talons, though she wore specially designed leather guards around them. A pair of aviator goggles sat crookedly across her forehead. Several messenger bags were strapped across her body. Feathers stuck out in every possible direction. She looked at Julian. Julian looked at her. A leaf slowly fell from her hair. Hello. Julian struggled not to laugh. Hello. She straightened immediately. I am Talia Windfeather, first-class courier of the Highwind Postal Guild. One wing remained tangled in a flowering vine. Julian gently pointed. You've got. I know. A forest spirit tugged at the vine. Bird stuck. I am not stuck. Another spirit joined. Very stuck. Talia's face turned red. Please help me. After freeing her wing, Julian invited Talia inside. The moment she entered, her eyes widened. This is the Crossroads. It is. The actual Crossroads Convenience Store. Julian nodded. Talia suddenly grabbed his hands. I found it. Julian nearly jumped. Found what? You. Me. She immediately began digging through her messenger bag. Letters flew everywhere. One landed on Boren's breakfast. Another landed in a bowl of sugar. A third was caught by a delighted forest spirit. Mail. No, no, don't open that. Talia chased the spirit around the cafe. Julian watched silently. Rena entered through another door at precisely that moment. She stopped. Her fox ears twitched. Talia stopped chasing the spirit. The two couriers stared at one another. Rena pointed. Who are you? Talia pointed back. Who are you? I'm Rena Swiftpaw, official messenger of the Verdant Courier Guild. Talia placed both hands on her hips. Talia Windfeather, first-class courier of the Highwind Postal Guild. Silence. Rena's tail puffed slightly. Talia's wings spread. Julian looked between them. Oh no. Courier versus courier. Within 10 minutes, they were comparing delivery records. I once delivered 37 letters across 4 villages in one afternoon. Rena declared. Talia scoffed. I crossed 3 floating islands during a thunderstorm. I outran a dire wolf. I flew through a hurricane. I crossed the Redgrass Plains without stopping. I delivered a royal invitation while being chased by 2 wyverns. Rena slammed her hands onto the table. Race me. Talia leaned forward. Anytime. Julian placed 2 cups of tea between them. No. Both looked at him. But, no racing through the store. Rena lowered her ears. Talia folded her wings. Fine. Julian sighed. He was starting to feel like the exhausted parent of an increasingly strange family. Eventually, Talia remembered why she had come. The letter. She carefully removed a sealed envelope from a protected inner pouch. Unlike the scattered mail from earlier, this one was perfectly preserved. A golden crest decorated the seal. She handed it to Julian with both hands. This was entrusted directly to me. Julian accepted it. The notebook immediately reacted. Official correspondence detected. Origin, Kingdom of Aerith. Location, Highwind Realm. Classification, Diplomatic Invitation. Julian's eyebrows rose. Diplomatic. He opened the letter. The handwriting was elegant. To Julian Reyes, Keeper of the Crossroads. Stories of your establishment have reached the Highwind Realm. We have heard of a store where merchants are treated fairly, travelers are given shelter, and all peaceful races may enter without fear. The Kingdom of Aerith formally requests the establishment of peaceful trade with the Crossroads Convenience Store. Should you accept, our merchants and couriers will be permitted to visit your establishment. Royal Trade Office of Aerith. Julian read the letter twice. A kingdom wanted to trade with him. Not one traveler. Not one village. An entire kingdom. For the first time since becoming keeper. The scale of the crossroads suddenly felt enormous. Talia noticed his expression. Is something wrong? No. Julian carefully folded the letter. I'm just. He searched for the right words. A little overwhelmed. Talia laughed. I understand. You do. She nodded. My first official delivery was 1 letter. I checked my bag every 30 seconds because I was terrified I'd lose it. Rena snorted. I did the same thing. Talia looked at her. You did. For my first month. The tension between them immediately softened. Julian smiled. Apparently couriers were couriers regardless of the world. The Highwind Realm. Julian poured Talia another drink. Tell me about Aerith. Her eyes lit up. Gladly. She pulled out a map. Unlike ordinary maps, this one showed islands floating at different heights. The Highwind Realm is made up of hundreds of floating islands. She pointed. This is Aerith. A large island containing a city. This is Cloudrest, a farming island. This is Featherfall, a smaller settlement. And this, she pointed toward several distant islands, is the outer route. Julian noticed the enormous distances. How do people travel? Birdfolk fly. Others use airships, windships, or sky beasts. Julian leaned closer. And, trade. Talia's smile faded slightly. That's harder. Why? Wait. That was something Julian hadn't considered. Transporting goods across mountains was difficult. Transporting goods across the sky. Even more so. Heavy cargo costs a fortune to move. Talia explained. Small villages sometimes wait weeks for basic supplies. Julian looked toward the convenience store shelves. Soap. Medicine. Batteries. Packaged food, tools, everyday things. To him, they were ordinary. To an isolated floating village, perhaps they weren't. Edmund's lesson returned to him. A true merchant solves problems. Julian took out his notebook. What supplies are hardest to obtain? Talia blinked. You want a list, please. Her wings fluttered excitedly. Travel rations. Julian wrote. Medical supplies. He wrote again. Lightweight cooking tools. Another line. Waterproof bags. Rope. Needles. Thread. Writing supplies. Portable lamps. Warm clothing for high-altitude settlements. Julian kept writing. By the time she finished, he had filled 3 pages. Talia stared. You're actually planning to stock these? If there's demand. She smiled slowly. So the stories about you were true. What stories? That the keeper listens before he sells. Julian paused, then smiled. I had a good teacher. A courier's problem. As they talked, Julian noticed Talia repeatedly stretching her left wing. Does it hurt? She immediately stopped. No. Julian stared. Talia. She avoided his gaze. A little. Rena leaned closer. Your flight strap is wrong. Talia looked offended. It is not. It is. Rena pointed toward the leather strap crossing Talia's shoulder. It's rubbing against the wing joint. Talia hesitated. I've had this bag for 4 years. Exactly. Julian examined the messenger bags. They were sturdy, but heavy. Several straps were worn thin. Talia carried enormous amounts of mail during long flights. Wait here. Julian walked into the store. He returned with several items. A lightweight hiking backpack, padded shoulder straps, waterproof storage pouches, small organizing bags, a reflective safety band. Talia stared. What are those? Something that might make your work easier. They spent nearly an hour modifying her courier setup. Julian removed unnecessary weight. Rena reorganized the letters according to route. Talia transferred important documents into waterproof sleeves. When everything was finished, her equipment weighed considerably less. Talia cautiously spread her wings. Then flapped. Her eyes widened. That's. She flapped again. So much lighter. Rena grinned. Told you. Talia hurried outside. Testing. Before Julian could respond, whoosh, she launched into the sky. Julian looked upward. Please don't crash. A few seconds later, Talia swooped gracefully around the world tree. Once, twice, 3 times. She landed perfectly. No bush involved. Her face was glowing. This is incredible. She immediately reached for her coin pouch. How much? Julian calculated the supplies. The notebook converted the value into Crossroads coins. Talia paid without hesitation. Then she paused. Wait. She dug into another pouch. This isn't payment. She handed Julian a small golden feather. The notebook shimmered. Highwind courier feather. A symbol exchanged between trusted couriers and merchants. Meaning, your door is safe for those carrying messages. Julian carefully accepted it. Thank you. Rena stared at the feather. Then quietly removed one of her own courier ribbons. She placed it beside the feather. My guild should have one here too. Julian smiled. He attached both to the Community Bulletin Board. 2 different courier guilds. 2 different worlds. 1 store. The first Highwind trade. Before leaving, Talia walked through the convenience store again. This time, she wasn't simply curious. She was working. These are lightweight. She pointed toward instant soup packets. Those 2. Energy bars. These would be useful. Compact first aid kits. And those. Foldable umbrellas. Julian began assembling a sample order. Not huge quantities. Just enough for Talia to show the merchants of Aerith. She purchased travel food, first aid supplies, notebooks, pens, sewing kits, lightweight water bottles, flashlights, portable rain covers. Julian carefully packed everything to keep the weight low. Talia lifted the bag. Perfect. You don't have to buy too much at once. Julian reminded her. Test what people actually need first. Talia nodded thoughtfully. Most merchants would tell me to buy more. I'd rather you come back because the goods were useful. She smiled. I think I understand why everyone likes this place. The new doorway began shimmering behind her. Outside, a magnificent world had appeared. Floating islands drifted beneath an endless blue sky. Airships sailed between clouds. Huge birds carried riders across distant cities. Sunlight reflected from golden towers built along the edges of enormous islands. Talia stepped toward the doorway. Then turned around. Keeper. Yes. I'll return after completing the Aerith route. Julian smiled. I'll be here. Rena raised one hand. And next time. Talia looked at her. Rena grinned. We race. Talia's wings spread. You're on. Julian sighed. Outside the store. Yes, Julian. Both answered simultaneously. Talia jumped through the doorway. Her wings opened. With one powerful flap, she soared upward. The golden feather on the bulletin board shimmered. The notebook opened. New world connected. Highwind realm. Primary known kingdom. Aerith. Major races. Birdfolk, humans, sky elves, windkin. Primary trade difficulty. Transportation weight. New customer registered. Talia Windfeather. Race. Hawkbird folk. Occupation. First class courier. Affiliation. Highwind Postal Guild. Trust level. Friend. New trade route established. Crossroads left right arrow Highwind realm. Initial trade categories. Lightweight travel supplies. Preserved foods. Medical kits. Writing supplies. Weather protection. Courier equipment. Trade status. Trial. The notebook turned another page. Keeper's lesson. Different worlds do not need the same things. A successful merchant understands the customer's world before deciding what to sell. Julian looked at the shelves. When he'd first inherited the store, he had thought business was simple. Buy something cheaply. Sell it for more. Make money. But every world complicated that idea. A cheap item could be priceless somewhere else. An expensive item could be completely useless. Good trading wasn't about finding the highest price. It was about understanding people. Their homes. Their work. Their problems. Their lives. Julian closed the notebook. He looked at the map Talia had left behind. Hundreds of floating islands covered the parchment. Hundreds of communities. Hundreds of potential customers. And every single one of them had a story. The next morning, Julian placed a new sign beneath the community bulletin board. Travelers and couriers. Need supplies for a particular journey. Tell the keeper where you're going. We'll find what actually helps. He stepped back. That should do. Outside, the world tree rustled gently. One branch pointed toward the heavens. But deep beneath another branch, a second light had begun glowing. Blue. Soft. Moving like water. Julian didn't notice it yet. He was too busy preparing the cafe for another day. Far beyond the crossroads, beneath an endless magical sea, a young merfolk trader stared at a package that had spoiled before reaching her village. And wished there were some way to make food last just a little longer. Chapter 3. The Village Beneath the Sea. The morning after Talia Windfeather's visit, Julian found something unusual beneath the world tree. A puddle. He stared at it, then at the perfectly clear sky. Then back at the puddle. That's new. One of the forest spirits floated beside him. Water. Yes, I can see that. Tree crying. I really hope not. The spirit immediately hugged the trunk. Don't cry, tree. Julian rubbed his forehead. I don't think it's actually. The spirit glared at him. Tree has feelings. Right. Julian crouched beside the puddle. The water wasn't muddy. It was crystal clear. And faintly blue. More strangely, tiny lights moved beneath its surface as though the puddle were impossibly deep. The leather notebook in Julian's hand opened. World connection forming. Elemental alignment. Water. Destination. Stabilizing. Julian remembered the blue light he'd noticed among the world tree's roots that morning. So another world is coming. The puddle rippled. Something beneath it made a soft bloop. Julian leaned closer. Bloop. A stream of water shot directly into his face. The forest spirit burst into laughter. Tree sneezed. Julian wiped his face. Wonderful. A very wet customer. That evening, Julian prepared carefully. He placed towels near the entrance. Moved anything water-sensitive away from the magical doorway. Put several buckets nearby. And waited. At midnight. Ding. The crossroads door opened. Julian stared. Beyond it was the ocean. Not a beach. Not a harbor. The ocean. A vast blue world stretched beyond the doorway. Schools of silver fish swam through forests of coral. Strange glowing plants covered the seafloor. In the distance stood a village beneath an enormous transparent dome. Pearl-colored buildings surrounded tall coral towers. Julian slowly approached the threshold. Water pressed against the doorway. Yet not a single drop entered. How does that work? The notebook appeared. Crossroads environmental boundary. Customers may safely enter regardless of their world's natural environment. Julian nodded. Good. Then something slammed into the other side. Thump. Julian jumped. A face was pressed against the invisible boundary. Wide turquoise eyes stared at him. Long blue-green hair floated wildly underwater. Julian stared back. The stranger blinked. Julian blinked. She pointed at him, then pointed at herself, then toward the store. Julian cautiously nodded. The stranger pushed forward. The instant she crossed the threshold. Splash. Water exploded everywhere. Julian stood completely soaked. The towels he'd prepared remained neatly folded 3 meters away. Of course. The stranger landed on the floor. She had pale blue skin, fin-like ears, and shimmering scales along her arms. Where legs should have been, there was a long turquoise tail. She stared at Julian, then at the store, then down at herself. Oh. Julian handed her a towel. Welcome. She accepted it awkwardly. Thank you. The notebook shimmered. New customer. Name: Marina Tidewell. Race: Merfolk. Occupation: village trader. Origin: Coralhaven Village. Marina carefully dried her hair. I'm sorry about the water. It's fine. Julian looked at the floor. He had dealt with dirt from dwarves, flower petals from fairies, feathers from Talia. Apparently water was next. Every world left something behind. How does a mermaid shop? There was one immediate problem. Marina couldn't walk. She could move across the floor by pushing herself forward with her arms and tail. But Julian wasn't going to make her do that. Wait here. He disappeared into the storage room. A few minutes later, he returned with a rolling office chair. Marina stared. What is that? Temporary transportation. Julian helped her onto it. She cautiously pushed against the floor. The chair rolled forward. Her eyes widened. She pushed again. She rolled down the aisle. Julian's eyes widened. Careful. Marina laughed. This is wonderful. She turned too quickly. The chair spun. Julian caught it before she crashed into the canned goods. Marina stared at him. I meant to do that. Julian remembered Talia. Why does everyone say that? Once Marina learned to control the chair, she became unstoppable. She explored every aisle. What is this? Shampoo. And this? Toothpaste. This? Dishwashing liquid. This? Instant noodles. She stopped. What does instant mean? Fast. Her eyes narrowed. How fast? About 3 minutes. Marina looked deeply suspicious. No food cooks in 3 minutes. Julian smiled. You'd be surprised. He prepared a cup. Marina watched intensely as Julian added hot water. 3 minutes later, he placed the noodles before her. She tasted them. Her eyes widened. Another bite. Then another. This is dangerous. Julian blinked. Dangerous. If my village discovers this. She pointed dramatically at the cup. We may never cook again. Julian laughed. The spoiled package. Marina hadn't come simply to explore. After finishing the noodles, she opened the large waterproof basket strapped to her back. Inside were several packages wrapped in seaweed. The smell immediately told Julian something was wrong. Marina's cheerful expression disappeared. This is why I came. She carefully opened one package. Inside were pieces of spoiled fruit. Another contained ruined bread. Another, vegetables that had clearly gone bad. Julian frowned. What happened? They came from the surface. Marina explained that Coralhaven Village traded pearls, sea herbs, salt crystals, and coral crafts with coastal settlements. In exchange, they bought things difficult to obtain underwater. Grains, fruit, certain vegetables, dried herbs. But transportation was difficult. Goods traveled from surface ships to coastal traders, to merfolk couriers, then through several underwater routes before reaching Coralhaven. Sometimes it takes days. Marina looked at the spoiled food. Sometimes longer. And there's no refrigeration. She tilted her head. Refrigeration. Julian immediately understood. An ordinary machine. Julian brought Marina toward the refrigerators. She stared at the glass doors. Cold. Very. He opened one. Cool air escaped. Marina touched a bottled drink. Her eyes widened. It's freezing. Not quite. Julian explained refrigeration as simply as he could. Cold temperatures slowed food spoilage. Some foods could last much longer when chilled. Others could be frozen. Marina listened carefully. So, she looked toward the spoiled package. If we had this, some of your food could last longer. Hope appeared in her eyes. Can I buy one? Julian paused. That was the problem. A refrigerator required electricity. Coralhaven was underwater. Even if they somehow powered it, ordinary Earth appliances weren't designed to operate in an underwater merfolk village. No. Marina's shoulders dropped. But, Julian continued, there are other options. Her head immediately lifted. Julian gathered what he had available. Insulated food containers, reusable ice packs, a small cooler, vacuum storage bags, a hand-operated vacuum pump, airtight containers, salt, dried foods, canned foods. He placed everything on the cafe table. These aren't a complete solution. Marina leaned closer. But they'll help. They might. Julian showed her the cooler. This keeps cold things cold longer. Then the airtight containers. These protect food from water and contamination. He demonstrated vacuum bags. Marina watched the air disappear from the package. Her mouth fell open. You stole the air. Julian laughed. Not exactly. Human magic is frightening. It's not magic. That's what humans always say before doing something impossible. Learning before selling. Julian could have sold Marina everything. She clearly wanted it. Instead, he stopped. Before you buy anything, I need to understand your village. Marina blinked. Why? Because I don't know what will actually work underwater. He took out a notebook. How long does transportation take? Usually 2 days. How warm is the water? Near the village. Warm. Do you have ice? In the northern trenches, but that's far away. What foods spoil most often? Fruit, bread, surface milk, leaf vegetables. Julian wrote everything down. What do you already preserve successfully? Fish. How? Salt. Drying chambers. Sea herbs. Julian paused. You already know preservation. Marina looked surprised. Of course. Then you don't need me to teach you everything. Julian smiled. We just need to combine what your people already know with a few new methods. Marina stared at him. Most merchants she knew wanted to sell their solution. Julian wanted to understand hers. Coralhaven Village. The notebook suddenly glowed. Keeper travel permission available. Registered customer, Marina Tidewell. Destination, Coralhaven Village. Julian looked toward the underwater doorway. He remembered the first time he'd stepped into Blooming Vale. Can humans breathe there? Marina pointed toward the distant dome. Inside the village. And getting there, she smiled. I can help. Julian was not reassured. A few minutes later, Julian stood at the doorway wearing a strange transparent bubble around his head. Marina had created it using a small blue crystal. You're sure this works? Completely. How long? Marina paused. Julian stared. Marina, 2 hours. You had to think about that. I've never put one on a human before. Julian considered returning to the cafe. Then looked toward Coralhaven. If he wanted to understand his customers. Sometimes he needed to understand where they lived. He stepped forward. Cold water surrounded him. Julian instinctively held his breath. Then realized. He could breathe. Oh. His voice sounded strange inside the bubble. Marina laughed. Come on. She grabbed his hand. Then swam. Fast. Very fast. Marina. They shot through the water. Fish scattered around them. Julian's clothes fluttered wildly. He clung to the supply bag with his free hand. Slow down. Oh. Marina reduced her speed. Sorry. Julian stared at her. Do all couriers travel like this? I'm a trader. That's somehow worse. Coralhaven was breathtaking. The dome wasn't glass. It was some kind of transparent magical barrier. The moment Julian passed through, water rolled off him. His shoes landed on a pearl-white road. He looked up. Above the village, the entire ocean moved. Whales swam overhead. Schools of fish shimmered like stars. Sunlight filtered through the water in moving patterns. Merfolk traveled through canals running between buildings. Some had transformed their tails into legs inside the dry sections. Others remained in water channels. Children stopped playing to stare at Julian. One whispered loudly, "What's that?" Another answered, "A human." Why are his ears round? Julian pretended not to hear. Marina laughed. Every customer has a story. Marina brought Julian to the village market. There, he understood the problem. A fruit seller stared sadly at half-empty baskets. A baker had only a small amount of surface wheat remaining. An elderly couple carefully divided one apple between 3 grandchildren. These weren't luxury goods. They were ordinary foods. But here, they were difficult to obtain. Marina quietly explained. My mother runs the village trading house. Julian looked at her. That's why you're trying to fix this. She nodded. She used to travel to the surface herself. What happened? Her tail was injured during a storm last year. Marina's smile became softer. She can't swim long distances anymore. So you took over. I wasn't very good at first. She laughed awkwardly. I bought too much. Lost money. Trusted the wrong surface merchant once. Then food spoiled before I could deliver it. She looked around the market. Everyone told me I would improve. But when food goes bad. Her fingers tightened around the basket. It isn't just my money. Julian understood. Families were waiting for those deliveries. Marina wasn't simply trying to become a better trader. She was trying to become someone her village could rely on. Julian looked around. What if we start small? Marina blinked. Small. No giant shipment. He pointed toward the trading house. We test different preservation methods. Measure how long each lasts. See what works underwater. And only then, we expand. Marina slowly smiled. Like your Highwind trade route. Julian looked surprised. You heard about that. Couriers talk. Julian sighed. Of course they did. The first preservation trial. They spent the afternoon preparing test packages. One batch of vegetables went into airtight containers. Another was vacuum sealed. Bread was wrapped differently to control moisture. Dried fruit was stored in waterproof bags. Several canned foods were added as long-lasting alternatives. Julian also suggested that some foods simply shouldn't be transported fresh. If something always spoils, he explained, maybe we find a preserved version instead. Marina nodded. Dried fruit instead of fresh. Sometimes. Powdered milk. Exactly. Canned vegetables. Yes. Marina wrote everything down. Her notes became increasingly messy as she grew excited. What about soup? Possible. Cheese. Depends on the type. Cake. Julian paused. Why cake? Marina looked serious. Important research. Julian laughed. Before leaving, Marina's mother came to meet him. Her name was Nerissa Tidewell. She moved slowly through the water channel beside the trading house, one side of her tail marked by an old scar. So you're the keeper. Julian bowed politely. I'm Julian. Nerissa smiled. My daughter hasn't stopped talking about your vacuum bags. Marina turned red. Mother. Nerissa laughed. Then her expression softened. Thank you for listening to her. Julian glanced toward Marina. She's doing the difficult part. Nerissa nodded. I know. She looked at her daughter with unmistakable pride. Marina pretended to be very interested in a storage container. Trade, not charity. Before Julian returned, Nerissa offered him a pouch of luminous pearls. For your help. Julian shook his head. That's too much. Then consider it an investment. Julian paused. Nerissa smiled. We don't want charity, keeper. We want trade. Those words mattered. Julian understood immediately. Helping Coralhaven didn't mean giving everything away. That would make the village dependent on him. Fair trade was different. They had goods Earth and other worlds didn't. Sea salt, pearls, rare herbs, coral crafts, underwater medicines. Julian smiled. Then let's trade. Nerissa's eyes brightened. Good answer. They agreed on a small trial. Coralhaven would provide sea salt, pearl crafts, preserved sea herbs, small quantities of medicinal kelp. In exchange, Julian would supply airtight containers, vacuum bags, preserved foods, dry goods, storage supplies, and simple preservation equipment that could function without electricity. No enormous contracts, no risky quantities, one shipment at a time. Learn, adjust, grow. Back at the crossroads, when Julian returned to the store, he was exhausted and slightly damp. Marina rolled into the cafe using her beloved office chair. I still want one of these. The chair. Yes. You don't have floors underwater. We have dry buildings. Julian considered it. Fair. She paid for the preservation supplies and added the chair to her order. Julian stared at the chair. I need that. Marina hugged it. You showed it to me. I lent it to you. You introduced me to it. That doesn't make it yours. I'll pay. Julian sighed. Fine. Marina raised both hands triumphantly. Before leaving, she placed a small shell on the counter. It shimmered blue and green. For the bulletin board. Julian examined it. What does it mean? In Coralhaven. Marina smiled. We hang these outside places where travelers can ask for water, food, or directions. Julian carefully attached it beside Rena's ribbon and Talia's feather. 3 symbols. 3 cultures. The same meaning. You are safe here. The notebook glowed. New world connected. Azure Sea. Known settlement. Coralhaven Village. Primary race. Merfolk. New customers registered. Marina Tidewell. Race. Merfolk. Occupation. Village trader. Trust level. Friend. Narissa Tidewell. Race. Merfolk. Occupation. Trading house owner. Trust level. Friendly. New trade route established. Crossroads left right arrow Coralhaven. Trade status. Preservation trial. Primary imports. Sea salt. Pearl crafts. Medicinal kelp. Preserved sea herbs. Primary exports. Airtight storage. Vacuum storage supplies. Preserved foods. Dry goods. Non-electric preservation equipment. One final message appeared. Keeper's lesson. Good trade does not replace what a community already knows. It helps people strengthen what they can already do. Julian read the message quietly. He liked that. He didn't want the Crossroads to become a place where other worlds came because they couldn't survive without him. He wanted it to be a bridge. A place where people exchanged ideas, goods, knowledge, and stories, as equals. Several days later, a package arrived from Coralhaven. Inside was a single apple. Perfectly fresh. Along with a note. Keeper Julian. Day 4. Still good. We did it. Marina. There were several wet fingerprints across the page. Julian laughed. He placed the note on the community bulletin board. Beside Talia's maps, Rena's road notices, and the countless messages left by travelers. The Crossroads was growing, not simply outward, but deeper into people's lives. That evening, Julian entered the cafe carrying a tray. Noelle was visiting with Lyria. Aster sat beside him. The 2 children immediately looked toward the tray. What's that? Noelle asked. Julian placed a bowl on the table. Something from our newest trade partner. Inside were thin crispy strips sprinkled with sparkling salt. Aster tried one. Crunch. His eyes widened. More. Noelle grabbed one. Crunch. More. Julian smiled. Sea salt crackers. Within 30 seconds, the bowl was empty. Julian stared. I was supposed to test those with everyone. Aster and Noelle looked at each other. Then at Julian. Quality control, Noelle said seriously. Julian narrowed his eyes. Rena taught you that, didn't she? Both children immediately looked away. Outside, the world tree swayed beneath the night sky. One blue branch now glowed steadily. High above it, another branch reached toward the Highwind realm. And somewhere among its silver leaves, a tiny white light began to form. Cold mist curled around one unopened bud. For just a moment, a single snowflake drifted down into Julian's garden. Then another. And another. Far beyond the crossroads, in a village buried beneath winter snow, a small fox-eared child pressed both hands against a frozen window. The firewood pile outside was getting smaller. The winter was getting colder, and her family still had months to endure. Chapter 4. The Snow Fox Family. The first snowflake landed on Julian's nose. He stopped. Slowly, he looked upward. The night sky above the Crossroads garden was perfectly clear. No clouds. No rain. Definitely no snow. Another snowflake drifted down. Then another. Julian held out his palm. A tiny white crystal landed on his skin and melted almost immediately. So that's what the white light was. The world tree stood quietly before him. Most of its branches glowed with familiar colors now. Silver light for the moon forest. A warm ember-like glow for Iron Peak. Blue for the Azure Sea. A pale sky blue branch for the Highwind realm. But one unopened bud near the outer branches had turned completely white. Frost covered the leaves surrounding it. The leather notebook opened. New connection stabilizing. Environmental alignment. Extreme cold. Destination. Unknown. Recommended preparation. Winter supplies. Julian stared at the message. At least you're warning me this time. A second line appeared. Keeper improvement acknowledged. Julian narrowed his eyes. Was that a joke? The notebook closed. He was increasingly convinced the magical book was developing a personality. Preparing for winter. Julian didn't wait for the new door to open. The following morning, he began stocking winter goods. Thick blankets, thermal socks, gloves, knitted hats, scarves, heat packs, insulated bottles, flashlights, emergency food, canned soup, instant noodles, batteries, basic medicine. Julian also contacted one of his ordinary Earth suppliers and ordered several compact camping stoves. He wasn't sure what the new world would need. That was something he'd learned from Talia and Marina. Never assume. Prepare first. Ask questions later. Then sell what actually helps. When Lyria visited that evening, she stopped in the middle of an aisle. Why are there 20 blankets here? New world. Cold. Apparently. She touched one of the thick fleece blankets. This is soft. Very. Lyria wrapped it around herself. Julian stared. Are you buying that? No. Then why are you wearing it? I'm testing it. From the cafe came Rena's voice. Quality control. Julian closed his eyes. I regret teaching any of you that phrase. Noel was visiting with his parents that evening. The little elf immediately became fascinated by the winter hats. He put on a bright blue one. Then another over it. Then a third. Julian found him staring at himself in the refrigerator door. How many hats are you wearing? 3. Why? Noel considered the question. Extra warm. Julian couldn't argue with that logic. The frozen door. At midnight, the temperature inside the store suddenly dropped. Julian's breath became visible. Frost crawled across the edges of the Crossroads doorway. Noel's eyes widened. Whoa. Ding. The doors opened. A freezing wind rushed inside. Whoosh. Julian immediately grabbed the nearest jacket. Beyond the doorway was a world buried beneath snow. Mountains rose beneath a pale blue sky. Pine forests stretched across white valleys. Small wooden houses clustered in the distance, their roofs almost completely covered. The wind howled across the frozen landscape. The notebook appeared. New world connected. Frostvale. Known settlement. Winterden village. Primary residence. Snow fox beastfolk. Current season. Deep winter. Warning. Unusually severe weather conditions detected. Julian frowned. Unusually severe. Before the notebook could respond, something moved outside. 3 figures were slowly approaching through the snow. The first was a tall beast folk man pulling a wooden sled. White fox ears rose from his silver hair. A thick tail trailed behind him. Beside him walked a woman wrapped in several layers of fur-lined clothing. And between them, a little girl struggled through the snow. She couldn't have been older than Noelle. Her fluffy white tail was almost as large as she was. The family reached the doorway. The man stopped. He looked suspiciously at the brightly lit convenience store. Then at Julian. Crossroads. Julian smiled. Welcome. The little girl's nose twitched. She stared past Julian, straight toward the cafe. Something smells good. Julian laughed. Come inside. The Snow Fox family. The moment the family crossed the threshold, they visibly relaxed. The mother closed her eyes. Warm. The father rubbed his hands together. The little girl immediately sprawled across the heated floor. Warm floor. Her father sighed. Yuki. I live here now. Yuki. I have decided. Julian struggled not to laugh. Noel peeked around the cafe doorway. His eyes widened. Another child. Yuki noticed him. They stared at each other. Yuki's ears twitched. Noel's pointed ears twitched slightly in response. Hi, Noel said. Yuki sat up. Hi. And that was apparently enough. Within 30 seconds, they were inspecting the snack aisle together. The adults introduced themselves. The father was Kale Frosttail. The mother was Mira Frosttail. Their daughter was Yuki. We heard rumors from a traveling merchant, Kale explained. A shop that appears between worlds. Mira smiled tiredly. We weren't certain it was real. Julian looked at their clothing. The fabric had been repaired repeatedly. Kale's gloves were worn thin. Myra's boots were cracked around the edges. They hadn't come because they were curious. They needed something. What can I help you find? Kale hesitated, then answered quietly. Winter supplies. A winter that wouldn't end. Julian invited them into the cafe. He served hot chocolate for Yuki. Tea for her parents. Noelle immediately requested hot chocolate too. Julian placed 2 cups on the table. Yuki took 1 sip. Her eyes became enormous. Papa. Kale looked worried. What? We need this. Mira laughed for the first time since arriving. Drink slowly. But it's chocolate. Noelle nodded seriously. She's right. Julian smiled. At least the children were comfortable. While they drank, Kale explained what had happened. Winterden village was used to harsh winters. Snow fox beastfolk had lived there for generations. They knew how to survive. They stored food, prepared firewood, preserved meat, repaired homes before the first snow. But this winter, the cold had arrived nearly a month early. Then the storms became worse. Roads disappeared, trade caravans stopped coming, firewood supplies dropped faster than expected. Some families had already begun rationing food. Julian listened carefully. How long until spring? Kale's expression darkened. Normally, 2 months. In this year, we don't know. Julian looked toward the magical doorway. Snow continued falling heavily. He remembered Marina's village. The problem there hadn't been ignorance. Merfolk already understood preservation. They simply needed different tools. Winterden was probably the same. These people had survived winters far longer than Julian had been alive. He wasn't going to walk into their village and pretend he knew better. What are you running out of fastest? Kale answered immediately. Fuel. Mira added, medicine. Food. We have some. Blankets. For most homes. Clothing. Children outgrow theirs quickly. Julian began writing. What kind of fuel? Firewood. Do you have other heating methods? Kale shook his head. Not many. Julian looked at the camping stoves he'd stocked. Useful for cooking. Not safe or practical for heating entire homes. He crossed something off his list. Kale noticed. You're not selling us those. They won't solve your biggest problem. Julian replied. They might be useful for emergencies, but I don't want you wasting money on something that doesn't help. Kale stared at him. Mira smiled faintly. So the rumors were true. Julian sighed. Why does everyone say that? Shopping for a family. For the moment, Julian focused on what he could provide. He showed them thermal layers. Kale examined the fabric carefully. So thin. Try it. Kale disappeared into the guest room. When he returned wearing the thermal shirt beneath his clothing, his ears lifted. This is warm. Mira tried thermal socks. Her eyes widened. Oh. Julian smiled. Comfortable. She looked down at her feet. I've forgotten what warm toes feel like. They bought carefully. Julian noticed Kale checking his coin pouch repeatedly. So Julian didn't push anything unnecessary. Thermal clothing for the family. 2 thick blankets. Reusable heat packs. A first aid kit. Basic medicine. Several insulated bottles. Long-lasting foods. Dried fruit. Canned soup. Instant noodles. Chocolate. Yuki quietly placed 3 chocolate bars into the basket. Kale removed 2. Yuki put them back. Kale removed them again. Yuki stared at him. He stared back. Julian pretended to organize a shelf. Eventually, Mira put 1 chocolate bar in the basket. 1. Yuki hugged her. Best mama. Kale looked betrayed. What about me? Yuki thought. Good papa. Julian turned away before they saw him laughing. Noelle makes a friend. While the adults discussed supplies, Noelle and Yuki disappeared into the cafe. Julian found them under one of the tables. They had built a small fortress from cushions. No adults, Yuki announced. Julian crouched. I'm the owner. Yuki considered this. Owner allowed. Noelle nodded. He gives snacks. Good owner. Julian shook his head. Thank you, I think. Yuki noticed Noelle's stuffed rabbit. The same one he'd once left at the store. What's its name? Noelle froze. Julian realized he'd never heard the rabbit's name either. Noelle looked down. Rabbit. Yuki stared. His name is Rabbit. Yes. That's terrible. Noelle gasped. It's a good name. No. It is. No. Julian slowly backed away. Some problems were beyond the keeper's abilities. A few minutes later, however, the argument had somehow turned into friendship. Yuki showed Noelle how Snow Fox children made tiny animals from folded paper like bark. Noelle showed Yuki his drawings of the crossroads. One picture showed Aster. Yuki pointed. Dragon. My friend. You know a dragon, too. Yuki's eyes sparkled. Noelle puffed out his chest. Julian smiled from behind the counter. Noelle had once arrived here frightened and alone. Now, he was proudly introducing someone else to his world. Seeing Winterden, Julian couldn't stop thinking about the fuel problem. Selling the family blankets would help them. But one family wasn't the village. He needed to understand the situation better. Kale. The Snow Fox looked up. Would you show me Winterden? Kale blinked. You want to come with us? Only for a little while. Julian picked up the notebook. I need to see what you're dealing with. The notebook approved temporary keeper travel. Julian bundled himself in so many layers that Rena, who had just arrived, stared at him. You look round. I'm going somewhere cold. Very round. Thank you, Rena. Noel wanted to come. Lord Kalen immediately said no. Yuki waved at him from the doorway. I'll show you the village next time. Noel brightened. Promise. Promise. Julian looked at the two children. A week ago, they hadn't known each other existed. Now they were already making plans. Winterden Village. The cold hit Julian like a wall. Even with thermal clothing, he immediately understood how severe the weather was. Kale led them through the snow. Winterden was beautiful. Wooden homes surrounded a central square. Blue lanterns glowed beneath snow-covered roofs. Carved fox statues marked the roads. Children's sleds rested beside houses. But the village was too quiet. Few people were outside. Smoke rose weakly from several chimneys. Kale pointed. Families are conserving wood. Julian frowned. How much is left? The communal stockpile. Kale hesitated. 3 weeks. And winter could last 2 months. Yes. Julian visited the storehouse. The villagers had prepared well. There were preserved foods, dried meat, root vegetables, grains, medicine shelves, mostly empty. Firewood. Far too little. Julian crouched near the village heating system. Most homes used individual fireplaces. But several community buildings shared large stone heating channels. That gave him an idea. Not a solution. An idea. What happens during the worst storms? Kale answered. Families remain in their homes. What if some families temporarily shared the larger heated buildings? Kale looked toward the communal hall. Julian continued. I'm not saying everyone should abandon their homes. But during the coldest nights, heating fewer spaces could reduce fuel use. Kale became thoughtful. Mira nodded slowly. We did that when I was a child. Kale looked at her. During the long frost. Yes, we slept in the weaving hall. Julian smiled. There it was. Not Julian's solution. Their own. Something their community had already done before. The village remembers. The village elder was called. An elderly snow fox named Elder Soren listened carefully. When Mira mentioned the old communal winter shelters, his ears lifted. I remember. Several older villagers did too. Soon, people began discussing. The communal hall, the schoolhouse, the weaving hall, all could house multiple families during severe storms. Heating those buildings would use less wood than heating dozens of individual homes. Julian listened. He didn't need to lead the conversation. The villagers knew their home better than he ever could. They simply needed to remember another way. Julian offered what the Crossroads could provide. Thermal layers, emergency blankets, heat packs, medicine, insulated containers, long-lasting foods, portable cooking equipment for emergencies. The village would decide what quantities it needed. No pressure. No enormous contract. Elder Soren looked at Julian. What would you want in exchange? Julian glanced around. Winterden wasn't wealthy. But he had already seen beautiful craftsmanship. Fur-free woven fabrics made from frostgrass. Carved wooden items. Cold-resistant herbs. Preserved mountain berries. What do you produce? The villagers looked surprised. Julian smiled. We're trading, not begging. Frostgrass. Mira brought him a woven scarf. It was incredibly soft. Julian examined it. What is this? Frostgrass fiber. She explained that a hardy silver plant grew beneath the snow. Its fibers were woven into warm cloth. Julian immediately thought of Talia. High-altitude settlements. Cold winds. Lightweight warm clothing. A new connection formed in his mind. What if? He looked toward Kale. I bought some of this. Kale blinked. You want frostgrass cloth? Another world might. Julian smiled. Maybe your village has something they need. That was what the Crossroads could become. Not Julian selling earth goods to everyone. Worlds trading with each other. Through him, the first Winterden trade. By the time Julian returned to the store, an agreement had been made. Winterden would begin with a modest order. The Crossroads would supply thermal underlayers, emergency blankets, medicine and first aid supplies, heat packs, insulated bottles, long-lasting foods, portable cooking equipment. Winterden would trade frostgrass fabric, cold-resistant medicinal herbs, preserved snowberries, hand-carved wooden crafts. Julian would also contact Talia on her next visit. Perhaps Aerith's coldest floating settlements would be interested in frostgrass clothing. Kale stared at Julian. You haven't even sold our fabric yet. No. And you're already thinking about where it could be useful. Julian smiled. That's my job. A small gift. Back at the cafe, Yuki was preparing to leave. She walked toward Noel, then held out something. A small white fox carved from wood. For you. Noel stared. Really? Yuki nodded. So you remember me. Noel immediately ran toward the bulletin board. He grabbed one of his drawings. It showed the crossroads beneath the world tree. He handed it to Yuki. So you remember here. She carefully accepted it. I won't forget. They smiled. Julian felt something warm settle in his chest. Children didn't care that one came from the moon forest, and one from a frozen world. They simply met, shared snacks, argued about a rabbit's terrible name, and became friends. Perhaps adults made worlds more complicated than they needed to be. Before leaving, Kale approached the counter. He placed the proper payment down. Julian checked it. Everything's correct. Kale nodded, then offered Julian a small frostgrass bracelet. Julian looked at him. This wasn't on the trade list. It isn't merchandise. Kale replied. In Winterden, we give these to someone whose fire we would share during winter. Julian carefully accepted it. What does that mean? Mira smiled. It means, if you ever become lost in the snow, there will be a warm place waiting for you. Julian looked at the bracelet, then at the wooden sign near the crossroads entrance. Everyone is welcome. He smiled. I'll remember that. The family stepped toward the snowy doorway. Yuki waved enthusiastically. Bye, Noel. Noel waved both hands. Bye. Next time bring Rabbit. His name is Rabbit. Bad name. The doorway closed. Noel looked offended. Julian patted his shoulder. I think she likes you. Noel crossed his arms. She insulted Rabbit. Friendships can be complicated. The notebook shimmered. New world connected. Frostvale. Known settlement. Winterden village. Primary race. Snow fox beastfolk. New customers registered. Kale Frosttail. Occupation. Hunter and village supplier. Trust level. Friend. Mira Frosttail. Occupation. Weaver. Trust level. Friend. Yuki Frosttail. Status. Child. Favorite drink. Hot chocolate. Trust level. Friend. New trade route established. Crossroads left right arrow Winterden. Trade status. Winter support exchange. Crossroads exports. Winter supplies, medicine, preserved foods, emergency equipment. Winterden exports. Frostgrass fabric, snowberries, mountain herbs, wooden crafts. Then another page appeared. Potential interworld trade detected. Winterden frostgrass. Possible market. Highwind realm. Reason. Lightweight plus excellent cold resistance. Julian stared at the page. Then slowly smiled. So that's possible. He had suspected it. But now the crossroads confirmed it. One world didn't always need something from Earth. Sometimes, what one world desperately needed already existed in another. Julian walked toward the community bulletin board. He created a new section. Interworld trade. Beneath it, he pinned the first notice. Available. Frostgrass fabric, Winterden. Possible uses. Lightweight winter clothing. Samples available soon. Julian stepped back. The crossroads was changing again. Not simply a store between Earth and fantasy worlds. It was becoming a marketplace where worlds could help each other. Several days later, a package arrived from Winterden. Inside were three things. A bundle of frostgrass cloth. A jar of preserved snowberries. And a drawing. Yuki had drawn herself and Noel standing beside the world tree. Rabbit was between them. Above the stuffed rabbit, she had written, "Needs better name." Julian laughed so loudly that Lyria came running from the cafe. What happened? He handed her the picture. She stared, then laughed too. Noel discovered it later. He was not amused. That evening, Julian placed Yuki's drawing on the community bulletin board. Beside Marina's preservation note, Talia's map, Rena's courier notices, and dozens of messages from other travelers. Another story had joined the crossroads. Another family now knew the way back. Outside, snow no longer fell around the world tree. Instead, one enormous leaf near the top began glowing deep green. The branch beneath it bent slightly, as though something unimaginably heavy had touched the connection from the other side. The ground trembled. Just once. Thump. Julian looked toward the garden. What was that? The forest spirits flew away from the branch. Big. Julian frowned. What's big? They pointed together. Customer. Far beyond the crossroads, high among enormous mountains, a giant sat alone beside a cold stone oven. In his enormous hands rested a tiny loaf of bread. It was burned black. The giant stared sadly at it. Then sighed. Again. Chapter 5. The Giant Who Loves Bread. The ground shook again. Thump. Julian slowly lowered the box of frostgrass scarves he had been organizing. The bottles on the nearby shelf rattled. One of the forest spirits shot out from beneath the counter. Big. Another spirit hid behind Julian's shoulder. Very big. A third stretched its tiny arms as far apart as possible. This big. Julian stared at it. That's about 30 centimeters. The spirit frowned. It stretched harder. Bigger. Julian sighed. I understand. Outside, the world tree's enormous green leaf had begun glowing brighter. Whatever was approaching the crossroads. It was apparently large enough to make the connection tremble. Trade between worlds. Before Julian could worry about his enormous future customer, he had business to handle. Talia Windfeather had returned from the Highwind realm. And she wasn't alone. 3 bird folk merchants sat around one of the cafe tables, examining samples of frostgrass fabric from Winterton. Talia wrapped a silver scarf around her neck. Her wings fluttered. Oh. Julian smiled. Warm. Very. One merchant rubbed the fabric between his fingers. It's lighter than cloud wool. Another nodded. And warmer. Talia looked at Julian. Where did you get this? Frostvale. The Snow World. Winterton Village. Talia immediately spread a map across the table. This could be extremely useful for the northern Aerith routes. Julian leaned closer. How cold? Cold enough that my feathers freeze. Julian winced. That sounds unpleasant. It is. The trade wasn't finalized immediately. Julian had learned better than that. He gave the merchants small samples. They would test them. If the fabric performed well, Aerith could place an order. Winterton would receive new customers. Highwind travelers would receive better cold weather clothing. And Julian would earn a modest commission for organizing the trade. It was his first real transaction where Earth wasn't directly involved. The notebook shimmered. Interworld trade trial initiated. Winterton right pointing arrow Highwind realm. Product. Frostgrass fabric. Crossroads role. Trade mediator. Julian smiled. His store was becoming exactly what he'd hoped. A bridge. Then, thump. The cups jumped. Everyone went silent. Talia slowly looked toward the garden. What was that? Julian folded his arms. Apparently, a customer. The biggest door yet. At midnight, the crossroads entrance began changing. Normally, the magical doorway was the same size as the store's entrance. Tonight, it grew. The frame stretched upward, then wider, then higher again. Julian stared. You're kidding. The ceiling shimmered with magic. The doorway continued expanding until it was nearly 3 times its normal height. The notebook opened. New connection stabilized. Destination: Titan's Rest. Environmental status: safe. Dominant residence: giants. Talia's wings slowly folded. Giants. Rena, who had just entered, immediately stepped behind Julian. No. Julian glanced at her. You race giant wolves. Dire wolves. Still. Giants are bigger. A forest spirit nodded wisely. Very big. The doors opened. A mountain valley appeared. Everything on the other side was enormous. Trees towered impossibly high. Flowers were the size of umbrellas. A stone road stretched between mountains. And sitting beside that road was a giant. Julian froze. The giant was easily 6 meters tall. Maybe more. He wore a patched brown tunic and heavy boots. His messy reddish-brown hair fell around a broad face. Beside him rested an enormous woven basket. The giant stared at the convenience store. The convenience store stared back. Well, Julian did. The building itself probably didn't have eyes. Probably. The giant slowly approached. Thump, thump, thump. Rena grabbed Julian's apron. Are you sure the barrier works? No, Julian. It usually does. Usually. The giant stopped outside. He crouched. His enormous face filled the doorway. Then, very carefully, he spoke. Hello. His voice was deep enough to make the windows vibrate. Julian swallowed, then smiled. Welcome to the Crossroads Convenience Store. The giant's eyes widened. I'm allowed. Julian blinked. Of course. The giant looked behind himself. Then back at Julian. Me. Yes. His expression changed. Not excitement. Confusion. As if Julian had said something completely unexpected. A problem of size. There was an obvious issue. The giant couldn't fit inside. The Crossroads apparently realized this too. Golden light spread across the doorway. The notebook appeared. Accessibility adjustment available. Registered peaceful customer exceeds standard store dimensions. Temporary size adaptation authorized. The giant shimmered. Slowly. He shrank. 6 meters. 5, 4, 3. Until finally, he stood about 2 meters tall. Still enormous compared with Julian. But manageable. The giant stared at his hands. Small. Rena whispered. That's small. Julian nudged her. The giant cautiously entered. Every movement was careful. Painfully careful. He avoided touching shelves. Stepped around chairs. Even held his elbows close to his body. My name is Julian. The giant bowed. Garrick. The notebook appeared. New customer. Name. Garrick Stonehill. Race. Mountain giant. Occupation. Baker. Julian blinked. Baker. Garrick's face immediately turned miserable. Trying. The burned loaf. Garrick opened his enormous basket. Even reduced by Crossroads magic, the basket was large. Inside were several loaves of bread. Black. Completely black. Julian stared. Garrick stared at the bread. Rena leaned closer. Is that? Don't, Julian warned. Charcoal. Garrick's shoulders dropped. Julian glared at Rena. Sorry. Garrick carefully picked up one loaf. It made a worrying clunk against the table. My mother was a baker. He explained quietly. Best baker in Stonehill Village. Julian sat across from him. Garrick continued. She made mountain bread, berry rolls, honey cakes. Everyone came to our bakery. His large fingers gently turned the burned loaf. She died 3 winters ago. Julian's expression softened. I'm sorry. Garrick nodded. My brothers became stonecutters. My sister raises mountain goats. But he looked at the loaf. Wanted the bakery. Julian understood. Immediately. You've been trying to make her bread. For 3 years. 3 years. Garrick nodded. Rena quietly picked up another black loaf. Every time. Garrick's ears turned red. Not every time. Everyone waited. Sometimes. He whispered. It's raw. Rena covered her mouth. Julian kicked her lightly under the table before she laughed. Why bread? Julian prepared Garrick some tea. He used the largest mug he owned. Garrick held it delicately between 2 fingers. Why is continuing the bakery so important? Julian asked. Garrick was silent for a while. Then, because when mother baked, he smiled faintly. People came. Children sat outside waiting for sweet rolls. Workers stopped after the quarry. Travelers ate before crossing the mountains. Nobody was lonely in our bakery. His smile disappeared. After she died, the ovens went cold. Julian looked toward the Crossroads Café. That feeling sounded familiar. An ordinary place, made special because people gathered there. Garrick didn't simply want to make bread. He wanted his mother's bakery to feel alive again. Would you like to learn? Garrick stared at him. You can make bread. Julian hesitated. I'm learning. Garrick's hopeful expression immediately became less hopeful. But, Julian continued, I know someone who can help. Emergency Baking Council. Lyria was summoned. Then Boren. Boren looked at Garrick. Garrick looked at Boren. The dwarf slowly looked upward. And upward. Even in Garrick's reduced form, Boren barely reached his chest. Boren crossed his arms. So. Garrick nervously swallowed. Hello. You're a giant. Yes. I'm a dwarf. Yes. Silence. Julian prepared himself for some ancient racial rivalry. Boren suddenly grinned. Excellent beard potential. Garrick blinked. Thank you. Problem solved. Lyria examined Garrick's recipe. This isn't bad. Garrick stared. It isn't. No. She pointed. Flour, yeast, salt, water, honey. These amounts make sense. Julian frowned. Then why does everything burn? Boren immediately asked the important question. What temperature is your oven? Garrick tilted his head. Hot. Julian closed his eyes. Lyria sighed. Boren slapped the table. We found the problem. The giant's oven. The following evening, Julian traveled briefly to Titan's Rest with Garrick. He needed to see the bakery. Stonehill Village was enormous. Naturally. Doors towered above Julian. Wagons looked like houses. A chicken walked past. Julian stopped. The chicken was nearly his height. No. Garrick looked back. What? Nothing. Julian walked faster. Garrick's bakery stood near the village square. The sign above it was faded. Stonehill Bakery. Inside. Everything was clean. The counters were polished. The old wooden tables had been repaired. Garrick had cared for the place. But it was empty. Julian noticed an old framed drawing near the oven. A giant woman stood behind a counter surrounded by children. Garrick quietly touched the frame. My mother. Julian smiled. She looks happy. She was. Then Julian saw the oven. It was gigantic, made entirely of mountain stone. Garrick opened it. Heat blasted outward. Julian jumped backward. That's not an oven. Garrick looked worried. It isn't. That's a volcano. The problem quickly became obvious. Garrick's mother had decades of experience controlling the stone oven by instinct. Garrick didn't. He used far too much wood. The temperature became extreme. The outside of the bread burned before the inside cooked. Julian didn't know how to operate a giant magical stone oven either. But he knew how to measure things. He returned to Earth and bought oven thermometers. Several. Very large numbers were expected. 1 degree at a time. For the next few days, Garrick became a regular customer. He bought measuring cups, kitchen scales, timers, thermometers, notebooks, oven gloves. Julian taught him to record everything. Amount of flour, water temperature, resting time, oven temperature, baking time. Garrick stared at his notebook. My mother never wrote any of this. She probably didn't need to. Julian replied. But you're not your mother. Garrick became quiet. Julian worried he'd said something wrong. Then Garrick nodded. I'm not. Julian continued gently. So you don't have to bake exactly like she did. Garrick looked at him. You can learn your own way. That became the turning point. Garrick stopped trying to recreate his mother's movements perfectly. Instead, he learned, experimented, adjusted. The first loaf after lowering the oven temperature was still burned, but less. The second was slightly undercooked. The third leaned strangely to one side. Rena called it Bread Mountain. Garrick laughed. For the first time, he laughed at a failed loaf. Then came loaf number 17. Garrick placed it on the Crossroads Café counter. Golden brown, round, warm. Everyone gathered around. Boren inspected it. Lyria smelled it. Rena poked it. Julian slapped her hand away. Wait. Garrick held the knife. His hands trembled. He cut. Crunch. The crust cracked beautifully. Inside, soft white bread. Steam rose. Nobody spoke. Garrick stared. Bread. Julian smiled. Bread. Garrick's eyes filled with tears. I made bread. Boren immediately grabbed a slice. Now we see if it's edible. Boren. Too late. The dwarf took a bite. Everyone waited. Boren chewed. His expression became serious. Garrick looked terrified. Then Boren reached for another slice. Needs more salt. Garrick burst out laughing. The giant who loved bread. They served the bread with golden forest honey. Customers loved it. Aster ate 3 slices. Noel ate 2. Yuki happened to be visiting and demanded the recipe. Marina bought half a loaf to take underwater. Talia asked whether giant bread could survive airship travel. Garrick stared at everyone eating something he'd made. His expression slowly changed. Julian recognized it. The same expression Julian had worn on the cafe's opening day. Disbelief. Then relief. Then quiet happiness. I thought. Garrick said softly. If I couldn't bake mother's bread, I didn't deserve her bakery. Julian leaned against the counter. What do you think now? Garrick looked at the remaining loaf. I think I'd like to make Garrick's bread. Julian smiled. Sounds good. Stonehill Bakery reopens. 2 weeks later, Julian received an invitation. The Stonehill Bakery was reopening. Julian, Boren, Lyria, Rena, and several others traveled through the crossroads. The village square was packed. Giants waited outside. Children pressed their faces against the bakery windows. Garrick stood behind the counter wearing an enormous white apron. His hands shook. Julian recognized the 2 opening day nerves. He approached. Ready? No. Good. Garrick blinked. Julian smiled. I wasn't either. The doors opened. Customers poured in. Garrick's first official menu was small. Stonehill Mountain Bread, honey berry rolls, rock grain buns, mother's sweet loaf, and 1 new recipe. Crossroads honey bread. Garrick had created it himself, using golden forest honey traded through Julian's store. Boren took 1 bite, then pointed dramatically. This. Garrick jumped. What? Sell me 12. 12. I'm a growing dwarf. Julian stared at Boren's enormous stomach. No comment. Near the bakery entrance hung two photographs. One showed Garrick's mother. The other, Garrick standing with everyone from the Crossroads. Between them was a handwritten sign. Old recipes brought US here. New recipes will take US forward. Julian stood quietly reading it. Garrick approached. Keeper. Congratulations. Garrick shook his head. I couldn't have done it alone. Julian looked around. You still did the baking. Garrick smiled. Then, he held out an enormous wrapped loaf. This is yours. A new trade begins. Back at the Crossroads, Garrick's bread became unexpectedly popular. Very popular. Julian placed several smaller loaves in the cafe. They sold out within an hour. Marina wanted bread suitable for underwater transport. Talia wanted durable travel loaves. Winterden wanted hearty mountain bread. Lyria wanted sweet rolls. Boren wanted everything. The notebook glowed. New Interworld product registered. Stonehill bread. Producer. Garrick Stonehill. Distribution. Crossroads Convenience Store. Julian laughed. The giant who couldn't bake now had customers across multiple worlds. New world connected. Titan's Rest. Known settlement. Stonehill Village. Primary race. Mountain giants. New customer registered. Garrick Stonehill. Race. Mountain giant. Occupation. Baker. Trust level. Close friend. Favorite activity. Baking. Confidence. Growing. New trade route established. Stonehill Bakery right pointing arrow Crossroads. Products. Mountain bread. Honey berry rolls. Rock grain buns. Crossroads honey bread. One final page appeared. Keeper's lesson. Helping someone does not mean doing something for them. Sometimes it means giving them the tools and confidence to do it themselves. Julian read the words twice. Then looked through the cafe window. Garrick was sitting outside beneath the world tree. Even reduced in size, he occupied an entire bench. Noelle and Yuki sat beside him. Garrick was teaching them how to shape bread dough. Noelle's looked like a rabbit. Yuki's looked like a fox. Boren's. Julian frowned. Boren. The dwarf looked up. What? Why does your bread have an axe? Art. Julian sighed. Later that night, after everyone returned home, Julian added a new item to the cafe menu. Fresh from another world. Garrick's Crossroads honey bread, made in Stonehill Village. Beneath the description, Julian added something else. Every loaf has a story. He smiled. Every customer did too. Outside, the enormous green leaf on the world tree settled peacefully. But another branch had begun changing. Dozens of tiny golden symbols appeared across its bark. Letters, words, writing from languages Julian had never seen. The notebook suddenly opened. Unusual connection detected. Destination contains extremely high concentrations of recorded knowledge. Julian stared. A school. No response. A kingdom. Nothing. Then, a single ancient book appeared beneath the world tree. Its cover was empty. Julian picked it up. He opened it. Every page was blank. Far beyond the crossroads, a lonely scholar walked between towering shelves. Thousands upon thousands of spaces surrounded him. But almost no books remained. He carefully placed one surviving volume onto a shelf. Then looked around the enormous empty library. How do you rebuild knowledge? He whispered. When the books are already gone. Chapter 6, The Library Without Books. The book beneath the world tree was still blank. Julian had checked it 6 times. Once before breakfast, twice while opening the store, once during lunch, and twice after Boren insisted that perhaps the pages needed to be threatened. They're pages, Julian had said. You can't intimidate paper. Boren had crossed his arms. Not with that attitude. Julian had taken the book away from him immediately. Now, late in the evening, Julian sat at one of the Crossroads Café tables with the mysterious volume open before him. Every page was empty. No title. No author's name. Nothing. Yet the leather notebook insisted it was important. Unknown connection. Affinity. Knowledge. Status. Incomplete. Requirement. Await visitor. Julian tapped the page. So someone needs to come here first. The notebook didn't respond. Across the table, Noelle was drawing. What are you doing? Waiting. For what? I don't know. Noelle nodded as though this made perfect sense. Then returned to his picture. Julian glanced over. What are you drawing? A library. Julian paused. Why? Noelle pointed toward the blank book. Books live in libraries. Julian stared at him. Sometimes children arrived at conclusions far more quickly than adults. The door of words. At midnight, the golden symbols on the world tree began glowing. Letters from dozens of unknown languages moved across the bark like tiny rivers of light. They traveled down the trunk, across the roots, then toward the crossroads doorway. Ding! The doors opened. Julian expected something grand, perhaps a magnificent magical academy. A city filled with towers. An ancient kingdom. Instead, he saw darkness. A single candle flickered in the distance. Rows upon rows of shelves stretched beyond the doorway. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands, but almost every shelf was empty. Julian's smile faded. The notebook appeared. New World Connection. Realm. Orlean. Location. Grand Archive of Vera. Current archive status. Critical. Preserved collection. 3.7%. Julian stared. 3%. A faint sound came from the other side. Footsteps. Slow. Tired. Then a man appeared between the shelves. He looked young, perhaps somewhere in his late 20s, but exhaustion made him seem older. Dark blue hair fell untidily around his face. Round glasses rested slightly crooked on his nose. His gray scholar's robe had been repaired many times. And in his arms, he carried 4 books. Only 4. He saw the brightly lit convenience store. Then stopped. That's not supposed to be there. Julian smiled gently. I hear that a lot. The lonely scholar. The stranger approached cautiously. His eyes moved from Julian to the refrigerators, to the cafe, to the community bulletin board, then back toward the endless empty library behind him. Is this? He swallowed. The crossroads. It is. The man's shoulders sagged, not from fear, relief. My name is Elias Verdon. He carefully bowed while still holding the books. Assistant Archivist of the Grand Archive of Vera. Julian looked toward the empty shelves. Assistant. Elias gave a tired smile. Technically, I'm also the head archivist. Julian blinked. Both. And the cataloger. Oh. Restoration assistant. Oh. Night watchman. Julian stared. Elias adjusted his glasses. There aren't many of us left. Julian invited him into the cafe. Elias carefully placed the 4 books on the table. Very carefully. As though they were made of glass. Julian brought him coffee. Elias stared at it. What is this? Coffee. What does it do? Julian considered his answer. Helps tired people remain tired but awake. Elias stared. I need this. Julian laughed. After his first cup, Elias immediately bought an entire bag of coffee beans. Julian stopped him. Do you know how to brew them? Elias froze. No. Then perhaps start with instant coffee. Elias looked devastated by the idea that coffee required knowledge. Julian prepared another cup. One problem at a time. What happened to the books? Once Elias had eaten a warm sandwich and looked slightly less exhausted, Julian asked the question that had been bothering him. What happened to your library? Elias went silent. He looked toward the doorway. The Grand Archive used to hold nearly 800,000 volumes. Julian's eyes widened. 800,000. History, medicine, agriculture, engineering, poetry, philosophy, maps, children's stories, records from kingdoms that no longer exist. His fingers tightened around his cup. Then came the Ashfall War. Julian didn't interrupt. Vera wasn't the battlefield. Elias continued. But one army decided knowledge was dangerous. His voice became quieter. They burned libraries, archives, schools, anything that preserved the old kingdom's histories. Julian looked toward the empty shelves again. The war ended 12 years ago. Elias said. But books don't return when wars end. Julian understood. The library hadn't been abandoned. It had been wounded. The empty shelves weren't simply empty furniture. They represented things people had lost. Ideas, stories, memories. How many books survived? Just under 30,000. That's still a lot. It is. Elias nodded. But many are damaged. And, he hesitated. We have another problem. What? People stopped coming. Julian frowned. Elias smiled sadly. Why visit a library famous for what it no longer has? The First Earth book. Elias eventually noticed the small shelf Julian had installed in the cafe. Customers sometimes left books there. Travel guides, recipe books, children's stories, novels, basic reference books. Elias stood. Slowly. He walked toward it, then froze. What? Julian looked over. What? Elias pointed. Are those books? All of them? Yes. You sell books. Some. Elias looked at Julian as if he'd casually announced that he sold mountains. He pulled out a basic gardening guide. Flipped through it. Then another book. A beginner's cookbook. Then an illustrated encyclopedia. His hands began trembling. These are printed. Yes. Mass-produced. Yes. How many copies? Julian hesitated. Depends on the book. Thousands. Sometimes millions. Elias sat down. Hard. Millions. Julian suddenly realized what ordinary printing meant to someone whose civilization had lost most of its books. Elias opened the gardening guide again. This isn't magic. No. No secret knowledge. No. It explains soil. Yes. Plant diseases. Yes. Composting. Yes. Elias looked at Julian. How much? Julian told him. Elias stared. That's what? Cheap. Julian smiled. On Earth, this is an ordinary book. Elias looked down at it. There's no such thing as an ordinary book. Rebuilding a library. Elias wanted to buy everything. Julian refused. Not because he didn't want the sale. Because buying random books wasn't the same as rebuilding a library. Stop. Elias froze with 14 books stacked in his arms. Why? What does Vera actually need? Books. What kind? All of them. Elias. Yes. Put down the romance novel. Elias looked at the cover. This is agriculture. No. He slowly returned it. Julian took out his notebook. If we're rebuilding a library, we need priorities. Elias sat down. For the next 2 hours. They made a list. Basic medicine. Agriculture. Sanitation. Mathematics. Engineering fundamentals. Construction. Food preservation. Geography. Natural science. Language. Children's education. History. Literature. Art. Julian added another category. Blank books and writing supplies. Elias looked at him. Why? Because you still have scholars. Yes. People with knowledge. Of course. Then why only preserve old books? Elias became still. Julian continued. Write new ones. Elias stared at the empty page. We've spent 12 years trying to recover what was lost. That's important. Julian said. But your people kept living during those 12 years. Elias looked up. They learned things too. Farmers learned. Healers learned. Builders learned. People have stories. Julian smiled. Maybe your library shouldn't only remember the world before the war. Maybe it should remember the world after it too. Elias said nothing for a long time. Then he slowly wrote. Contemporary Records Project. His handwriting shook slightly. Books aren't just information. Julian gathered a small first shipment. Not hundreds. 30 books. Basic textbooks. Illustrated science books. First aid references. Gardening manuals. Cooking books. Children's books. Several novels. Elias picked up one children's picture book. Why this? Julian smiled. Because libraries aren't only for scholars. Elias looked at the colorful cover. It showed a child traveling through a forest with a talking bear. Children haven't visited our archive in years. Then give them a reason. Noel had been listening nearby. He climbed down from his chair. Can I give them one? Elias looked at him. Give us what? Noel ran toward his bag. He returned with a thin storybook. It was clearly well loved. The corners were bent. A few pages had crayon marks. Julian recognized it. Noel often brought it during visits. Noel. The little elf hugged the book briefly. Then held it toward Elias. My mama reads this to me. Elias stared. Noel continued. It's about a moon rabbit who gets lost. Julian smiled at the obvious reason Noel liked it. He finds home at the end. Noel said. So. He pushed it closer. Your library can have it. Elias didn't take it immediately. His eyes had become wet. This is important to you. Noel nodded. That's why it's a good book. Silence filled the cafe. Julian felt his chest tighten. Elias finally accepted it with both hands. I'll protect it. Noel smiled. You have to let kids read it. Elias laughed softly. Then, I'll protect it by letting them read it. Noel nodded. Good. The Grand Archive. Julian decided to accompany Elias back. The Grand Archive was even larger than it had looked through the doorway. Massive stone pillars rose toward a ceiling lost in darkness. Golden signs marked different sections. History. Mostly empty. Natural sciences. Empty. Medicine. A few shelves. Literature. Nearly nothing. Julian's footsteps echoed. It felt less like a library, and more like a memorial. Several other archivists emerged. An elderly woman. 2 young scholars. A man carrying restoration tools. That was all. Elias placed the box of Earth books on a table. Nobody spoke. The elderly archivist carefully picked up an illustrated science book. She opened it, turned one page, then another. Color illustrations. One scholar grabbed the mathematics book. Another opened the medical reference. Soon, everyone was talking, not loudly, but excitedly. For the first time, the enormous archive didn't feel completely silent. Elias walked toward the children's section. It contained one shelf. Just one. He placed Noel's book in the center. The Moon Rabbit Finds Home. Julian stood beside him. First one. First new children's book in 12 years. Elias whispered. Then he looked around. 30 books. He laughed quietly. It looks ridiculous in here. The archive had room for hundreds of thousands. 30 books were almost nothing. Julian smiled. Then we'll need 31. Elias looked at him, then laughed. A real laugh this time. Yes, 31. Not everything can be imported. Back at the Crossroads, Julian and Elias worked out the trade. But Julian established an important rule. Earth books couldn't simply replace Varen knowledge. Different worlds had different plants, different diseases, different magic, different histories. A medical book from Earth could teach general concepts, but it couldn't explain magical illnesses. An Earth farming guide could explain soil, but not moonroot or stargrain. Elias agreed, so they created 3 categories. Crossroads Reference Collection, knowledge that could be safely shared between worlds. Varen Recovery Collection, surviving local books being restored and copied. Living Knowledge Project, new books written by Varen scholars, craftspeople, farmers, healers, travelers, and ordinary citizens. Julian particularly liked the last one. The library wouldn't simply be filled with books from Earth. Vera would rebuild its own knowledge. The price of knowledge. Elias was worried about payment. The Grand Archive had little money. Julian didn't offer charity. Instead, he asked, "What does Vera have?" Elias thought, "Old manuscripts. Those belong in your library." Artifacts. Same problem. Scholarly translations. Julian paused. That might be useful. They developed an exchange. The Grand Archive would provide translation services for ancient languages, copies of public domain Varen texts, maps, academic knowledge approved for trade, handmade archival paper, bookbinding services. In return, the Crossroads would provide books, blank notebooks, pens, paper, printing supplies, protective storage materials, basic restoration tools. It was modest, fair, and sustainable. The first library card. A week later, Elias returned. He looked different, still tired, still carrying too many books, but smiling. He handed Julian a small card. Grand Archive of Vera. Honorary member. Julian Reyes. Julian stared. I'm a library member. Lifetime. Does that mean I can borrow books? Elias immediately became serious. Yes. How many? 3. Only 3. Knowledge requires responsibility. Julian laughed. Then Elias handed Noel another card. Noel's eyes widened. Mine. Noel Kalin. Young reader, member number 001. Noel gasped. I'm number 1. The first child to join our reopened children's section. Elias smiled. Noel immediately grabbed Julian's sleeve. We have to go. Where? The library. Now. Yes. Julian laughed. Children return. The next time Julian visited Vera, the Grand Archive wasn't silent. There were children. Only 7. But 7 was infinitely more than 0. They sat around a table while an elderly archivist read aloud. The story was Noel's Moon Rabbit book. Noel sat among them. He knew every line. Whenever the archivist paused, Noel accidentally said the next sentence. The other children laughed. Elias stood beside Julian. We had to add another table. Julian smiled. Terrible problem. Awful. And 3 schools requested visits. Julian looked at him. Elias adjusted his glasses. We're going to need more books. Julian grinned. 31. Elias shook his head. Maybe 300. A library is alive. That night, the Crossroads notebook opened. New world connected. Aurelian. Known location. Grand Archive of Vera. New customer registered. Elias Verdon. Race. Human. Occupation. Head archivist. Trust level. Close friend. Favorite Earth discovery. Coffee. Daily recommended limit. Ignored. Julian burst out laughing. Elias looked over. What? Nothing. The notebook turned another page. New trade route established. Crossroads left-right arrow Grand Archive of Vera. Crossroads exports. Educational books. Reference materials. Blank notebooks. Writing supplies. Archival storage. Restoration tools. Veyron exports. Translation services. Archival paper. Bookbinding. Maps. Approved scholarly works. Special project established. The Living Knowledge Project. Purpose. Preserve knowledge from ordinary people before it disappears. Potential contributors. Farmers. Healers. Craftspeople. Merchants. Travelers. Parents. Children. Anyone with something worth remembering. One final message appeared. Keeper's lesson. A library is not valuable because it contains old books. It is valuable because people continue adding new stories. Julian looked toward the Community Bulletin Board. Stories. That word again. Every customer had one. Perhaps every world did too. The next morning, Julian added a small shelf beside the bulletin board. Above it, he placed a sign. Crossroads Book Exchange. Take a book. Leave a book. Recommend a book. Share a story. The first book placed there came from Vera. A newly bound volume. Its title. Recipes Remembered After the Ashfall. Inside were recipes collected from families across the kingdom. Not royal recipes. Not legendary magical dishes. Ordinary meals. Soups. Bread. Stews. Foods parents had taught their children. Julian opened to the first page. Someone had written, a kingdom's history isn't only written in battles. Sometimes it survives in what people cook for dinner. Julian smiled. He placed the book carefully on the shelf. Outside, the golden symbols on the world tree settled. The mysterious blank book beneath it suddenly changed. Words appeared across its cover. The Crossroads Archive. Julian opened it. The first page contained a list. Moon Forest. Iron Peak. Verdant Plains. Skyreach Isles. Blooming Vale. Highwind Realm. Azure Sea. Frostvale. Titan's Rest. Aurelian. Every connected world. Every friendship. Every trade. Every story. The pages that followed remained blank. Thousands of them. Waiting. Julian ran his fingers over the paper. There was still so much left to write. And soon, many more people would come to help fill those pages. Because across the connected worlds, invitations were already traveling. Couriers carried them through the skies. Merfolk traders carried them beneath the sea. Merchants carried them across ancient roads. Fairies carried them through enchanted forests. All of them bore the same message. The Crossroads Festival. All peaceful travelers welcome. Food, music, stories, trade, friendship. One night, many worlds. Julian stared at the growing stack of festival responses on his counter. Then slowly looked toward the cafe. How many people did we invite? Rena stopped sorting letters. Talia stopped drinking tea. Lyria suddenly became very interested in her cup. Julian narrowed his eyes. Rena. Yes. How many? She smiled nervously. Define. Many. Julian closed his eyes. The next Crossroads Festival was going to be much bigger than the first. Chapter 7. Festival of 100 Worlds. Julian had made a terrible mistake. Not a dangerous mistake. Not a magical mistake. Not even a business mistake. It was much worse. He had allowed Rena Swiftpaw and Talia Windfeather to handle invitations. Julian stood behind the Crossroads Convenience Store counter, staring at the mountain of letters piled before him. There were hundreds. Some were neatly sealed. Some smelled like flowers. One was damp from Coralhaven. Another was frozen solid. Several were written on leaves. One appeared to be carved into a thin piece of stone. And sitting proudly on top of everything was a large parchment. Crossroads Festival, attendance responses. Julian slowly looked toward Rena. How many invitations did you send? The Foxfolk courier suddenly became extremely interested in her tea. Some. Talia. The Birdfolk courier folded her wings. Technically, we didn't send all of them. Julian narrowed his eyes. What does that mean? Rena smiled nervously. Some people copied the invitations. Julian went silent. Talia added helpfully. And then those people copied them. Silence. And, Rena continued, a few merchant guilds posted them publicly. Julian closed his eyes. How many people are coming? The two couriers looked at each other. Then Talia quietly slid a piece of paper toward him. Julian read the number. He looked up. Read it again. No. Rena lowered her ears. Yes. Absolutely not. The invitations already went out. Julian stared at them. This store cannot fit 800 people. A forest spirit floated past. Big party. Julian dropped his forehead onto the counter. A festival much bigger than expected. The first Crossroads festival had been simple. Friends gathered. They shared food, talked, celebrated. That was all. This festival had somehow become an international, interworld event. Julian picked up the attendance list. Representatives from the Moon Forest. Dwarven craftsmen from Ironpeak. Beastfolk from the Verdant Plains. Fairies from Blooming Vale. Dragons from Skyreach. Birdfolk merchants from Aerith. Merfolk traders from Coralhaven. Snowfox families from Winterden. Giants from Stonehill. Scholars from Veyra. And many smaller settlements connected through existing routes. Not literally 100 separate worlds, the Crossroads had nowhere near that many stable doors yet. But visitors had started calling it the Festival of 100 Worlds. A hopeful name, a promise of what the Crossroads might someday become. Julian stared at the list. Where are we putting everyone? The leather notebook opened. Special event expansion available. Crossroads Festival grounds. Temporary spatial expansion authorized. Julian blinked. You could have mentioned this earlier. Another line appeared. Keeper did not ask. Julian stared at the notebook. Rena slowly backed away. Don't argue with the magical book. I'm considering it. The festival grounds. The following morning, the garden transformed. Julian stepped outside and stopped. Wow. The Crossroads garden had expanded enormously. The world tree stood at the center. Around it stretched a huge grassy field. Stone paths branched outward like spokes. Rows of empty stalls appeared. Long tables. Cooking areas. Performance spaces. A children's section. Rest areas. Trading booths. Even small pools connected magically to Coralhaven so merfolk could participate comfortably. Floating platforms hovered above the field for birdfolk. Several enormous reinforced tables stood near the outer edge. Julian immediately knew who those were for. Giants. The notebook confirmed. Festival grounds capacity. 2,000 visitors. Julian sighed with relief. Then paused. Wait. He looked at the number. Why 2,000? The notebook closed. Julian suddenly became nervous again. Everyone helps. Julian couldn't prepare alone. Fortunately, he didn't have to. Boren arrived first. He brought 20 dwarves. We handle grills. Julian looked at the enormous iron cooking stations they were unloading. How much food are you planning to cook? Boren laughed. Yes. That wasn't the question. Lyria and Elder Mira organized drinks. Moonleaf tea. Silverberry tea. Herbal infusions. Golden honey milk. Cold fruit drinks. Lyria stared at the growing stack of cups. We need more. We have 300. We need more. Julian ordered more. Marina Tidewell arrived through the Azure Sea connection with carts of seafood and preserved sea herbs. She rolled across the dry festival grounds in her beloved chair. Julian stared. You brought it back. Marina hugged the chair. You sold it to me. I know. I named it. Julian stopped. You named the chair. Wave Rider. Julian decided not to continue that conversation. Kale and Mir of Frosttail brought frostgrass decorations and snowberry preserves. Yuki immediately searched for Noel. She found him hanging decorations. Noel. Yuki. They ran toward each other. Yuki stopped, looked at the stuffed rabbit beneath Noel's arm. Then frowned. Still named Rabbit. Noel gasped. We are not doing this again. Julian smiled. Some things never changed. Garrick arrived carrying bread. An unbelievable amount of bread. Even reduced by Crossroads magic, the baskets required several carts. Julian stared. Garrick. The giant baker smiled proudly. 200 mountain loaves. 300 honey rolls. 100 berry breads. And, he pointed toward another cart. The festival special. Boren immediately appeared. What festival special? Garrick uncovered the basket. Sweet golden bread filled with Moon Forest honey, Coralhaven sea salt, and Winterden snowberries. Julian blinked. Ingredients from 3 worlds. Garrick nodded. I call it Crossroads Friendship Bread. Boren took one. Julian grabbed his wrist. We haven't opened yet. Boren stared at the bread. The bread stared back metaphorically. 1. No. Half. No. A bite. Boren. The dwarf sighed tragically. Being friends with a merchant is difficult. A festival built by everyone. Julian had originally planned to purchase most festival supplies himself. But something unexpected happened. Everyone wanted to contribute. Winterden sent frostgrass banners. Coralhaven provided pearl lanterns. Aerith sent floating wind chimes. The Moon Forest brought glowing flowers. Ironpeak built cooking stations. Stonehill provided bread. Vera created multilingual festival signs. Blooming Vale sent flower garlands. The Verdant Plains provided fruits and vegetables. The Dragons of Skyreach sent warming crystals for evening guests. Julian stood beneath the World Tree, watching everyone work. The festival wasn't his anymore. It belonged to everyone. And somehow, that made him happier. Opening day. At sunset, the first doors opened. Ding. Moon elves entered. Ding. Dwarves arrived. Ding. Beastfolk merchants. Then birdfolk. Merfolk. Fairies. Giants. Humans. Dragons. Scholars. Farmers. Craftspeople. Families. Travelers. The festival grounds filled rapidly. Julian stood at the entrance. He greeted every person he could. Welcome. Enjoy the festival. Food stalls are to the left. Trading area is straight ahead. Rest area is near the World Tree. Please don't climb the World Tree. A forest spirit immediately climbed the World Tree. Julian pointed. That includes you. The spirit froze. Slowly descended. Sorry. The first meeting. Near the food stalls, something wonderful happened. Marina met Garrick. She stared upward. Garrick stared downward. Marina slowly said, "You're enormous." Garrick nervously replied, "You're a fish." Marina's eyes narrowed. Merfolk. Garrick panicked. Sorry. Then Marina noticed his bread. Are you the bread giant? Garrick blinked. The bread giant. We buy your loaves. His face lit up. You do. Marina pointed toward Coralhaven's stall. Your travel bread survives underwater transport better than anything we've tried. Garrick looked stunned. My bread goes underwater. Every week. Garrick nearly cried. Julian watched from nearby. A baker from a mountain village had customers beneath an ocean. Neither would have imagined the other existed a few months ago. Now they were discussing bread storage. That was the Crossroads, the market of worlds. The trading section quickly became the busiest part of the festival. Talia introduced Aerith merchants to Winterden weavers. A birdfolk merchant lifted frostgrass fabric. So light. Mira Frosttail smiled. And warm. Kale watched nervously as several merchants placed trial orders. Julian stood nearby, not interfering, just making sure everyone understood prices and quantities. The first frostgrass trial had succeeded. Now, Winterden had real customers. Kale approached Julian afterward. 3 orders. Julian smiled. Congratulations. 3. Kale repeated, almost disbelieving. That's more cloth than we normally sell all winter. Don't accept more than your village can produce. Julian warned. Kale nodded. We'll grow slowly. Julian smiled. Exactly. Nearby, Elias had created a Varen book stall. The sign read, "Share knowledge, not secrets." Visitors exchanged public information, recipes, farming techniques, children's stories, crafting methods, songs, maps of safe trade routes. Julian stopped when he saw Elder Mira speaking with a Varen herbalist. They were comparing medicinal plants. Your moonleaf reduces fever, Elias's colleague asked. For elves, Elder Mira replied, we don't yet know how it affects humans from your world. The scholar immediately wrote, test before medical exchange. Julian smiled. They were learning caution too. Not everything could safely cross worlds. Knowledge required responsibility. Food without borders. The food area became chaos. Wonderful chaos. Boren grilled Ironpeak mushrooms beside a merfolk cook preparing sea vegetables. Lyria served moonleaf tea. Garrick distributed bread. Winterden sold snowberry jam. Aerith offered cloudfruit. Coralhaven brought salt crystal candy. Earth contributed instant noodles. Julian had tried to create something more impressive. It didn't matter. The instant noodle stall had the longest line. He stared. Seriously. Boren walked past carrying 4 cups. Don't question greatness. A group of giants tried spicy noodles. One giant stared into his cup. So small. Julian sighed. We have larger bowls. Good. The giant received a serving roughly equivalent to 12 ordinary portions. He ate it. His eyes widened. More. Julian looked toward his stockroom. He was going to need another supplier. Children of different worlds. The children's area was Julian's favorite part. Noel, Yuki, Aster, several birdfolk children, merfolk children playing inside connected pools, young dwarves, little fairies, children from Vera. None seemed particularly interested in politics, or history, or whether their races had ever met before. They cared about games. Noel and Yuki organized a treasure hunt. Aster insisted he was the treasure. You can't be the treasure, Yuki said. Why? Because you're playing. I can be both. Noel considered this. Maybe. Yuki stared at him. Don't encourage him. Julian laughed from nearby. Then a young birdfolk child approached Aster. Are you really a dragon? Aster proudly showed his tiny horns. Yes. Can you breathe fire? Aster opened his mouth. Serafina immediately called from across the field. Aster. His mouth closed. Not today. Julian laughed harder. The customer sitting alone. Late in the evening, Julian noticed someone sitting beneath the world tree. An elderly human man. Julian didn't recognize him. He wore simple travel clothes and held a bowl of soup. Everyone around him was laughing. But he sat alone. Julian approached. May I sit? The man looked surprised. You're the keeper. Julian. He sat beside him. The man's name was Tomas. He came from a farming village near Vera. His wife had died 2 years earlier. His children had moved away. He rarely traveled. Elias had convinced him to attend because Tomas had contributed farming knowledge to the Living Knowledge Project. I almost didn't come, Tomas admitted. Too many strange people. Julian smiled. Understandable. I've never seen a dwarf. Borin shouted somewhere in the distance. More noodles. Tomas stared. Julian nodded. That's Borin. He's loud. Very. Tomas looked around. I thought I'd have nothing to say to anyone here. And, the old farmer smiled. A snow fox farmer spent an hour asking me about potatoes. Julian laughed. Sounds like you found something. Apparently soil is soil. Tomas looked toward the crowd. And hungry people are hungry people. He chuckled. Maybe we're not as different as I thought. Julian smiled. Every customer had a story. Sometimes, all they needed was someone willing to hear it. 100 worlds. As midnight approached, everyone gathered around the world tree. Thousands of lanterns glowed. Pearl lights from Coralhaven. Floating lights from Aerith. Moon blossoms. Dwarven forge. Lamps. Fairy flowers. Earth paper lanterns. The tree shimmered above them all. Julian stepped onto the small platform. He hated speeches. Unfortunately, everyone was staring at him. Rena whispered. Say something. What? Something inspiring. I sell instant noodles. Julian. He sighed. Then looked around. Friends. Customers. Strangers. People from worlds that had never known each other existed. When I inherited this store, Julian began, I thought it was just a convenience store. A few people laughed. I thought my job was to sell things. He looked toward Borin. Lyria was one of my first customers. Toward Marina. Then I learned that every world has different problems. Toward Kale and Mira. Different needs. Toward Garrick. Different dreams. Toward Elias. And different stories worth preserving. Julian looked around. I don't know if the Crossroads will really connect 100 worlds someday. The crowd became quiet. But, he smiled. I hope it does. Not because I want 100 markets. Or 100 kingdoms. Or even 100 new products. He looked toward the children sitting together. I want people who would never have met. To have somewhere they can. Silence. Then Borin raised his mug. To the Crossroads. Cheers erupted. Julian jumped. Then laughed. Everyone raised cups. Glasses. Bowls. Even seashells. To the Crossroads. The world tree exploded with light. Not violently. Beautifully. Thousands of glowing petals scattered into the night. They drifted across the festival grounds. The notebook floated before Julian. Special event completed. Festival of 100 Worlds. Attendance, 1,247. Julian stared. 1,000. Rena quietly walked away. He would deal with her later. Festival results. New friendships established, 386. New trade discussions, 74. Confirmed new trade routes. 12. Knowledge exchanges. 203. Children who refused to go home. 19. Julian looked toward Noelle. Noelle looked away. Yuki suddenly became interested in a flower. Aster hid behind Serafina. Julian sighed. Then another message appeared. Crossroads' reputation increased. Beloved right-pointing arrow renowned. The Crossroads is now becoming known beyond directly connected settlements. Travelers may intentionally seek the store. Special store upgrade. Crossroads market days unlocked. Approved merchants may periodically sell goods from their own worlds within designated Crossroads stalls. Keeper retains authority over fairness, safety, and trade rules. Julian's eyes widened. A proper market. Not just his products. Everyone's. One final message appeared. Keeper's lesson. A bridge becomes meaningful when people begin crossing it without being asked. Julian read the sentence quietly. He understood. At first, he had introduced everyone. He had connected the trades. He had solved the problems. But tonight, Marina had found Garrick herself. Elder Mira had found Veyron scholars. Winterden merchants had met Birdfolk traders. Children had made friends without Julian's help. The Crossroads was becoming something bigger than its keeper. And strangely, Julian wasn't afraid of that. He was proud. After the festival, by dawn, the crowds were gone. The festival grounds slowly returned to their normal size. Julian stood amid the aftermath. Cups everywhere. Plates. Ribbons. Dropped feathers. One giant-sized spoon. A suspicious amount of glitter. Julian stared. I'm going to be cleaning for a week. Lyria appeared beside him. We'll help. Boren arrived carrying trash bags. So will I. Rena raised her hand. Me too. Talia landed beside her. Same. Marina rolled past on Wave Rider. Where do you want the dishes? Garrick began stacking tables. Elias collected abandoned books. Julian looked around, then smiled. Of course. He should have known. He didn't have to clean alone either. Near the World Tree, Noelle was helping collect decorations. Or at least, Julian assumed he was. Noelle. No answer. Julian looked around. Noelle. Yuki emerged from behind a table. I thought he was with you. Julian froze. What? Aster looked up. He went toward the garden. Julian immediately turned. The Crossroads garden had returned to normal. Almost. At the far end, behind the World Tree, a path Julian had never seen before shimmered between the flowers. Tiny golden footprints glowed along it. Child-sized footprints. Julian's stomach dropped. Noelle. The notebook flew open. Warning. Unregistered internal Crossroads path activated. Traveler detected. Noelle. Location. Unknown garden sector. Julian stared toward the mysterious path. For the first time, the Crossroads itself had opened somewhere Julian had never explored. And Noelle had wandered straight into it. Chapter 8. Noelle's Little Adventure. Noelle. Julian's voice echoed through the Crossroads garden. No answer. The celebration from only minutes earlier had vanished from everyone's thoughts. Tables stood half cleared. Lanterns still swayed from the branches. Forgotten cups and plates remained scattered across the grass. But nobody cared about cleaning anymore. At the far end of the garden, behind the World Tree, a narrow path shimmered between tall silver flowers. It hadn't existed before. Tiny golden footprints led directly into it. Noelle's footprints. Julian stared at the path. His stomach twisted. The little elf had once arrived at the Crossroads because he'd gotten lost. Julian had promised this place would always be safe. Now Noelle had disappeared inside the Crossroads itself. The hidden garden. Lord Kalen rushed toward Julian. Where is my son? Julian pointed toward the path. The notebook says he entered an unknown garden sector. Lady Arya went pale. Unknown. Julian hated that word too. He opened the leather notebook again. Traveler detected. Name. Noelle Kalen. Status. Safe. Location. Unregistered internal Crossroads sector. Route stability. Moderate. Julian immediately focused on the first line that mattered. He's safe. Lady Arya closed her eyes in relief. For now, Kalen said. Julian nodded. I'm going after him. So am I. Before Kalen could step forward, the path flickered. The notebook reacted. Warning. Maximum travelers permitted. 1. Kalen frowned. Why? No answer. Julian stepped closer. Golden light surrounded him. Keeper authorization accepted. Kalen's expression hardened. Julian understood. He was Noel's father. Every instinct told him to follow. Julian looked him directly in the eyes. I'll bring him back. Kalen was silent. Then he placed a hand on Julian's shoulder. Bring my boy home. I will. Lyria hurried over with a bag. Food. Rena shoved a flashlight into Julian's hand. Take this. Talia added rope. Boren handed him an axe. Julian stared. Why do I need an axe? Unknown path. No. Take the axe. I am not taking an axe into a magical garden with a 6-year-old. Boren looked disappointed. Garrick offered bread instead. Julian accepted that. Much safer. Julian stepped onto the path. The world behind him disappeared. Meanwhile, Noel was having the greatest adventure of his life. This place is amazing. His voice echoed across a valley filled with enormous flowers. He stood beneath a blue mushroom taller than himself. Tiny lights floated through the air. A stream ran uphill. Clouds drifted beneath the grass instead of above it. Noel had absolutely no idea where he was. This should have frightened him. And, at first, it had. When he'd followed the strange glowing butterfly after the festival, he'd assumed it was heading toward the world tree. Then the garden changed. He turned around. The path was gone. For several minutes, Noel had stood completely still. His old fear returned. The moon forest. The glowing butterfly. Being lost. Crying alone before finding Julian's store. His hands had started trembling. Then Noel remembered something Julian had told him that night. Take your time. So Noel did. He sat down, hugged Rabbit, breathed slowly, and thought. He wasn't the same child who had gotten lost before. This time, he knew people were looking for him. Julian would come. Mama and Papa would wait. He wasn't alone. That made the strange garden less frightening. Eventually, curiosity won. Assistant Keeper Noel. Earlier that day, Noel had decided something important. He wanted a job. Julian had jobs. Lyria had jobs. Rena had a job. Talia had a job. Even Aster occasionally carried spoons at the cafe. Noel had therefore reached the obvious conclusion. He needed one too. He had approached Julian during festival preparations. Can I work here? Julian had nearly dropped a box. You're 6. Almost 7. Still 6. I can carry things. I know. I can draw signs. Also true. I know where snacks are. That is exactly why I'm concerned. Noel had crossed his arms. I want to help. Julian had smiled. You already help. How? You make people feel welcome. Noel had frowned. That didn't sound like a real job. So he had secretly created one. On a piece of cardboard, he had written, Assistant Keeper Noel. Underneath, jobs. Help customers. Find lost things. Give snacks. Protect Rabbit. Help Julian. He had tucked the badge into his pocket. Now, lost in a mysterious garden. Noel pulled it out. He stared at rule number 2. Find lost things. Okay. He put on the badge. If I'm lost. He looked at Rabbit. I find me. Rabbit offered no advice. Good plan. Julian follows. Julian emerged into the hidden garden several minutes later. He immediately stopped. What is this place? The Crossroads garden he knew was peaceful and organized. This place was impossible. Flowers grew upside down. Trees had translucent leaves. Small islands floated above him. A stream curved through the air like a ribbon. Julian opened the notebook. Nothing. Blank pages. Very helpful. A tiny golden footprint glowed nearby. Then another. Julian followed. Noel. A distant voice answered. Julian. Julian's entire body relaxed. Noel. Julian. I'm coming. Okay. Then. Wait. Julian stopped. What? There's a frog. Julian stared into the distance. Is it dangerous? No. Pause. It's purple. Julian closed his eyes. At least Noel sounded fine. The purple frog. Julian eventually found the frog. It was indeed purple. It was also the size of a backpack. Noel sat beside it. Julian rushed forward. Noel. The child looked up. Julian. Julian dropped to his knees and pulled him into a hug. Noel froze. Then hugged him back. I'm sorry. Julian didn't immediately answer. Relief overwhelmed everything else. Finally, he pulled back. Are you hurt? No. Hungry. A little. Scared. Noel hesitated. Before. Julian softened. And now. Noel looked at him. No. Because you came. Julian's chest tightened. Then Julian became serious. Noel. The little elf lowered his ears. You can't wander into places you don't know. I know. Your parents are terrified. Noelle looked down. I know. And I was terrified. Noelle's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. Julian sighed. He wasn't angry. Not really. He'd simply been scared. Julian placed a hand on Noelle's head. We'll talk about it when we're back. Noelle nodded, then held up his cardboard badge. I was trying to help. Julian read it. Assistant Keeper Noelle. His expression softened. You made this. Noelle nodded. I wanted a job. Julian sat beside him. You could have asked me. I did. You asked if you could work at the store. You said I'm 6. You were 6. Almost 7. Julian sighed. This argument was apparently unwinnable. A customer in the garden. The purple frog suddenly croaked. Baruap. Julian looked at it. Noelle pointed. His name is Pudding. Did he tell you that? No. Then why Pudding? He's round. Julian decided not to ask how that explained anything. Pudding hopped toward the floating stream. Then stopped. Croaked. Hopped back. Croaked again. Noelle stood. He wants us to follow. Julian stared. How do you know? Noelle shrugged. I don't. Julian considered refusing. Then the notebook finally reacted. Crossroads Garden Resident detected. Status. Non-hostile. Request. Assistance. Julian sighed. Fine. Noelle smiled. Assistant Keeper job. You are still not officially. Noelle was already following Pudding. Julian hurried after him. The frog led them toward a grove of crystal trees. There, they discovered a tiny creature trapped beneath a fallen branch. It resembled a mouse with butterfly wings. One wing was pinned. Noelle gasped. It's hurt. Julian carefully lifted the branch. The creature crawled free. Its wing wasn't broken, only caught. Noelle gently held out his hand. The creature climbed onto it. See, Noelle whispered. I helped a customer. Julian smiled despite himself. I don't think it's technically a customer. The notebook glowed. Garden resident assisted. Crossroads principal recognized. Help is not limited to paying customers. Julian stared. Noelle crossed his arms proudly. Customer. Julian sighed. Fine. The part of the crossroads nobody built. They continued through the hidden garden. Julian gradually realized something. This place wasn't newly created. Some trees were enormous. Ancient. Stone paths disappeared beneath centuries of moss. Broken signs stood among flowers. One contained the crossroads crest. Julian touched it. This was here before Grandpa. Noelle looked up. Really? Maybe. The notebook remained silent. They reached a small hill. At the top stood an abandoned gazebo. Beneath it, an old wooden bench. Carved into the bench were names. Hundreds of them. Different languages. Different alphabets. Some had faded almost completely. Julian recognized none, except one. His grandfather's. Mateo Reyes. Julian froze. Noelle leaned closer. That's your grandpa. Yes. Beneath Mateo's name was another carving. Found this place by accident. Julian laughed softly. Of course he did. Beside it, someone else had carved. The garden finds those who wander. Julian frowned. What does that mean? The notebook finally opened. Crossroads Wandering Garden. An ancient internal region existing between connected worlds. Purpose. Unknown. Access. Unpredictable. Current condition. Awakening. Julian didn't like the last word. Awakening. No explanation. Noelle's discovery. Noelle wandered toward the edge of the gazebo. Julian. Look. A tiny sapling grew beside the bench. Unlike the world tree, its leaves were golden. Julian approached. The notebook reacted. Wayfinder sapling. Purpose. Guides lost travelers toward safe crossroads routes. Current strength. Weak. Growth requirement. Acts of guidance. Julian stared, then looked at Noelle. The child tilted his head. Can we help it? Julian smiled. Maybe. Noelle reached into his pocket. He pulled out half a cookie. Julian stared. Why do you have that? Emergency snack. Of course. Noelle placed it beside the sapling. Trees don't eat cookies. Noelle frowned. You don't know. Julian laughed. Instead, Julian poured a little water around the roots. Noelle carefully cleared weeds. The golden leaves brightened. A tiny light appeared above the sapling. Then floated toward the path. Another appeared. Then another. A trail of golden lights formed through the garden. Julian understood. Our way home. Noelle smiled. We helped it. The notebook glowed. Wayfinder sapling strengthened. First guide registered, Noel Kalin. Julian blinked. Noel's eyes became enormous. Me. Apparently. The child jumped. I have a job. Julian laughed. I suppose you do. Going home. They followed the golden lights. The return journey was much easier. Noel held Julian's hand the entire way. Halfway back, Noel became quiet. Julian. Yes. Are Mama and Papa really mad? Julian thought carefully. They were scared. That's worse. Sometimes. Noel's ears lowered. I didn't mean to. I know. Julian squeezed his hand gently. But when people love you, disappearing scares them. Noel nodded. I won't do it again. Good. Pause. Can I still explore? Julian looked down. With an adult. Noel smiled. Okay. An adult who knows where you're going. Okay. And permission. Okay. And, Julian. What? That's lots of rules. That's because you wander into magical dimensions. Noel considered this. Fair. Waiting at the door. The moment Julian and Noel emerged, Lady Arya ran forward. Noel. She pulled her son into her arms. Noel immediately began crying. I'm sorry, Mama. Arya held him tightly. Kalin crouched beside them. His relief was obvious. Noel hugged his father too. I won't wander again. Kalin closed his eyes. Good. Then looked toward Julian. Thank you. Julian smiled tiredly. I promised. Everyone else gathered around. Lyria hugged Noel. Rena cried while insisting she wasn't crying. Talia gave him a lecture about navigation. Boren declared that next time Noel should take an axe. Julian immediately said no. Yuki marched straight toward Noel. Then smacked his arm. Ow. Don't disappear. I'm sorry. You scared me. I said sorry. Then she hugged him. Noel froze. Yuki immediately released him. Still don't like Rabbit's name. Noel gasped. Why? Julian laughed. Everything was normal again. A real job. The next morning, Noel returned to the store with his parents. He stood very seriously before Julian. His cardboard badge had been repaired. Assistant Keeper Noel. Julian crouched. So, Noel swallowed. Am I fired? You were never hired. Oh. However, Julian reached beneath the counter. He produced a small green apron. Noel's eyes widened. Across the front were embroidered words. Crossroads Little Helper. Noel stared. Mine. Yours. Julian helped him put it on. But there are rules. Noel sighed. Lots. Lots. No leaving the store without permission. No entering magical doors alone. No handling dangerous items. No giving away merchandise without asking. No climbing shelves. No using the cash register. No eating stock. No telling customers that cookies were free. Noel looked offended. I only did that once. 3 times. Okay. Julian handed him his first official task. A basket of welcome cards. When new customers arrive, you can give them one. Noel held the basket proudly. That's it. For now. But that's easy. Julian smiled. Making someone feel welcome is important. Noel remembered what Julian had said before. This time, he understood. Okay. He stood beside the entrance. Very straight. Very serious. 5 minutes later. Ding. Marina entered. Noel immediately handed her a card. Welcome to the Crossroads. Marina stared. I've been here 20 times. Noel looked at Julian. Julian covered his mouth to hide his laugh. Maybe only new customers. Oh. The Wayfinder. That evening, the notebook opened. Crossroads Wandering Garden discovered. Status. Partially accessible. Exploration. Restricted. Keeper authorization required. Julian nodded approvingly. Good. Wayfinder sapling activated. First guide. Noel Kalin. Effect. Lost peaceful travelers within connected Crossroads regions have an increased chance of finding a safe route. Special role registered. Noel Kalin. Crossroads Little Helper. Duties. Welcome new visitors. Help children feel comfortable. Assist with simple cafe tasks. Draw signs. Absolutely do not wander into unknown dimensions. Noel stared at the final line. Why is that there? Julian smiled. No idea. The notebook turned another page. Keeper's lesson. Protecting someone does not mean preventing them from growing. It means giving them a safe place to learn how. Julian read the words quietly. When Noel had first entered the store, he'd been a frightened child who couldn't find his way home. Now, he had found another lost creature. Discovered a hidden part of the crossroads. strengthened something that could guide other travelers, and returned home holding Julian's hand. Noel was still a child, still curious, still prone to wandering where he absolutely shouldn't. But he was growing. Julian realized something else. So was he. Once, responsibility had frightened him. Now someone trusted him enough to place their child in his care. That trust was heavier than any merchandise he'd ever carried. And far more valuable. Late that night, after Noel had gone home, Julian stood before the community bulletin board. It was overflowing. Festival photographs, trade notices, children's drawings, messages, recipes, letters, thank you notes, requests. There was barely any empty space left. Julian smiled, then noticed a basket beneath it. It was full, completely full. Letters from different worlds, hundreds of them, some addressed to Julian, others addressed to customers, some simply labeled, "To the Crossroads." The notebook opened. Community messages awaiting review. Unread letters, 417. Julian stared. 417. A second basket appeared beside the first. Unread letters, 418. Julian watched another letter materialize. Oh no. Across countless worlds, people were writing, thanking, asking, remembering, and sharing stories. The community bulletin board had become far more than Julian ever intended. It was becoming a place where worlds spoke to one another. Julian picked up the first letter. On the front, someone had written, "To the keeper who helped someone I love." Julian sat down and began to read. Chapter 9, Letters Across Worlds. There were 418 unread letters sitting inside Julian's convenience store. By breakfast, there were 431. Julian stood behind the counter, staring at the two overflowing baskets beneath the community bulletin board. A new envelope appeared in a flicker of golden light. Pop. Julian stared at it. No. Another appeared. Pop. I said no. The leather notebook opened beside him. Community correspondence. Unread messages, 433. Current processing rate, poor. Julian slowly turned toward the notebook. Poor. Another line appeared. Extremely poor. Julian narrowed his eyes. I was running a festival yesterday. The page changed. Excuse registered. You're becoming rude. The notebook snapped shut. From the cafe came Boren's voice. Arguing with the book again. No. Book winning. Julian sighed. Yes. The morning after, the Crossroads had barely recovered from the Festival of 100 Worlds. There were still decorations hanging from the ceiling. A pearl lantern from Coralhaven sat beside the coffee machine. One Frostgrass banner had somehow ended up on the roof. Nobody knew how. Boren claimed innocence. Julian didn't believe him. And Noel's adventure into the hidden wandering garden had given everyone enough excitement for 1 week. Julian had hoped for a quiet morning. Instead, letters. Hundreds of them. Some addressed to him, some to customers, some to entire villages. A few had no recipient at all. One simply said, "For the person who sold me the round sweet bread." Julian stared at it. Garrick. Garrick, who was delivering the morning bread shipment, leaned closer. Probably. He opened it. Inside was a child's drawing of a very large giant holding an even larger loaf. Garrick's eyes immediately became watery. Julian smiled. Definitely yours. Garrick carefully folded the drawing. I'm putting this in the bakery. Another envelope read, "To the loud dwarf." Boren grabbed it. Mine. You don't know that. Boren stared at Julian. Julian stared back. Fine. It's yours. Letters need a system. The problem quickly became obvious. The community bulletin board had worked when only a few settlements used it. Now the Crossroads had become known across multiple worlds. Messages arrived constantly. Trade requests, thank you letters, personal correspondence, questions, invitations, warnings, recipes, requests for help, and, somehow, fan mail for Garrick's bread. Julian found 17 letters asking whether the Stonehill Bakery shipped internationally. Technically, it shipped interdimensionally. Julian wasn't sure which sounded stranger. Rena arrived carrying another bag. Julian stared. No. She froze. What? Don't tell me those are letters. Rena slowly hid the bag behind herself. Julian pointed. Rena, they're letters. Julian dropped his forehead onto the counter. Talia landed outside moments later. She carried 3 mail sacks. Julian didn't even look up. Go away. Talia gasped. That's terrible customer service. You're not a customer. I buy coffee. Fine. Terrible courier service. Rena and Talia dumped everything onto a cafe table. Julian stared at the mountain. We need a system. Rena nodded. Yes. Talia nodded. Absolutely. Julian looked at them. You two caused this. They immediately stopped nodding. The Crossroads Post. Elias arrived from Vera later that morning. The moment he saw the letters, his eyes lit up. Records. Julian pointed sternly. No. Elias stopped. But, these are private letters. I know. You cannot archive people's mail. Elias looked genuinely disappointed. Can we archive the envelopes? No. Postage stamps. Elias. Fine. But Elias did provide something useful. Organization. They created categories. Personal mail. Messages intended for specific individuals. Trade and business. Orders, merchant inquiries, price requests. Community requests. Requests for help, information, or assistance. Public messages. Notices intended for the bulletin board. Library and knowledge exchange. Material for Elias's Living Knowledge project. Very important. Rena created this category. Julian immediately removed it. Everything can be important. Rena frowned. What about emergency messages? Julian paused. Then created. Urgent. Rena smiled proudly. That's what I meant. You wrote, very important. Same thing. It is absolutely not the same thing. Soon, the cafe had become a temporary post office. Talia sorted mail by world. Rena organized delivery routes. Elias created records of public notices. Lyria read letters addressed to the store. Garrick provided bread. Boren was supposed to help. Julian looked over. The dwarf was eating. Boren, I'm supporting morale. Sort something. Boren picked up an envelope. Done. You have to put it somewhere. He placed it beside his plate. Julian sighed. A letter for Marina. One envelope caught Julian's attention. It was wrapped in waterproof blue paper. To Marina Tidewell. From Elio, Seabreeze Harbor. Marina arrived that afternoon. Julian handed her the letter. You have mail. Her eyes widened. For me, apparently. She opened it, then froze. Julian noticed her expression change. Everything okay? Marina read silently, then smiled. A very small smile. My first surface customer. Julian tilted his head. From before, the Crossroads. She nodded. When I first took over Mother's trading route, I didn't know what I was doing. She laughed awkwardly. I bought the wrong grain. Paid too much for fruit. Forgot to waterproof an entire shipment of flour. Julian winced. That sounds expensive. It was. Elio had been a young dockworker then. Marina had arrived at Seabreeze Harbor completely overwhelmed. Most merchants ignored her. Elio helped her find honest traders. Showed her where to store goods. And taught her which surface foods survived transport best. He was my first friend above the sea. Marina said. What does the letter say? She handed it to Julian. He didn't read until she nodded permission. Marina. A merchant from Coralhaven told me you found a strange store connecting worlds. I heard your preservation project worked. I knew you'd figure it out eventually. The old dock still has your scratched trading mark on the post. If your road ever leads back here, lunch is on me. Elio. Marina wiped her eyes. Idiot. Julian smiled. You seem happy. I am. She folded the letter carefully. I thought everyone from those days had forgotten me. Julian looked toward the baskets. Maybe that was another purpose for the Crossroads. Not only introducing strangers, sometimes, helping old friends find each other again. A letter to Winterden. Another message was addressed to the people of Winterden. Cale Frosttail happened to be visiting to discuss Frostgrass orders. Julian handed it to him. The letter came from Aerith. Specifically, a birdfolk settlement called Northwing. Cale opened it. His eyes moved across the page. Then stopped. What? Julian asked. Cale looked up. They want to thank us. For the Frostgrass. He nodded. The first shipment had reached Northwing during a brutal high-altitude storm. The fabric had been turned into lightweight scarves and wing coverings. One paragraph read, our couriers can finally fly the northern route without wrapping themselves in heavy wool. Please tell the weavers of Winterden that people they have never met are warmer because of their hands. Cale read that sentence twice. Julian watched his expression. For Winterden, Frostgrass had always been ordinary. Something they made because they needed warm clothes. Now people in another world valued it. Kale quietly said, Mira needs to see this. Julian smiled. Take it home. A letter for Julian. Most of Julian's letters were simple. Thank you for the festival. Thank you for the medicine. Thank you for helping our merchant. Can you stock more instant noodles? Do you sell umbrellas large enough for giants? Can merfolk use electric rice cookers underwater? No, absolutely not. Julian wrote that response in very large letters. Then he found the envelope he'd noticed the previous night. To the keeper, WHO helped someone I love. Julian sat down. He opened it. The handwriting was shaky. Keeper Julian, you don't know me. My name is Lena. My younger brother lives in Winterton. I married a merchant and moved south many years ago. When the winter storms came, the roads closed. For weeks, I heard nothing. I thought something terrible had happened. Yesterday, a courier brought news. My brother and his children are safe. They spent the worst storms in the communal hall. They had medicine, warm clothing, food. I was told some of those supplies came through your store. You did not save a kingdom. You did not defeat a monster. You probably don't even know my brother's name. But someone I love was warm because you helped. I wanted you to know that mattered. Thank you. Julian didn't move for a while. The store continued around him. Customers talked. The refrigerator hummed. A bell rang as someone entered. Boren laughed loudly somewhere in the cafe. But Julian kept staring at the letter. He remembered his first days as keeper. How uncertain he'd been. Whether he was qualified. Whether the store was too much responsibility. Whether he should simply sell things and avoid becoming involved. Now, somewhere in a world he had only recently discovered, a family Julian had never met had survived a difficult winter. Not because Julian was a hero. Because he'd listened. Because he'd traded fairly. Because he'd helped people find something useful. The small things mattered. Sometimes far beyond what he could see. Lyria sat beside him. You okay? Julian handed her the letter. She read it. Then smiled. You should keep this one. Julian looked toward the bulletin board. No. He carefully folded it. This one's private. He placed it inside the drawer beneath the counter. A place where he kept important things. His grandfather's notes. The first Crossroads coin he'd earned. A drawing from Noel. The frostgrass bracelet from Kale. And now, a letter from someone he'd never met. Not every letter is happy. Then came a difficult one. A letter from Vera. Elias recognized the seal. It's from a village called Belmere. Julian opened it. The village school had heard about the Grand Archive's new collection. Their teacher wanted books, but they couldn't afford many. 23 children shared 6 surviving textbooks. Julian frowned. His first instinct was simple. Give them books. He could afford it, but he remembered Nerissa Tidewell's words. We don't want charity. We want trade. Not everyone wanted to be treated like someone helpless. So Julian wrote back. What does Belmere make? The answer arrived 2 days later. Clay. Belmere sat beside rich red earth used for pottery. The village made bowls, tiles, cups, storage jars, and small clay writing tablets. Julian smiled. There was the beginning. Elias helped organize the arrangement. Belmere pottery would be sold during Crossroads market days. Part of the proceeds would purchase school materials. The Crossroads would guarantee a fair starting order. No enormous debt. No dependency. Just an opportunity. When Julian explained the arrangement to Noel, the little elf frowned. Why not just give them books? Julian thought. Sometimes giving is good. Then why not? Because sometimes people want to solve their own problem. Noel looked confused. Julian picked up one of Garrick's bread loaves. If Garrick couldn't sell bread, would it be better to give him money forever? Or help people discover his bakery? Noel immediately answered. Bakery. Exactly. Noel nodded slowly. Helping isn't always giving things. Julian smiled. No. Sometimes it's opening a door. Noel looked toward the magical entrance. Then grinned. We have lots of those. Julian laughed. Yes, we do. The first Crossroads mailbox. After 3 days, they had processed all 433 letters. Unfortunately, there were now 97 new ones. Julian refused to repeat the process. So he gathered Rena, Talia, and Elias. We're creating an actual postal system. Rena's ears shot upward. Talia's wings spread. Elias immediately opened a notebook. Julian pointed at all three. Simple. They froze. Simple, Julian repeated. No giant bureaucracy. Elias slowly closed one notebook. No 47 forms. Rena hid several pieces of paper. No premium express dragon delivery. Talia looked offended. That was one idea. No. They established the Crossroads mail service. The system would initially operate only between trusted connected locations. Couriers remained responsible for their own world's routes. The Crossroads would act as an exchange point. Mail arrived, got sorted, then departed with approved couriers. Personal mail remained private. Public messages could be posted with permission. Emergency notices received priority. Trade correspondence went to Julian or the relevant merchants. Simple. At least, Julian hoped. Boren built the first mailbox. It was made from reinforced ironpeak steel. Julian stared. Why is it so heavy? Security. It's a mailbox. A secure mailbox. It weighs 80 kilograms. No thieves carrying that away. Julian couldn't argue. Marina decorated it with a pearl shell. Winterden added a frostgrass ribbon. Talia attached a golden courier feather. Rena added her guild symbol. Elias wrote the rules in multiple languages. Noel added a drawing of rabbit. Julian stared. Why? So people know it's the mailbox. How does rabbit indicate mail? Noel looked at him as though the answer were obvious. He has a letter. Julian examined the drawing. Rabbit was indeed holding an envelope. Fine. Above the mailbox, Julian placed a sign. Crossroads Mail. Letters travel farther when someone carries them. Beneath it, personal mail, trade messages, community notices. All peaceful worlds welcome. The first delivery. The first official Crossroads mail letter wasn't royal. It wasn't a trade contract. It wasn't important political correspondence. It was from Yuki. Addressed to Noel. Noel opened it excitedly. Inside was a drawing. Yuki had drawn rabbit. Above him was a new name. Sir Flopping Tea On. Noel gasped in horror. No. Julian started laughing. No. Rena leaned over. Sir Floppington is good. No. Talia nodded. Distinguished. Stop. Noel grabbed a piece of paper. He immediately began writing a response. Julian watched. What are you writing? A complaint. That's not what mail is. She started it. Julian laughed. The first Crossroads postal dispute had begun. Between two children. Over the name of a stuffed rabbit. Perfect. Messages across worlds. That evening, the notebook opened. Crossroads community upgrade. Crossroads mail service established. Primary couriers. Rena Swiftpaw, Verdant Routes. Talia Windfeather, Highwind Routes. Approved local couriers, connected settlements. New community function. Correspondence exchange. Connected peaceful communities may send letters through the Crossroads. Potential effects. Maintain friendships. Reconnect separated families. Support trade. Share knowledge. Distribute community warnings. Strengthen relationships between worlds. Then another page appeared. Keeper's lesson. A road connects places. A letter connects people who cannot walk that road together. Julian read the sentence slowly. The Crossroads had begun as a store. Then became a cafe. A meeting place. A market. A library exchange. Now, a post office. Julian wondered what his grandfather would think. Probably laugh. Then ask whether Julian had remembered to charge reasonable postage. Before closing, Julian checked the new mailbox. One letter waited inside. No recipient. Only. To the Crossroads. Julian opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Many names had been written across it. Dozens. At the bottom was a message. We met at your festival. We were strangers. Now we write every week. Thank you for giving us somewhere to meet. Julian smiled. He pinned that one to the Community Bulletin Board. Public. Simple. Exactly where it belonged. Outside, the world tree rustled. The golden wayfinder sapling in the hidden garden glowed softly. The branches connected to the known worlds remained steady. But one branch did something strange. It didn't glow. Instead, its leaves disappeared. One by one. Not dying. Vanishing. As if the world connected to it were slowly being erased. The notebook flew open. Julian's smile disappeared. Warning. Existing world route destabilizing. Connection. Unknown. Cuz. Route collapse. Julian frowned. Existing. He had never seen this world before. The next line appeared. Old Crossroads route. Detected. Last active connection. 27 years ago. Julian froze. 27 years. His grandfather's time. Then, a faint sound came from outside. Ding. The store doors opened, but there was no bright kingdom beyond them. No forest, no sea, no mountains, only fog. And through it, a figure slowly approached. An old woman wearing a faded traveling cloak. She stopped at the entrance, looked around the convenience store, then toward Julian. Tears immediately filled her eyes. Mateo. Julian couldn't speak. The woman stared at him for another moment. Then her expression changed. She understood. No, she whispered. You're not him. Her hands trembled. You're his grandson. Julian slowly nodded. The woman closed her eyes and smiled through her tears. Then, she stepped across the threshold. The Crossroads really did survive. Chapter 10. The Customer Who Knew Grandfather. The old woman stood just beyond the doorway. Fog curled around her boots. Her faded traveling cloak was patched in several places, and a weathered leather satchel hung from one shoulder. She looked tired. Not the sort of tired that came from missing a night's sleep. It was the exhaustion of someone who had been traveling for a very long time. But her eyes remained fixed on Julian. You're his grandson. Julian's hand tightened around the leather notebook. Yes. The old woman's smile trembled. For a moment, neither spoke. Behind Julian, the convenience store continued as usual. The refrigerators hummed. The coffee machine clicked. A forest spirit slept inside a basket near the cafe. Letters waited inside the new Crossroads mailbox. Everything was ordinary, except for the woman standing at the entrance of a road that hadn't opened in 27 years. Julian finally stepped aside. Please come in. She looked around slowly, then whispered. Still the same words. Julian followed her gaze. Above the entrance hung the wooden sign he'd kept since inheriting the store. Everyone is welcome. The woman touched the edge of the sign. Mateo put that there after our third argument. Julian blinked. You argued with my grandfather. The woman laughed through her tears. Constantly. Julian stared. Then, despite everything, he smiled. Okay. He gestured toward the cafe. I definitely need to hear this story. Her name was Alara. Julian made tea. The old woman requested coffee instead. Black. No sugar. Mateo used to ask me that every time. Julian paused, then quietly poured the coffee. She sat at the corner table. Not just any table. Grandfather's old table. Julian noticed immediately. You've been here before. Many times. She ran her fingers over the wooden surface. There used to be a scratch here. Julian pointed. It's underneath. The table had been refinished years ago, but the mark remained faintly visible. Alara smiled. He tried to move a sword crate by himself. Julian stared. A sword crate. He insisted he didn't need help. That sounds like Grandpa. It fell. That also sounds like Grandpa. Alara laughed. A warm, tired laugh. The tension eased slightly. The notebook opened. Returning customer detected. Name: Alara Vane. Race: human. Origin: Kingdom of Lumerus. Occupation: traveling healer. Original registration: 31 years ago. Last visit: 27 years ago. Trust status: old friend of the Crossroads. Julian stared at the words. 31 years. She had known the store long before him. Long before Julian even understood what the Crossroads was. Alara Vane. He looked at her. That's your name. She nodded. Most people call me Alara. Julian sat opposite her. I'm Julian Reyes. I know. She smiled. You have Mateo's eyes. Julian looked down at his coffee. People had told him that before. But hearing it from someone who had known his grandfather here, at the Crossroads, felt different. Before Julian, Alara looked around the convenience store. So much has changed. The cafe wasn't here. No. The bulletin board. No. World Tree. She nearly choked on her coffee. The what? Julian pointed toward the garden. Alara turned. She froze. Mateo. Julian frowned. What? That ridiculous man actually did it. Did what? Alara stood and walked toward the window. Her hands pressed against the glass. The World Tree. She laughed quietly. He talked about growing one. You knew. He had a seed. Julian immediately stood. My grandfather had the seed. Alara nodded. For years. Julian's mind raced. The World Tree had awakened after he'd inherited the store. He'd assumed it was something new. But perhaps, His grandfather had planted the beginning. Why didn't it grow? Alara looked at him. Because Mateo couldn't make it. Julian blinked. What? He tried. Magic. Rare soil. Water from enchanted springs. Once he bought fertilizer from a goblin. Julian stared. Did it work? It exploded. Julian covered his face. Of course it did. Alara laughed. He eventually realized the seed didn't need magical soil. She turned toward Julian. It needed connections. Julian went still. Alara pointed toward the glowing branches. Every friendship. Every safe road. Every peaceful trade. Every person who found their way here and left knowing they could return. That was what the seed needed. Julian looked at the enormous tree. So Grandpa started it. Alara nodded. And you made it grow. Julian said nothing. He suddenly felt very small beneath the branches. Not insignificant. Just part of something that had begun before him. Mateo the merchant. Julian returned to the cafe. I want to know about him. Alara smiled. What do you want to know? Everything. That's dangerous. Why? Mateo had terrible ideas. Julian laughed. Start there. Apparently, Julian's grandfather had not always been the calm, wise keeper Julian remembered. Young Mateo Reyes had been reckless, curious, stubborn, and absolutely convinced he could sell anything to anyone. He once tried selling umbrellas to cloud spirits. Julian stared. Why? It was raining. They're clouds. I told him that. Alara sipped her coffee. He said they might appreciate staying dry. Julian dropped his forehead onto the table. Another time, Mateo had purchased hundreds of glowing mushrooms from dwarves. He believed Earth restaurants would love them. Unfortunately, they screamed when cooked. Julian slowly lifted his head. They what? Screamed. Why? Defense mechanism. Did Grandpa know? No. What happened? One restaurant tried them. Julian covered his face again. Alara laughed. Mateo learned to research products before selling them after that. Julian smiled. That sounded familiar. Many of Julian's own lessons had probably begun as his grandfather's mistakes. But he changed. Alara's expression softened. At first, Mateo thought the Crossroads was about opportunity. Money. Partly. Adventure. Mostly. She looked around. But eventually, he started remembering people's names. Then their families. Their favorite foods. Their problems. Who was sick? Who was getting married? Whose child had started school? Alara smiled. One day he realized he wasn't running a store anymore. Julian looked toward the cafe. What was he running? A place people trusted. Why Alara came? Julian eventually asked the question that mattered most. What happened to your world? Alara's smile disappeared. The fog beyond the doorway shifted. Lumerous. She whispered the name as though saying it too loudly might break something. It was beautiful. Green valleys. Old cities. Rivers. Running beneath white stone bridges. Small farming villages. Magic schools. Healers. Craftspeople. Ordinary families. Nothing legendary. Nothing particularly special. Home. 27 years ago. Alara continued. The roads began failing. Crossroads roads. All magical roads. Something was happening to Lumerous. Magic became unstable. Teleportation circles failed. Portals collapsed. Even ordinary enchanted paths disappeared. Mateo tried to keep the Crossroads connection open. He couldn't. Alara looked down. Our last night here. Mateo kept the door open for almost 6 hours. He burned through every reserve crystal the store had. Why? People were trying to get home. Julian went still. Travelers from Lumerous had been visiting the Crossroads when their world's roots began collapsing. If the connection closed, they would be stranded. Mateo refused to let that happen. He kept the door open. One customer at a time. One family at a time. Until everyone returned. Alara had been last. You were here. She nodded. Mateo wanted me to stay. Why? He knew the route might never reopen. Julian swallowed. And you went back. The family was there. Simple. Of course she had. Alara looked toward the fog. Before I crossed, Mateo gave me something. She reached into her satchel. Then placed an old object on the table. A small brass bell. Julian recognized it immediately. Not the exact bell, but the design. It matched the bell above the Crossroads entrance. Alara touched it gently. He said. Her voice trembled. If the road ever remembers you, ring this. Julian stared at the bell. And you kept it for 27 years. I rang it every year. Silence. Once. On the same night. Every year. Julian's chest tightened. Nothing happened. No. Until now. Alara nodded. Until now. The world that was disappearing. Julian opened the notebook. Why is the route collapsing again? The pages turned. Lumerous route analysis. World stability. Normal. Magical road network. Severely degraded. Crossroads connection. 14%. Estimated natural collapse. Soon. Julian frowned. The world itself is fine. Alara looked surprised. What? It's the road. He showed her. Lumerous isn't disappearing. Alara stared at the page. Then suddenly stood. Then, hope entered her expression. We're not losing our home. No. Julian smiled. Just the connection. Alara sat again. Her hands trembled. For decades, people in Lumerous had believed their world was slowly being cut away from all others. But it wasn't dying. It was isolated. There was a difference. A very important difference. Can you fix it? Alara asked. Julian looked toward the world tree. I don't know. That was the truth. He wouldn't promise something he couldn't deliver. But I'll try to understand what's wrong. Alara nodded. That's enough. Grandfather's old records. Julian searched his grandfather's storage room. He'd gone through it before. But now he knew what to look for. Lumerous. Old roots. Alara. 27 years ago. He found a box beneath a shelf. Dust covered the lid. Written across it. Lumerous, do not throw away. Julian laughed softly. Grandpa. Inside were trade records. Maps. Customer names. Letters. And a notebook. Not magical. Just an ordinary Earth notebook. Julian opened it. Mateo's handwriting filled the pages. Lumerous route. Day 1. Beautiful place. Excellent apples. Terrible roads. Julian smiled. He turned the page. Year 2. Alara says I overcharge for coffee. Alara is wrong. From across the room. I was right. Julian jumped. Alara stood in the doorway. How long have you been there? Long enough. They continued reading. The notes became more serious. Year 4. Road instability increasing. No known cause. Year 5. Connections failing outside. Lumerous. Alara worried. Year 6. Crossroads route weakening. Need backup. Then, the final entry. Julian stopped. Last day. Got everyone home. Alara last. Door closed at 4:17 a.m. Couldn't reopen. She took the bell. If anyone finds this someday. The road didn't reject Lumerous. Something stopped remembering the way. Julian read the sentence again. Stopped remembering. The Wayfinder sapling flashed in his thoughts. Lost travelers. Guidance. Roads. Memory. Noel's little tree. Julian brought Alara to the wandering garden. This time, Noel came too. With permission. With his parents' permission. With Julian. And after approximately 12 reminders not to wander away. I know. Noel wore his green Crossroads little helper apron. You said it 12 times. Good. Can I explore? No. 13. Alara laughed. I like him. Noel smiled. They reached the Wayfinder sapling. Its golden leaves shimmered. But when Alara approached, one leaf turned gray. The notebook opened. Forgotten route detected. Lumerous. Wayfinder recognition. Incomplete. Julian crouched. So the tree can't find the road. Alara frowned. How do we make it remember? Noel tilted his head. Then asked something simple. Does the tree know anyone from there? Julian looked at him. What? If it guides people. Noel pointed toward Alara. Maybe it needs to know where home is. Julian stared. Alara slowly smiled. Children, she whispered. Always asking the obvious question adults forget. Remembering home. They tried something. Not magic. Stories. Alara sat beside the Wayfinder sapling. And talked. She described Lumerous. Her village. The river behind her childhood home. The bakery that made honey cakes every spring. The healer's garden where she'd trained. The white bridge. The bell tower. The mountains visible during winter. The smell of rain. The sound of market mornings. Ordinary things. Home things. As she spoke, the gray leaf slowly changed. Gold returned to its edges. Noel sat beside her. What color is your house? Blue. Do you have cats? 3. What are their names? Alara laughed. Pebble, Storm, and Potato. Noel stared. Potato. He looks like one. Good name. Julian sighed. So Potato is acceptable but Rabbit isn't. Noel ignored him. More leaves brightened. The notebook appeared. Wayfinder principle identified. Roads are strengthened by remembered destinations. A place forgotten becomes difficult to reach. Julian understood. The crossroads wasn't simply connecting coordinates. It connected relationships, memory, intent, people knowing where they wanted to return. For 27 years, Lumerus had been cut away. Fewer people outside remembered it. Its magical roots faded, but Alara remembered, Mateo had remembered, and the crossroads had kept a record. The bell rings again. Alara removed the brass bell. Should I? Julian nodded. She rang it. Chime. A small sound. Nothing grand. But the Wayfinder sapling exploded with golden light. The wandering garden shook. A path appeared. Not stable. Not complete. But there. The notebook opened. Old route recognized. Lumerus. Connection restored. 23%. Status. Fragile. Permanent stabilization requirements. Renewed travel. Remembered destinations. Safe exchange. Living relationships. Julian smiled. He knew how to do those things. Not instantly. Not recklessly. Slowly. One traveler. One trade. One friendship at a time. Exactly how the crossroads had grown before. Alara began crying. Noel reached into his pocket. He offered her a tissue. She accepted it. Thank you. Noel nodded seriously. Little helper. Alara laughed through her tears. Very important job. Noel looked smugly at Julian. Julian sighed. Don't encourage him. The first Lumerus customer. They returned to the store. The doorway remained filled with fog. But now, shapes were visible beyond it. Trees. A road. A distant blue-roofed house. Alara stared. That's. Her voice broke. Home. Julian smiled. Looks like the crossroads remembers. Alara stepped toward the doorway. Then stopped. She turned around. Julian. Yes. She walked back. And hugged him. Julian froze. Then gently returned it. You didn't reopen a shop today. Alara whispered. You reopened 27 years of waiting. Julian swallowed. We're not done yet. I know. She pulled back. But Mateo would be proud. Julian looked away for a moment. That sentence hurt. In a good way. Before leaving, Alara placed several silver coins on the counter. Julian blinked. What's that? My coffee. You don't have to. She narrowed her eyes. Your grandfather never gave me free coffee. Julian smiled. Apparently you complained about the price. I did. You still bought it. Every time. Julian accepted the coins. Then welcome back. Alara smiled. Good answer. The keeper before him. After she left, Julian sat alone at grandfather's old table. The store had gone quiet. He opened Mateo's notebook again. Near the back was a page Julian hadn't noticed. A list. Names. Hundreds. Beside some names were notes. Likes sweet tea. Son studying medicine. Needs larger boots. Never sell him spicy noodles again. Ask about daughter's wedding. Julian laughed softly. It wasn't a customer database. It was people. Grandfather had remembered them. Julian looked toward his own community bulletin board. Letters. Drawings. Photographs. Trade notices. Names. Stories. Without realizing it, he had begun doing exactly the same thing. Not copying Mateo. Continuing something. In his own way. The magical notebook opened. Old Crossroads route recovered. Kingdom of Lumerus. Current stability. 23%. Status. Restoration in progress. Returning customer registered. Alara Vane. Race. Human. Occupation. Traveling healer. Relationship. Old friend of Mateo Reyes. Friend of Julian Reyes. Legacy record discovered. Mateo Reyes. Former keeper of the crossroads. Primary philosophy. Remember the customer before remembering the sale. Julian stared at the sentence. Then smiled. Yeah, that sounds like Grandpa. One final page appeared. Keeper's lesson. Inheritance is not repeating what came before. It is understanding what was entrusted to you, and deciding how you will carry it forward. Julian closed the notebook. When he'd first inherited the convenience store, he'd thought grandfather had left him a building. Then he learned he'd inherited magic. Then responsibility. Now Julian understood something else. He had inherited relationships, promises, roads people once walked, memories waiting to be found again. But those things didn't mean Julian had to become Mateo. The cafe was Julian's idea. The bulletin board, the mail service, The interworld market. The living knowledge project. The friendships growing between worlds. Those belonged to Julian's Crossroads. The foundation had been his grandfather's. The future would be his. Before going to bed, Julian added something beneath the wooden sign at the entrance. The old sign still read, "Everyone is welcome." Beneath it, Julian placed a smaller one. "And if you've been here before, welcome back." He stepped away. Perfect. Outside, the restored Lumerous branch glowed faintly. Only 23%. Fragile, but alive. Then another branch moved. Not a new world this time. Several existing branches bent toward one another. Highwind, Winterden, Coralhaven, Stonehill, Vera. Their lights connected. The notebook opened by itself. Interworld trade network threshold reached. Independent trade between connected worlds is increasing. Crossroads market expansion recommended. Then, new feature approaching. Permanent merchant. Stalls. Julian stared. No. The notebook waited. I just finished the festival. A new line appeared. Market applications received. 63. Julian's face went blank. 63. 64. A letter materialized in the mailbox. Julian pointed accusingly. Stop counting. 65. Stop. From the cafe, Boren shouted. Julian, I want a stall. Julian closed his eyes. The Crossroads had remembered an old road. Unfortunately, everyone else seemed determined to open a shop on it. Chapter 11. Market Day at the Crossroads. Julian had 65 applications sitting on his counter. He stared at them, then at the magical notebook, then back at the applications. No. The notebook opened. Permanent merchant stall applications. Current applications. 65. Another envelope appeared inside the Crossroads mailbox. Pop. The page changed. Current applications. 66. Julian pointed at the notebook. Don't. From the cafe, Boren shouted. Did mine arrive? Julian closed his eyes. Boren, you handed yours directly to me. Good. Didn't want it lost in the mail. You wrote it on the back of a food receipt. That isn't an application. It has my name. Julian rubbed his forehead. Somehow, connecting worlds was easier than managing merchants. A store becoming a marketplace. The Festival of 100 Worlds had changed everything. Before the festival, most trade passed through Julian. He bought goods. He sold goods. He arranged exchanges. He introduced merchants. It was manageable. Mostly. But after the festival, people had begun contacting each other directly. Winterden weavers wanted to sell frostgrass clothing to Aerith. Garrick wanted a permanent bread stall. Coralhaven craftspeople wanted to sell pearl jewelry. Veyron bookbinders wanted to offer notebooks and journals. Ironpeak smiths wanted to sell cookware. Blooming Vale fairies wanted to sell flower charms. And Boren. Julian looked at the dwarf's application. Stall name, Boren's Good Stuff. Products, good stuff. Prices, good. Qualifications, Boren. Julian stared. Boren. The dwarf looked up from his breakfast. What? This tells me nothing. It tells you everything. No. No. Boren took another bite of bread. We disagree. Julian looked toward the world tree outside. His grandfather had once used the Crossroads primarily as a store. Julian had expanded it into a cafe, a meeting place, a postal exchange, and a bridge for trade. Now the people crossing that bridge wanted something new. Their own space. Not everything needed to belong to Julian. He understood that, but if he was going to allow a permanent market, there had to be rules. The first rule. Julian called a meeting. Representatives from each connected trade route gathered in the cafe. Rena, Talia, Marina, Kale and Mira Frosttail, Garrick, Elias, Lyria, Boren, several merchants from Aerith, Ironpeak, Blooming Vale, and Vera. Even Ilara had returned from Lumerous. Noel sat at the end of the table wearing his Crossroads little helper apron. Julian looked at him. Why are you in the merchant meeting? Noel held up a notebook. I'm taking notes. Julian looked at the page. There was a drawing of Rabbit wearing a crown. No, you're not. I'm practicing. Julian sighed. Fine. Quietly. Noel nodded seriously. Julian stood. If we're opening permanent stalls, there will be rules. Boren raised his hand. Can I sell ale? No. Boren lowered his hand. Bad rules. Julian ignored him. He placed a large board at the front. Crossroads Market Rules. 1. Fair prices. No exploiting customers unfamiliar with your world's goods. 2. Honest descriptions. No claiming ordinary products are magical when they aren't. Several merchants suddenly avoided eye contact. Julian noticed. We'll discuss that later. 3. Safe products only. No cursed items. No unstable potions. No dangerous creatures. A fairy merchant slowly lowered a cage beneath the table. Julian stared. What's in there? Nothing. Something inside hissed. No. The fairy sighed. 4. Respect other cultures. Ask questions. Don't insult customs you don't understand. 5. Trade must be voluntary. No pressure. No deception. No unfair debt. 6. The crossroads is neutral ground. Arguments stay peaceful. Old conflicts remain outside. The room became quieter at that one. Julian continued. 7. Every merchant cleans their own stall. Boren immediately objected. Unreasonable. Absolutely reasonable. Can I hire someone? Yes. Boren turned toward Noel. Boy. Julian pointed. No. Noel whispered. I would have done it for cookies. That's exactly why I'm saying no. Then Julian wrote the final rule. 8. People come before profit. Everyone looked at it. Julian put down the marker. If making money requires hurting someone, lying to them, or taking advantage of them, you don't belong here. No one argued. Boren raised his mug. Good rule. Julian smiled. Thank you. Still don't like Rule 7. Sit down. Who gets a stall? 66 applications. Only 12 permanent stalls were available initially. Julian refused to choose based on who he liked most. That would be unfair, so Elias helped create a simple review system. Usefulness, safety, fair pricing, ability to maintain supply, uniqueness, community benefit, and whether the merchant could follow Crossroads rules. Boren stared at the form. Too many words. You sell metalwork. I. Fill it out. I make good pans. Write that. Boren wrote. I make good pans. Julian sighed. At least it was progress. Garrick's application. Garrick's application was perfect. Almost suspiciously perfect. Julian looked at him. Who helped you? The giant baker looked guilty. Elias. From another table, Elias adjusted his glasses. He needed help with formatting. Julian read. Business. Stonehill Bakery. Products. Fresh bread, travel bread, sweet rolls. Supply capacity. Stable. Safety. High. Cross-world demand. Proven. Community contribution. Will donate unsold safe bread to the Crossroads Community Kitchen rather than waste it. Julian stopped. Community Kitchen. Garrick looked nervous. I thought, if food doesn't sell, someone could still eat it. Julian smiled. Good idea. Garrick relaxed. The Crossroads didn't have a community kitchen yet. But Julian wrote the idea down. Maybe someday. Marina's application. Marina didn't apply for herself. Instead, she represented 3 Coralhaven craftspeople. Pearl jewelry. Shell carvings. Waterproof storage products adapted using techniques they'd learned through the Crossroads. Julian picked up one waterproof pouch. This design is different. Marina smiled proudly. We improved it. The original Earth vacuum bags had helped Coralhaven. Now Coralhaven had created its own version using treated seaweed fiber. Reusable. Flexible. Naturally waterproof. Julian turned it over. Could Talia use these? The birdfolk courier immediately leaned across the table. Give me that. Marina laughed. See. Julian smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Not permanent dependence on Earth products. Innovation. Adaptation. Then trade. The 12. After 3 days of review, Julian selected the first 12 market stalls. Not 12 people. Some stalls represented entire communities. 1. Stonehill Bakery. Garrick's breads and baked goods. 2. Winterden Weavers. Frostgrass scarves, gloves, blankets, and travel clothing. 3. Coralhaven Crafts. Pearl jewelry, shellwork, waterproof storage goods. 4. Ironpeak Forge and Kitchen. Cookware, durable tools, and household metalwork. Boren celebrated loudly. I told you my pans were good. Julian sighed. 5. Blooming Vale. Garden. Flower charms, harmless magical plants, scented oils. 6. Veyron Bookbinders. Journals, archival paper, handmade books. 7. Highwind Travel Goods. Lightweight bags, windproof cloaks, courier equipment. 8. Verdant Plains Produce. Fruit, Grains, herbs, preserved foods. 9. Moon forest remedies. Approved non-dangerous teas, herbs, and wellness goods. 10. Lumerous healer's corner. Simple healing supplies, herbal knowledge, and travel remedies supervised by Alara. 11. Crossroads Book Exchange. Books and approved public knowledge from different worlds. 12. Rotating guest stall. A changing stall for small merchants who couldn't maintain a permanent location. That last one mattered to Julian. He didn't want established merchants taking every opportunity. Small traders deserved a chance too. The night before opening, the Crossroads garden expanded again. Not as large as during the festival. This time, a permanent stone path appeared beside the store. 12 beautiful wooden stalls formed a semicircle around a smaller branch of the world tree. Each adapted subtly to its merchant. Garrick's stall had reinforced counters. Marina's included a shallow water channel. The Highwind stall had elevated perches. Blooming Vale's stall grew living flowers along its roof. Boren stared at his. Needs a forge. No forge. Small forge. No. Decorative forge. Does it produce fire? Maybe. No. Boren sighed. You hate craftsmanship. I hate insurance problems. Boren didn't know what that meant. But Julian sounded serious enough that he stopped asking. Opening morning. Julian arrived before sunrise. For once, he wasn't rushing. He walked slowly through the empty market. Fresh bread filled the air with a warm scent. Frostgrass scarves hung neatly from Winterden's stall. Pearls shimmered beneath Coralhaven lanterns. Books lined Vera's shelves. Ironpeak pans hung from wooden hooks. It was beautiful, but Julian felt strangely nervous. Lyria found him standing beneath the market sign. You look worried. I am. Why? Julian looked around. This is different. The cafe was his responsibility. The convenience store was his responsibility. But these stalls. Other people are trusting me with their businesses. Lyria smiled. And you're trusting them with your Crossroads. Julian looked at her. She nodded toward the market. Seems fair. Julian laughed softly. You're getting annoyingly wise. I've been spending too much time with Elder Mira. Clearly. The bell rings. At 9 in the morning. Julian stood at the entrance. Noelle held a small brass bell. Can I? Julian smiled. Go ahead. Noelle rang it. Ding, ding, ding. Then shouted. Market open. The doors activated. Customers arrived. And chaos began. Market day. Garrick sold out of honey rolls in 40 minutes. He stared at the empty basket. I made 80. Julian smiled. Make 90 next time. 200. Don't overproduce. 100. Better. Garrick was learning. Winterden's stall attracted birdfolk almost immediately. A courier tried on a frostgrass wing wrap. She stretched her wings. So light. Mira Frosttail smiled. My daughter helped choose that pattern. Yuki, sitting behind the counter, puffed up proudly. I picked the blue. The courier bought it. Yuki turned toward her mother. I sold something. Mira hugged her. Julian watched from a distance. A few months ago, Winterden had worried about surviving winter. Now its weavers had customers from the sky. At Coralhaven Crafts, Talia bought 6 waterproof courier pouches. Marina crossed her arms. Didn't you say birdfolk equipment was superior? Talia looked away. I said lightweight. You said superior. Did I? I remember. Rena appeared. She did. Talia betrayed her immediately. You weren't there. I heard about it. From WHO. Marina grinned. Julian walked away. He had learned when not to get involved. Growth. The first problem. Around noon, Julian heard shouting. 2 merchants stood near the guest stall. One was a dwarf. The other, a birdfolk trader. Thief. Fraud. Julian immediately approached. Stop. Both started talking at once. He copied. She stole. One at a time. The problem involved a cooking pot. The birdfolk merchant was selling a lightweight travel pot. The dwarf claimed the handle design had been copied from Ironpeak cookware. The birdfolk insisted she developed it independently. Customers gathered. Julian felt every eye turned toward him. This was the part he'd feared. Being fair when friends were involved. The dwarf was from Boren's community. The birdfolk trader knew Talia. Julian couldn't simply choose a side. Nobody sells this item until we understand what happened. Both merchants protested. Julian remained firm. Temporary pause. Then he called Boren and Talia. Not as judges. As translators of their own crafts. They compared designs. Measurements. Materials. Old examples. Eventually, they discovered something almost funny. Neither had copied the other. Both handles were based on the same practical principle. Foldable grips that reduced storage space. Different worlds had independently invented similar solutions. The dwarf scratched his beard. Huh. The birdfolk folded her wings. Huh. Julian looked at both. Anything you'd like to say? They looked at each other. The dwarf muttered, sorry. The birdfolk replied, me too. Then she picked up the iron-peak pot. This hinges better. The dwarf examined hers. Your locking clip's clever. 5 minutes later, they were discussing a collaboration. Julian stared. Boren slapped his shoulder. Business. Julian laughed. Sometimes solving conflict didn't mean deciding who won. Sometimes nobody had to lose. A customer with almost nothing. Late in the afternoon, Julian noticed a small goblin standing near the market entrance. She wore patched clothing. A large basket hung from her back. She walked from stall to stall, but bought nothing. Julian approached. First time. She jumped. Ah, sorry. The goblin looked embarrassed. Yes, my name's Julian. Pippa. She stared toward the stalls. I heard small merchants can sell here. Julian nodded. At the rotating stall, her shoulders dropped. I don't have enough. Enough what? Goods. She opened her basket. Inside were tiny handmade buttons. Wood, bone, stone, seeds, shells. Dozens of different designs. They're just buttons. Julian picked one up. It was carved like a tiny leaf. This is beautiful. Pippa shook her head. Nobody travels worlds for buttons. Julian thought about that, then looked around. Frostgrass clothing, highwind cloaks, Veyron journals, travel bags, children's crafts. Maybe they don't travel for buttons. He smiled. But people wearing clothes need them. Julian introduced Pippa to Mira. Mira examined the buttons. Her eyes lit up. These would look beautiful on frostgrass coats. Then Talia. Lightweight. Then Veyron bookbinders. One suggested using decorative buttons as journal clasps. Pippa stared as orders began forming. Not huge orders. 20. Then 30. Then 50. Her eyes filled with tears. I thought. She whispered. I wasn't a real merchant. Julian smiled. You made something people wanted. That's real enough. The rotating stall. Julian gave Pippa the guest stall for the final 2 hours. She carefully arranged her buttons. No fancy signs. No magical display. Just handmade goods. Noel became her first customer. He bought one small rabbit-shaped button. Julian stared at him. With what money? Noel proudly held up 2 Crossroads coins. Papa gave me. Allowance. Julian nodded. Fair. Noel handed the button to Julian. For my apron. Julian smiled. That evening, he sewed it onto Noel's little helper apron. Pippa watched. She looked happier than merchants who had earned 10 times as much. Every customer had a story. Apparently, every merchant did too. Closing time. At sunset, Noel rang the bell again. Market closed. Several customers groaned. Boren shouted. 5 more minutes. Julian pointed at the sign. Closed. I'm making money. You've been here 10 hours. Exactly. Boren. The dwarf reluctantly began packing. The merchants gathered beneath the world tree. Julian reviewed the day. No major injuries. No scams. 1 argument. Several new trade partnerships. 187 completed purchases. And Boren had somehow sold every pan. The dwarf crossed his arms smugly. Good pans. Julian sighed. Yes. Say it properly. No. Julian. Fine. He looked at everyone. Boren makes good pans. Boren raised both fists. Victory. Something Julian didn't expect. When the market emptied, Julian realized he'd barely sold anything from the convenience store that day. Normally, that would have worried him. Instead, he smiled. People didn't need him to personally stand between every trade anymore. Winterden could sell directly to Aerith. Coralhaven could sell to couriers. Pippa could find customers herself. The Crossroads was still Julian's responsibility. But it didn't need to revolve around Julian. That felt important. The notebook opened. Crossroads Market established. Status, permanent. Initial merchant stalls, 12. First market day, successful. Customer satisfaction, high. Trade disputes resolved, 1. New merchant partnerships, 7. Boren's opinion of his own pans, excessive. From across the garden. Oi! Julian burst out laughing. The notebook turned another page. New merchant registered. Pippa. Race. Goblin. Occupation. Button maker. Business status. Small independent merchant. First Crossroads sales. Successful. Confidence. Improving. Then came the keeper's lesson. Keeper's lesson. A good marketplace does not make the keeper the center of every transaction. It gives people a fair place to meet, then lets them build something together. Julian read the words quietly. At the beginning, he had believed being responsible meant doing everything himself. Stocking, selling, solving, helping, organizing. But responsibility could mean something else. Creating rules, building trust, then stepping aside, letting other people succeed. Maybe growth wasn't always about becoming more necessary. Sometimes, it meant creating something that could thrive without needing you every second. Julian liked that thought, especially because he desperately wanted a day off. After everyone left, Julian walked through the quiet market. One stall still had someone inside. Pippa. She was packing her remaining buttons. Need help? She shook her head. I'm almost finished. Then she hesitated. Keeper. Julian. Julian. She held out a tiny wooden button. It was shaped like a Crossroads sign. For you. Julian accepted it. Payment. No. She smiled shyly. So you remember my stall. Julian looked at the tiny carving. I think I'll remember. Pippa left. Julian stood alone beneath the world tree. Almost. A small figure was asleep behind Garrick's stall. Julian narrowed his eyes. Noelle. No response. He approached. Noelle had fallen asleep beneath a frostgrass blanket. Rabbit tucked beneath one arm. Julian sighed. You have parents, you know. Noelle mumbled in his sleep. Little helper. Julian smiled. He carefully picked him up. Noelle immediately rested his head against Julian's shoulder. Julian carried him toward the store. Then he stopped. The magical notebook had opened on the counter. A new message waited. Not a warning. Not a trade request. Something Julian had never seen before. Keeper notice. Crossroads network has reached sufficient stability. Keeper rest protocol available. Julian stared. Rest. The next page appeared. The Crossroads may now operate for limited periods without the keeper physically present. Julian's mouth fell open. He read it again. Then again. You're telling me. His voice became dangerously quiet. I could have had days off. The notebook added. Previously. Number. Julian relaxed slightly. Oh. Then another line. Now. Yes. Julian stared. He slowly looked toward sleeping Noelle. Then toward the empty market. Then toward the cafe. For months, the Crossroads had become Julian's entire life. He loved it. He loved the people, the worlds, the work. But somewhere along the way, he had almost forgotten that Julian Reyes existed outside being the keeper. The notebook turned one final page. Recommended keeper action. Take one day off. Julian narrowed his eyes. Are you ordering me to rest? Yes. Rude. But Julian smiled. Maybe. Just maybe. He would listen. Chapter 12. The Keeper Takes a Day Off. Julian Reyes had faced many strange things since inheriting the Crossroads Convenience Store. He had negotiated with dwarves, traveled beneath the sea, helped a giant learn to bake, opened trade routes between worlds, built a cafe, helped restore a forgotten library, organized a festival attended by more than 1,000 people, discovered a hidden garden, started an interworld postal service, and, most recently, opened a permanent marketplace where merchants from different worlds could trade directly. Yet somehow, the most terrifying message the magical notebook had ever shown him was still sitting on the counter. Recommended keeper action. Take one day off. Julian stared at it. No. The notebook did nothing. I have work. A new line appeared. Incorrect. Julian frowned. I absolutely have work. Work has been delegated. I need to check inventory. Lyria can check inventory. The cafe. Lyria. The market. Approved merchants operate independently. The mail. Rena and Talia. World connections. Automatic stability protocols active. Julian paused. Emergencies. The notebook waited. Then, keeper will be contacted if necessary. Julian folded his arms. You've prepared for this. Yes. How long? The page changed. Longer than keeper would appreciate knowing. Julian narrowed his eyes. You're getting much too comfortable. The notebook snapped shut. Julian doesn't know how to rest. At 7 in the morning, Julian announced his decision. I'm taking today off. Silence. Lyria stopped pouring tea. Rena froze halfway through eating a sandwich. Talia's wings stopped moving. Boran slowly lowered his mug. Marina stared. Garrick blinked. Elias pushed his glasses higher. Noel gasped. Everyone looked at Julian. Julian frowned. What? Boran stood. He walked toward Julian, then placed both hands on Julian's shoulders. Who are you? Julian stared. Boran. What have you done with Julian? Boran. Answer me. Julian pushed him away. I'm taking one day off. Rena whispered to Talia. Is he sick? I can hear you. Sorry. Lyria smiled. Good. Julian immediately pointed at her. I'll still be nearby. No. No. I need to. Julian. He stopped. Lyria folded her arms. Day. Off. Boran nodded. She's terrifying when she's right. Lyria looked at him. Boran quickly drank his tea. Noel raised his hand. Can I come? Julian looked at him. Come where? Your day off. I don't even know where I'm going. Noel's hand remained raised. Can I come there? Julian sighed. No. Why? Because your parents would probably like to know where you are. Oh. Noel considered this. Can I ask them? Noel. I'm asking. Julian laughed. The problem. At 8 in the morning. Julian left. He walked out through the ordinary earth entrance. Not a magical door. Not another world. Just the street outside the convenience store. He stood on the sidewalk. The morning sun was warm. Cars passed. Someone walked a dog. A delivery truck stopped across the street. Julian put his hands into his pockets. Now what? He had nowhere to be. No shipments. No customers waiting. No trade meeting. No magical crisis. No festival preparations. No route stabilization. Nothing. Julian stood there for 5 full minutes. Then turned around. Ding. He re-entered the store. Lyria looked up. No. I forgot something. What? Julian froze. Wallet. She pointed toward his pocket. Julian looked. His wallet was there. Silence. Lyria pointed toward the door. Julian left again. Breakfast. Julian decided to begin with breakfast. Not convenience store food. Not something eaten while checking inventory. A real breakfast. He found a small cafe several streets away. He ordered coffee, eggs, toast, then sat near the window. His phone remained in his pocket. For approximately 30 seconds. Julian pulled it out. No messages. He put it down. 10 seconds later. Checked again. Still nothing. The waiter brought his coffee. Julian smiled. Thanks. He drank. Then instinctively thought. Our coffee machine needs cleaning. He stopped. No. The woman at the next table looked over. Julian smiled awkwardly. Sorry. His breakfast arrived. Julian took one bite. Then wondered whether Garrick would like Earth-style toast. He stopped again. This is ridiculous. He ate another bite. Maybe frostgrass jam. No. He put down his fork. He had been away from the crossroads for 23 minutes. And somehow, every thought still returned there. Who is Julian without the store? That question followed him after breakfast. Julian walked through the neighborhood. He hadn't done this in months. Not properly. He passed places he'd known before inheriting the store. A bookstore. A park. A small arcade. A bakery. A music shop. Places that had once been part of his ordinary life. Julian stopped outside the bookstore. He remembered spending hours there when he was younger. So he went inside. No trade negotiations. No buying books for Vera. No looking for educational resources. Just browsing. He picked up a mystery novel. Read the back. Interesting. Then he found a fantasy novel. The cover showed an adventurer stepping through a magical portal. Julian stared at it, then put it back. Too much like work. The cashier looked confused. Julian moved on. He bought the mystery novel. For himself. Not Elias. Not the Crossroads Book Exchange. Not Noel. Not a customer. Julian. It felt strangely selfish. Then he realized how ridiculous that thought was. It was one book. He laughed quietly. Maybe he really did need a day off. Back at the crossroads, everything was going perfectly, which was annoying. Lyria checked inventory. The cafe opened normally. Garrick delivered bread. Boran opened his market stall. Rena collected mail. Talia handled Highwind deliveries. Marina helped a new customer understand Crossroads coins. Elias organized book exchange requests. Noel handed welcome cards to new visitors. The world tree remained stable. No portals exploded. No one got lost. No mysterious curses appeared. Nothing happened. Boren leaned against the cafe counter. This feels wrong. Lyria looked at him. What? Everything's peaceful. That's good. Julian isn't here. Also good. Boren gasped. Lyria laughed. You know what I mean. Noel approached. Is Julian coming back? Tonight. Noel frowned. That's long. It's one day. Long. Lyria smiled. You miss him. Noel crossed his arms. No. Then, he sat in Julian's usual chair. And remained there. Lyria said nothing. The park. Julian sat beneath a tree. Not the world tree. Just an ordinary tree. He opened his new novel. Read 3 pages. Then his phone vibrated. Julian nearly dropped the book. He grabbed it. A message from Rena. Rena, everything is fine. Julian stared. Then another. Stop worrying. Julian typed. I wasn't. 3 dots appeared. Rena, liar. Julian sighed. He put his phone away. A few minutes later, another message. Boren, sold 4 pans. Julian replied. Good. Boren, good pans. Julian, yes, Boren. Boren, say it. Julian turned off his phone. Grandfather's bench. Later that afternoon, Julian visited a place he hadn't seen in a long time. A small neighborhood park. Near the far side stood an old wooden bench. Grandfather used to bring him here. Julian sat. For a while, he did nothing. No reading, no phone, no planning. Just sat. He remembered Mateo. Not Mateo the keeper. Not Mateo the merchant Alara had described. Just Grandpa. The man who bought Julian ice cream. Who complained about pigeons. Who fell asleep watching television. Who always carried too many coins in his pockets. Julian smiled. He had spent so much time discovering who his grandfather had been at the crossroads, that he'd almost forgotten the man he'd known outside it. Did you ever take days off? Julian asked the empty bench. No answer. Julian laughed. Probably not. Then he remembered Alara's stories. Mateo had made mistakes, overworked, tried to do everything himself. Maybe grandfather hadn't been perfect at resting either. Julian leaned back. The sky was blue. For once, nothing needed him. That didn't mean he wasn't important. It simply meant the things he'd built were strong enough to stand while he rested. Julian liked that. A customer asks for Julian. At the crossroads. Ding. A small elderly dwarf entered. He looked around. Keeper. Lyria approached. Julian's away today. The dwarf frowned. When's he back? Tomorrow. I need help. Lyria smiled. What do you need? The dwarf pulled out a broken cooking pot. My daughter bought this here. Boren heard. He immediately marched over. My pan. The dwarf looked at him. Handle broke. Boren's face changed. Not anger. Concern. He examined it. Hinge fault. The dwarf nodded. Can it be repaired? Aye. Boren disappeared into his stall. 10 minutes later, the pan was fixed. No Julian required. Later, a birdfolk courier needed help finding Winterden's stall. Noel showed her. A Varen scholar needed a Coralhaven translation contact. Elias handled it. A new fairy didn't understand Earth currency. Lyria explained. A package went to the wrong route. Rena fixed it. One by one, problems appeared. One by one, someone solved them. The crossroads had become a community. Not employees waiting for Julian. Friends who knew what to do. Julian buys something completely useless. In the afternoon, Julian found a small hobby shop. He wandered inside, then saw it, a tiny model convenience store. Julian stared. No. He walked away, then walked back. It had miniature shelves, tiny refrigerators, a little counter. Julian picked it up. This is stupid. He bought it. He sat at another cafe afterward. The model convenience store sat inside the shopping bag. Julian looked at it, then laughed. His day away from the store had resulted in him buying a store. Some things couldn't be helped. A quiet realization. As evening approached, Julian noticed something strange. He felt lighter. Not dramatically. He wasn't suddenly transformed, but his shoulders didn't feel as tense. His mind wasn't constantly counting problems. For months, every new world had meant responsibility. Every customer meant someone Julian wanted to help. Every trade meant something he needed to supervise. Every friendship meant another person he worried about. Julian loved all of it. But love didn't make exhaustion disappear. He finally understood something. Rest wasn't abandoning responsibility. It was part of carrying it. If he burned himself out, the Crossroads wouldn't gain anything. Neither would his friends. Julian took out his phone. He turned it on. 34 messages. He panicked. Then opened them. 14 were boring. Most said, "Good pans." 6 were pictures from Noel. 1 showed Rabbit sitting at the register. Julian immediately typed, "Noel is not allowed at the register." Lyria replied, "He wasn't using it. He posed for the picture." Julian relaxed. Another photo showed Noel sleeping on the cafe sofa. Rena sent, "Little helper ran out of battery." Julian smiled. Then he found a message from Marina. A picture of the market. Busy. Happy. Operating normally. Marina, "See, we didn't destroy anything." Julian replied, "I'm impressed." 3 dots. Marina, "Rude." Julian laughed. Coming home. At 8 in the evening. Julian returned. He stood outside the convenience store. Warm light glowed through the windows. Through the glass, he could see everyone. Lyria behind the cafe counter. Borin arguing with Talia. Rena sorting mail. Marina eating bread. Elias reading. Garrick delivering tomorrow's order. Noel asleep on the sofa. The Crossroads looked alive. Without him. For one brief second, Julian felt something strange. Then Lyria looked through the window. She saw him, smiled, and waved. Rena noticed. Then Marina. Borin. Garrick. Everyone turned. Noel woke because of the noise. He saw Julian. His eyes widened. Julian. He ran toward the door. Ding. Julian barely stepped inside before Noel hugged him. "You're back. I was gone for 1 day. Long." Julian laughed. Borin approached. "Did you relax?" "Yes." "Good." Pause. "Sold 11 pans." Julian sighed. "Congratulations." Borin leaned closer. "Good pans." "Yes." "Say." "No." Lyria handed Julian tea. "How was your day?" Julian thought. "Strange." "Good strange." He smiled. "Eventually." "What did you do?" "Breakfast." "Read." "Sat in a park." "Bought something stupid." Noel immediately looked interested. "What?" Julian opened the bag. He placed the miniature convenience store on the counter. Silence. Then everyone started laughing. Julian crossed his arms. "I know." Marina wiped tears from her eyes. "You took a day away from the store. And bought another store. Apparently." Borin slapped the counter. "He can't escape." Julian laughed too. The little Crossroads. Noel immediately wanted to play with the model. Julian allowed it. Soon, Noel added tiny paper characters. A dwarf. An elf. A merfolk. A giant who was much too large for the model. A fox. A birdfolk. And one tiny paper person behind the counter. Julian pointed. "Who's that?" "You." Noel replied. Then he added several more figures. "Who's that?" "Us." Julian looked. The little paper Julian wasn't alone behind the counter anymore. Lyria stood beside him. Borin. Rena. Talia. Marina. Garrick. Elias. Noel. All crowded into the tiny store. Julian smiled. "That's very crowded." Noel shrugged. "Crossroads is crowded." "Fair." Keeper rest protocol. Before closing, the notebook opened. Keeper rest protocol. First trial. Successful. Keeper absence duration. 12 hours, 43 minutes. Major incidents. 0. Minor incidents. 7. Julian frowned. 7. Lyria looked away. What happened? Nothing important. Define nothing. Borin suddenly became interested in the ceiling. Julian narrowed his eyes. "I don't want to know, do I?" Everyone answered together. "No." Julian sighed. The notebook continued. Crossroads community independence increased. Trusted members can now handle basic store functions during keeper absence. Approved. Responsibilities. Cafe operation. Market management. Mail sorting. Basic customer assistance. Routine trade. Minor disputes. Emergency closure. Keeper remains required for New World authorization. Major magical emergencies. Dangerous trade approval. Crossroads structural changes. Julian nodded. That felt reasonable. Then the final page appeared. Keeper's lesson. Being needed is not the same as needing to be present every moment. Trust means allowing others to carry part of what you built together. Julian read the words twice. He looked around. This place had once been something he inherited. Then it became something he managed. Then something he loved. But somewhere along the way, it had become something they shared. The crossroads wasn't weaker when Julian stepped away. It remained warm, busy, friendly, alive, because Julian had built relationships strong enough to hold it together. Noel tugged his sleeve. Are you taking another day off tomorrow? Julian laughed. Absolutely not. Lyria raised an eyebrow. Next week. Julian looked at her. Excuse me. Next week. Rena nodded. Agreed. Marina raised her hand. Agreed. Talia raised a wing. Agreed. Garrick nodded. Elias nodded. Borin raised both hands. Agreed. Julian stared at everyone. This is still my store. Lyria smiled. Of course. Then I decide. Of course. Julian narrowed his eyes. You're all going to make me take another day off. Yes. Julian sighed. Then smiled. Fine. Something waiting outside. Later that night, everyone went home. Julian locked the earth entrance. Turned off the cafe lights. Checked the market. Fed the forest spirits. He stopped. Why am I feeding you? One spirit hugged a cracker. Friend. Julian sighed. Fine. He returned to the counter. The miniature convenience store sat beside the magical notebook. Julian looked at the tiny paper figures Noel had made. He smiled. Then, ding. Julian looked toward the magical entrance. No world connection was scheduled. The doors opened. Beyond them was an ordinary road. No magical forest. No floating islands. No underwater city. Just a quiet dirt road beneath a sunset. A wagon stood outside. Beside it, a young human man struggled with a broken wheel. Julian waited. The traveler looked up. He noticed the convenience store. His expression became completely baffled. Was that building there 5 seconds ago? Julian smiled. There it was. That expression. He'd seen it many times now. The look of someone whose ordinary day was about to become slightly less ordinary. Julian walked toward the entrance. Need some help? The traveler looked at the broken wagon. Then at Julian. Do you repair wheels? Julian considered it. No. The traveler's shoulders dropped. But, Julian glanced toward the Iron Peak market stall. I know someone who does. The man blinked. Julian opened the door wider. Welcome to the Crossroads Convenience Store. Outside, the world tree gained another tiny leaf. Not yet a branch. Not yet a world. Just the beginning of another road. And this time, Julian didn't immediately wonder what problem he needed to solve. He simply smiled at his new customer. One person at a time. One story at a time. That was enough. Chapter 13. The Merchant Without a Home. The wagon wheel was completely broken. Julian stood in the doorway of the Crossroads Convenience Store, staring at the stranded traveler on the other side. The young man stared back. Behind him stretched a quiet dirt road beneath an orange evening sky. Beside him sat a wooden wagon loaded with crates, bundles, cooking pots, rolled blankets, and enough miscellaneous objects to suggest that the wagon wasn't simply carrying his belongings. It was his belongings. All of them. The traveler scratched his messy brown hair. So, he pointed at Julian. You don't repair wheels. No. The traveler's shoulders dropped. But I know someone who does. His expression brightened. Really? Julian smiled and opened the door wider. Welcome to the Crossroads Convenience Store. The traveler stared at the brightly lit building. Then at the darkening road behind him. Then back at Julian. What exactly is a convenience store? Julian paused. That's going to take a little longer to explain. A traveler named Rowan. The young man stepped cautiously inside. He looked around in complete amazement. His clothes were practical rather than fashionable. A worn green coat, sturdy boots, fingerless gloves, and several small pouches attached to his belt. A silver merchant badge hung from his neck. He wasn't particularly tall. He wasn't carrying a sword. There was no visible magic surrounding him. For once, Julian appeared to have received an extremely ordinary customer. The notebook opened. New customer. Name: Rowan Hale. Race: human. Occupation: traveling merchant. Origin: Kingdom of Astera. Current status: stranded. Julian nodded. Rowan. The traveler jumped. How do you know my name? Julian pointed toward the floating notebook. Rowan stared. The notebook stared back. Does it know everything? No. Julian considered. Mostly inconveniently specific things. The notebook snapped shut. Rowan blinked. Did you offend it? Frequently. Julian led Rowan toward the cafe. You hungry? Rowan immediately answered. No. His stomach growled. Very loudly. Julian looked at him. Rowan looked away. Maybe. A merchant's dinner. Julian prepared a simple meal. Rice, egg, a little grilled meat, vegetables, and one of Garrick's bread rolls. Rowan stared at the plate. How much? Eat first. Price first. Julian paused. Rowan's expression had changed. The friendly confusion disappeared. In its place was caution. Merchant caution. Julian recognized it. 8 Crossroads coins. I don't have Crossroads coins. You can exchange local currency. Rowan relaxed slightly. He placed 3 silver pieces on the table. Julian checked the conversion through the notebook. That's more than enough. Rowan immediately pulled 1 coin back. Julian almost laughed. Definitely a merchant. Rowan ate slowly at first. Then quickly. Very quickly. Julian brought him water. When did you last eat? This morning. Julian looked toward the dark sky outside. That's not terrible. Rowan avoided eye contact. Yesterday morning. Julian stared. Rowan. I was busy. Doing what? Being stranded. Julian sighed. Apparently overworking wasn't limited to keepers. Boren repairs everything. Boren arrived 15 minutes later. He walked through the magical doorway carrying his tool bag. Where's the broken wheel? Rowan immediately stood. You're a dwarf. Boren stopped. Rowan stared. Boren stared back. Rowan slowly smiled. I've never met a dwarf. Boren grinned. Congratulations. Julian rubbed his forehead. They went outside. Boren crouched beside the wheel. He examined the broken axle. Then the wheel. Then the wagon. This isn't a wheel problem. Rowan frowned. What? Axle. Oh. Wheel's fine. Oh. Axle's terrible. Rowan looked offended. It's lasted 8 years. Exactly. Boren tapped the wood. It cracked. Rowan stared. Boren stared at him. Terrible. The repair would take several hours. Possibly until morning. Julian offered Rowan a place to rest. The traveler hesitated. I can sleep in the wagon. Your wagon currently has no axle. I've slept in worse. That answer bothered Julian, but he didn't push. Instead, he pointed toward the cafe sofa. That's free. Rowan stared. Why? Because it's a sofa. No. Why is it free? Julian shrugged. You're stranded. Rowan frowned. Everything costs something. Julian looked at him. Not everything. Rowan didn't seem convinced. The wagon. While Boren worked, Julian helped Rowan unload several crates. The wagon contained an unusual collection. Fabric, dried herbs, cooking utensils, handmade toys, books, bottled sauces, small carvings, cheap jewelry, tools, spices, shoes, blankets. Nothing particularly valuable, but everything useful. Julian lifted a wooden horse. Children's toy. Rowan nodded. Made in Belhaven. You sell all of this. Whatever people need. Julian smiled. Sounds familiar. 1 crate contained items that clearly hadn't sold. Old scarves. Cracked pottery. A bundle of faded ribbons. Rowan quickly closed it. Bad purchases. Everyone makes those. Good merchants don't. Julian thought about his grandfather's screaming mushrooms. Trust me, they do. Julian noticed something else. There were no personal belongings. No photographs. No decorations. No keepsakes. Everything inside the wagon had a price tag. Where's your stuff? Rowan frowned. My stuff. Clothes. He pointed toward a small bag. Personal things. Rowan looked confused. This is all mine. Julian glanced around. No. This is your inventory. Rowan became quiet. A merchant who never stops. They returned to the cafe. Rowan explained his life. His parents had been traveling merchants. He was born on the road. Raised on the road. Learned numbers by counting coins. Learned geography by memorizing markets. Learned languages by negotiating. When his parents retired, they settled in Belhaven. Rowan didn't. Why? Julian asked. Rowan shrugged. I kept traveling. Because you like it. Of course. The answer came too quickly. Julian noticed. What do you like about it? Rowan opened his mouth, then stopped. Trading. What about trading? Profit. Julian raised an eyebrow. Rowan frowned. Finding products. What kind? Useful ones. Favorite place. Silence. Favorite customer. More silence. Julian leaned back. Rowan looked irritated. Why are you asking so many questions? Because you said you like traveling. I do. But you can't tell me what you like about it. Rowan looked away. After a while, he quietly admitted. If I stop, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Julian understood that sentence far too well. No place to return to. Rowan had spent almost 10 years moving. Town to town, village to village, market to market, never staying longer than necessary. At first, it had been exciting, then routine. Eventually, it became identity. Rowan wasn't simply someone who traveled. He was the traveling merchant. If he stopped, who was he? Julian remembered sitting in the park earlier that day, wondering who Julian Reyes was without the Crossroads. The difference was that Julian had people waiting for him when he returned. Rowan didn't. Your parents? Julian asked. Belhaven. You visit? Rowan looked down. Sometimes. How often? 3 years ago. Julian stared. They write. Rowan nodded. Do you answer? Sometimes. Julian had learned enough about people to recognize that answer. It meant rarely. Why? Rowan's fingers tightened around his cup. They chose a home. And I chose the road. Those aren't enemies. Rowan looked up. Julian continued. You can travel and still have somewhere to return. Rowan laughed without humor. That's easy for you. Julian looked around. The convenience store. The cafe. The world tree. The market outside. No. He smiled faintly. I'm only starting to understand it myself. The next morning, Boren repaired the axle. Better than repaired. He reinforced it. Rowan stared at the finished work. How much? Boren named the price. Rowan immediately began negotiating. Too high. Fair. Too high. Fair. 20%. Lower. 5. 15. 5. 10. 7. Rowan paused. 8. Boren grinned. Done. They shook hands. Julian watched. They both looked extremely happy. Merchants were strange. Rowan prepared to leave. His route to Astera had stabilized overnight. The Crossroads connection remained weak but usable. Julian stood near the door. Safe travels. Rowan nodded, then hesitated. Can I come back? Julian blinked. Of course, even if I'm not buying anything. Julian stared at him. Rowan, what? People visit the cafe just to argue about bread. From behind them, who's arguing about bread? Garrick shouted. Julian ignored him. You don't need a business reason. Rowan looked toward the cafe. Toward the market. Toward Noel, who was arranging welcome cards. Toward Rena sorting letters. Toward Boren bragging about the axle. Then back at Julian. Okay. He stepped through the doorway. 5 minutes later, he came back. Julian stared. Problem. Rowan looked embarrassed. Do you sell envelopes? Julian smiled. Stationery aisle. The first letter home. Rowan sat at a cafe table. He stared at the blank paper for nearly 10 minutes. Then began writing. Julian didn't read it. He didn't need to. When Rowan finished, he placed the letter into an envelope. On the front, Mara and Thomas Hale. Belhaven. Rowan walked toward the Crossroads mailbox. Then stopped. Rena looked up. Need help. How much? She told him. Rowan paid. Then placed the letter inside. Clunk. He stood there for a moment. That's it. Rena smiled. That's it. When will it arrive? Belhaven isn't directly connected yet. Talia checked the route board. We can send it through Astera's Southern Courier Network. Maybe 6 days. Rowan nodded. 6 days. After 3 years. 6 days wasn't long. A different kind of trade. Before leaving again, Rowan approached Julian. I want to apply for the rotating stall. Julian blinked. Already. I have goods. Clearly. Rowan pointed toward his wagon. I travel through small villages. Places large merchant guilds ignore. Julian listened. They make things. Good things. But they can't reach bigger markets. Julian understood immediately. Rowan wasn't simply carrying random inventory. He was carrying pieces of dozens of small communities. Wooden toys from Belhaven. Herbs from mountain villages. Ribbons from countryside weavers. Sauces from family kitchens. Cheap practical goods people actually used. What's your business called? Julian asked. Rowan froze. I don't have a name. Every stall needs one. Why? So people know who you are. Rowan looked uncomfortable. Julian smiled. Think about it. Noel had been listening. He immediately raised his hand. Rowan's stuff. Rowan stared. Julian covered his mouth. Boren shouted from across the cafe. Good name. No. Rowan said. Noel frowned. Traveling stuff. No. Road stuff. No. Rowan's road stuff. No. Julian started laughing. Eventually, Rowan wrote something on his application. Business name, The Wandering Cart. Julian read it. Good. Rowan smiled. I thought so. The Wandering Cart. 2 weeks later, Rowan returned for his first market day. His stall looked different from everyone else's. Nothing matched. That was the charm. Wooden toys, hand-woven scarves, clay whistles, spice jars, carved spoons, travel blankets, local sweets, cheap jewelry, small tools. Every product had a card beside it. Not only the price, the place it came from. Wooden horse, made by Tomas Bell, Bellhaven toymaker. Red ribbon, woven by the sisters of Greenhill Farm. Apple preserve, made by Mrs. Dahlia Rowan, Westbrook. Julian noticed. You added the makers. Rowan nodded. You said every merchant has a story. Julian smiled. I did. So. Rowan looked toward the stall. Customers should know whose hands made what they're buying. The Wandering Cart did well. Not spectacularly. Not enough to make Rowan rich. But well. More importantly, Rowan began receiving orders. Winterden wanted wooden buttons and toys. Veyron bookbinders wanted carved clasps. Coralhaven wanted surface spices. Garrick wanted apple preserves for bread experiments. Small producers from Rowan's route suddenly had customers they'd never imagined. Rowan spent the entire day smiling. Julian noticed. This time, when asked what he liked about traveling, Rowan had an answer. The people. A reply. Near closing time, Rena approached. Rowan. She held an envelope. His face changed. Already, courier routes were faster than expected. He accepted it. The handwriting on the front was shaky. To our idiot son. Rowan stared. Julian tried not to laugh. Your parents. Definitely. Rowan opened the letter. He read silently. His eyes became wet. He turned away. Julian gave him space. After a while, Rowan laughed. They're angry. Sounds like it. My mother says if I wait another 3 years to visit, she'll drag me home herself. Julian smiled. Reasonable. My father says the roof still leaks. Less reasonable. He wants help fixing it. Very reasonable. Rowan folded the letter carefully. Then, for the first time, he placed something inside the small personal compartment of his wagon. Not inventory. Not something for sale. A letter. Home. Somewhere to return. The magical notebook opened that evening. New World Route registered. Kingdom of Astera. Initial stability, 37%. Primary contact. Rowan Hale. New merchant registered. Rowan Hale. Race. Human. Occupation. Traveling merchant. Business. The Wandering Cart. Specialty. Goods from overlooked communities. Crossroads market development. Rotating guest stall successfully supporting small independent merchants. New small community trade connections, 14. Julian smiled. Then another entry appeared. Personal development, Rowan Hale. Previous belief. A traveler does not need a home. Current understanding. A home does not have to stop you from traveling. The notebook turned one final page. Keeper's lesson. Some people need routes. Some people need roads. And some people need both. Julian read the words slowly. He looked toward Rowan. The traveling merchant was preparing to leave. Where next? Julian asked. Bellhaven. Julian smiled. Home. Rowan hesitated. Then nodded. Home. For how long? Maybe a week. Then, Rowan grinned. Road. Julian laughed. Sounds good. Rowan climbed onto his wagon. The repaired wheel turned smoothly. He raised one hand. See you soon, keeper. Julian. Rowan laughed. See you soon, Julian. The wagon disappeared down the road. Not wandering aimlessly anymore. Traveling somewhere. And eventually, returning somewhere. There was a difference. The road brings something back. 3 days later, a package arrived. Julian opened it. Inside was a small wooden sign. Hand-carved. The Wandering Cart. Beneath it, every road has something worth bringing home. There was also a letter. Julian. Mother cried. Then she hit me with a towel. Father made me fix the roof. I'm staying 10 days instead of 7. Don't give my stall away. Rowan. Julian laughed. He pinned the letter to the private merchant board. then placed the wooden sign beside Rowan's rotating stall application. That evening, the Crossroads was peaceful. No emergencies. No collapsing routes. No giant festivals. Julian almost became suspicious. Then, ding! The magical entrance opened. Julian looked up. Beyond it, rain poured heavily. A tiny figure stood outside. Not a child. Something smaller. Much smaller. The figure wore a leaf as a raincoat. It carried a tiny suitcase. And above its head, floated a glowing crown. Julian stared. The tiny stranger stared back. Then shouted in a surprisingly commanding voice. "Are you the keeper of this establishment?" Julian blinked. Yes. The tiny person marched inside. It was barely 20 centimeters tall. A fairy. The fairy placed its suitcase on the counter. Then pointed dramatically at Julian. "I require lodging." Julian stared. "This is a convenience store. I was informed you solve problems." "Sometimes." "Excellent." The fairy opened its suitcase. Inside was a miniature royal seal. Julian's smile slowly disappeared. The notebook flew open. Special customer detected. Status: royal. Request: temporary residence. Julian stared at the tiny fairy. The fairy crossed both arms. "I have been exiled." Pause. "For 3 days." Julian closed his eyes. Of course. The quiet week had lasted exactly 3 days. Chapter 14. The Fairy Princess on the Snack Shelf. The fairy was 20 centimeters tall. She wore a green traveling dress stitched from flower petals and silver thread. Transparent wings shimmered behind her. A tiny golden crown floated above her head without touching her hair. And despite being smaller than one of Julian's bottled drinks, she somehow managed to look down at him. "I require lodging." Julian stared. "This is a convenience store." "I am aware. Not a hotel. I was informed that the keeper assists travelers." "Sometimes." "Excellent." The fairy placed her tiny suitcase on the counter. "I shall require a private chamber, breakfast at precisely 8, afternoon tea, access to bathing facilities, and protection from assassins." Julian froze. "Assassins?" The fairy waved dismissively. "Unlikely." "That isn't reassuring. Do you have strawberry cake?" Julian stared at her. The magical notebook floated upward. Special customer detected. Name: Princess Fiora Belrose. Race: fairy. Origin: Blooming Vale. Age: 73. Julian blinked. He looked at the tiny fairy. Then at the notebook. Then back at Fiora. "You're 73. Fiora gasped. "How dare you ask a lady's age?" "The notebook told me." "Then your notebook is extremely rude." The notebook snapped shut. Julian almost laughed. Finally, someone else was arguing with it. A 3-day exile. Julian sat across from Fiora at one of the cafe tables. Technically, Fiora sat on the table. Julian placed a tiny cup of tea before her. It was actually a clean bottle cap. Fiora stared at it. Julian stared back. "It's the smallest cup I have." Fiora lifted it carefully. "Acceptable." She drank. Her eyes widened. "This is excellent." Lyria made the blend. "I shall compliment her." "Good. I shall also request a proper cup." Julian sighed. "Of course." "So." Julian opened the notebook. "Why are you exiled?" Fiora immediately looked offended. "I am not exiled." The notebook opened. Status: temporarily exiled. Fiora pointed furiously. Silence. Julian covered his mouth. The notebook continued. Duration: 3 days. Fiora flew toward it. "I command you to stop." The notebook floated higher. Julian finally laughed. "Sorry. This is not amusing." "It really is." Fiora landed with her arms crossed. "My mother sent me away temporarily." "Why?" Fiora looked away. "A disagreement." The notebook began opening. Fiora pointed. "Do not." Surprisingly, it stopped. Julian raised an eyebrow. Maybe the notebook respected royalty. Or feared her. Both seemed possible. "What kind of disagreement?" Julian asked. Fiora muttered something. "What?" "I turned the royal banquet hall pink." Julian blinked. "That's it. Bright pink. Still doesn't sound exile-worthy." "Everything. Everything. Floor. Walls. Tables. Curtains. Royal portraits." Julian stared. Fiora continued quietly. "My uncle. You turned your uncle pink." He was standing too close. Julian slowly put his face into his hands. Apparently, Fiora had been practicing transformation magic. Her mother, Queen Rosalie Belrose, had repeatedly told her not to practice inside the palace. Fiora had repeatedly ignored this. The final incident transformed the entire banquet hall. The magic would fade. Eventually. Probably. Her mother had decided Fiora needed 3 days away from royal attendants who constantly cleaned up after her. So, Julian said carefully, "Your mother didn't exactly exile you." Fiora lifted her chin. She said, and I quote, "Go somewhere you cannot order everyone to fix your mistakes." Julian nodded. That sounds less like exile. It was extremely dramatic. Did you leave dramatically? Fiora hesitated. Yes. How? I declared I would survive alone. And then, I packed. By yourself. My maid packed. Julian stared. Fiora looked away. The problem with royalty. Julian contacted Blooming Vale. Queen Rosalie replied almost immediately. Her letter was short. Dear Keeper Julian, Fiora is safe to host. Please do not treat her like a princess. She needs this. Do not let her manipulate you. She will try. Rosalie. Below it, someone had added. P.S. Hide the strawberry sweets. Julian looked toward Fiora. She was already standing inside the snack aisle. Fiora. She froze. Slowly turned. She was hugging a strawberry candy bag. No, I have currency. That's not the problem. I am a customer. Your mother specifically warned me. Fiora gasped. Betrayal. Where does a fairy sleep? The Crossroads didn't have guest rooms. Julian could have used the spatial expansion system, but creating an entire room for one tiny fairy seemed excessive. Then Noelle arrived. He stared at Fiora. Fiora stared at Noelle. Noelle's eyes became enormous. You're tiny. Fiora's eyes narrowed. You're enormous. Noelle looked down at himself. No, I'm not. From my perspective, Noelle considered this fair. When Noelle learned Fiora needed somewhere to sleep, he immediately had an idea. 20 minutes later, Julian regretted allowing it. They created a miniature bedroom on an empty shelf behind the cafe. A small wooden box became the room. A folded handkerchief became a rug. A tiny cushion became a mattress. A matchbox became a dresser. A dollhouse chair borrowed from one of Noelle's toys became furniture. Fiora stood before it, silent. Julian waited. Noelle waited. Finally, Fiora touched the tiny curtain Noelle had made. Wonderful. Noelle smiled proudly. Julian smiled too. Then Fiora pointed toward the shelf above. What's that? Julian looked. Instant noodles. Inventory. Fiora nodded. I shall sleep beneath the noodles. Julian laughed. And so, a fairy princess moved into the snack shelf. Princess Fiora meets Borin. This went exactly as badly as Julian expected. Borin entered the next morning. He spotted Fiora eating breakfast on the counter. He leaned closer. Fiora looked up. Borin leaned closer. Fiora narrowed her eyes. Borin whispered, "You're tiny." Fiora stood. I am Princess Fiora Belrose, first daughter of the Blooming Crown, keeper of the Spring Scepter, heir to. Borin picked her up. Silence. Julian froze. Lyria froze. Noelle gasped. Fiora stared at Borin's enormous hand. Borin stared at her. Borin. Julian rushed forward. What? Put the princess down. Oh. He gently placed Fiora on the counter. Fiora's wings began glowing. Julian immediately moved between them. Nobody turns anybody pink. Fiora pointed furiously. He picked me up. Borin scratched his beard. Sorry. Fiora blinked. The apology seemed to confuse her. Borin crouched. Should have asked. Fiora's anger slowly faded. Yes. Borin nodded. Fair. Then he offered her a piece of bread. Piece bread. Fiora stared. Is that a real custom? No. She accepted it. Anyway. No servants. The first real problem came after breakfast. Fiora finished eating, then walked away. Julian looked at the tiny plate. Fiora. She stopped. Yes. Your plate. She looked at it. Then at Julian. What about it? Wash it. Silence. Fiora laughed. Julian didn't. Her smile disappeared. You're serious? Yes. I am royalty. You're also the person who used the plate. Servants wash plates. No servants. Lyria. No. Noelle. No. Borin. Absolutely not. Fiora looked horrified. Then who? Julian pointed toward her. Fiora looked behind herself. Me. Yes. It took Fiora 15 minutes to wash one bottle cap. Mostly because she complained for 12. But eventually, she finished. She stared at the clean plate. Then smiled. I did it. Julian leaned against the counter. Congratulations. It shines. It's plastic. It shines. Yes. Fiora proudly placed it on the drying cloth. Noelle applauded. Fiora bowed. Julian decided not to ruin the moment. The princess works. On the second day, Julian gave Fiora a job. She stared at him as though he'd suggested treason. A job? Your mother said not to treat you like a princess. I strongly disagree with my mother's instructions. Julian handed her a tiny basket. Restock candy. Fiora looked at the basket. Then at the candy shelf. Then at Julian. This is labor. Correct. Physical labor. You can fly. That is irrelevant. Very relevant. Fiora eventually began. She carried one candy at a time, flying from box to shelf. At first, she complained. This strawberry candy is excessively heavy. It weighed approximately 6 grams. My wings ache. You've moved 3. Exactly. This is exploitation. Noelle stocked 20 juice boxes yesterday. Fiora looked toward Noelle. He waved. She narrowed her eyes, then grabbed another candy. 21. Julian smiled. Competition. Useful. By lunchtime, Fiora had stocked 32 candies. She landed dramatically on the counter. I have completed an impossible task. Julian handed her a strawberry milk. Employee drink. Fiora stared at it. For me, you worked. She took it. A tiny straw had been prepared. Fiora drank. Her eyes widened. This. She took another sip. Maybe the greatest beverage ever created. Julian laughed. A customer who didn't bow. That afternoon, Pippa arrived. The goblin button maker carried a new basket of products for the rotating market stall. She noticed Fiora, then smiled. Oh, fairy. Fiora straightened. Princess Fiora Belrose. Pippa blinked. Nice to meet you. Then she continued unpacking buttons. Fiora froze. Julian noticed. Something wrong. She didn't bow. Pippa looked up. Was I supposed to? Fiora opened her mouth, then stopped. Julian waited. The old Fiora probably would have demanded it. Instead, she slowly said, no. Pippa smiled. Okay. Then held up a flower-shaped button. Want one? Fiora flew closer. That's beautiful. I made it. How much? Pippa named the price. Fiora bought it. No royal discount. No special treatment. Just a customer buying something from a merchant. Pippa attached it to Fiora's tiny traveling bag. Fiora stared at it happily. Later, she asked Julian. Does everyone here know I'm a princess? Probably. And nobody cares. That's not true. They care. But here, Julian thought. Being a princess isn't the most important thing about you. Fiora became quiet. What is? Depends. On what? Who you decide to be. Fiora didn't answer. Why? Fiora turned the palace pink. That evening, Fiora sat beside Julian while he closed the cafe. She was unusually quiet. Finally. I didn't mean to ruin the banquet. Julian looked at her. I figured. I wanted mother to notice. Julian stopped wiping the counter. Notice what? Fiora looked down. My magic. Fiora had 3 older cousins. All talented. One specialized in healing. One in plant magic. One in diplomacy. Everyone constantly praised them. Fiora's transformation magic was unpredictable. Color-changing spells. Size alterations. Small transformations. Nothing considered particularly important for a future queen. So you practiced. Every day. And your mother kept telling you to stop. Inside the palace, Julian raised an eyebrow. Fiora sighed. Yes. The banquet had included ambassadors. Fiora wanted to demonstrate a spell. Something beautiful. She intended to turn the ceiling into a field of glowing roses. Instead, pink. Everything. Her uncle included. They laughed. Fiora whispered. Julian understood. You thought they were laughing at you. She nodded. So I shouted. What? Fiora became embarrassed. I told everyone I'd become the greatest queen in Blooming Vale history and they'd regret disrespecting me. Julian tried very hard not to smile. And then mother sent me away. Julian sat beside her. Fiora. What? Making a mistake doesn't mean you're bad at something. She frowned. You sound like mother. Your mother sounds smart. Do not tell her that. Julian laughed. But, he continued, if you want people to respect what you can do, you need to learn control. I know. And if you make a mess, I clean it. Julian smiled. Fiora looked toward her tiny washed dishes. I understand why she sent me here now. A small magic with a big purpose. The next morning, a problem appeared. The market signs had been damaged by heavy rain. Ink had run across several boards. Julian groaned. We'll need replacements. Fiora flew closer. May I try something? Julian hesitated. Will anything turn pink? Probably not. Fiora. No. She raised both hands. Magic shimmered. The damaged letters lifted from the boards. Not disappearing. Changing. The blurred ink reorganized itself. Lines straightened. Letters returned. Colors brightened. Within seconds, the signs looked new. Everyone stared. Fiora slowly lowered her hands. Transformation magic. Elias stepped closer. Remarkable. Fiora blinked. It is. You restored damaged material without replacing it. He examined the board. Could you repair faded manuscripts? Fiora's eyes widened. Maybe. Pippa held up a scratched button. Could you fix this? Maybe. Mira Frosttail showed her a faded piece of cloth. This. Fiora smiled. Yes. Julian watched her expression change. For the first time, Fiora wasn't using magic to impress people. She was using it because someone needed help. And people noticed. Not her crown, her ability, her effort, her. The queen arrives. On the third evening, the doors opened. A tall fairy woman entered. Unlike Fiora, she stood nearly human height. A crown of living roses rested upon her silver-green hair. The entire store went silent. Fiora froze. Mother. Queen Rosalie Belrose looked around. She saw the tiny bedroom on the snack shelf. The washed dishes. The candy basket. The flower button on Fiora's bag. Then she looked at Julian. Keeper. Julian. A smile appeared. Julian. Fiora slowly approached. She looked down. I'm sorry. Rosalie's expression softened. For the banquet. For the banquet. For shouting. Yes. For turning your uncle pink. Fiora hesitated. Mostly. Rosalie sighed. Fiora. I'm sorry. Julian looked away to hide his smile. Then Fiora straightened. I learned to wash dishes. Rosalie blinked. Julian nodded solemnly. She did. I stocked candy. 32 pieces. 34. You ate 2. Fiora gasped. Those were quality inspections. Rosalie covered her mouth. Her shoulders shook. Mother. The queen laughed. Then hugged her daughter. Not exile. Before leaving, Rosalie spoke privately with Julian. Thank you. I didn't do much. Rosalie looked toward Fiora, who was showing Noelle a controlled color-changing spell. You treated her normally. Julian smiled. That's apparently my specialty. Rosalie laughed. She needed somewhere she could make mistakes without the entire royal court watching. Julian looked toward Fiora. So this wasn't punishment. Partly. Rosalie smiled. But mostly, I wanted her to meet people who didn't need anything from Princess Fiora. Julian understood. Here, she had simply been Fiora. A customer. A difficult guest. A tiny employee. A friend. The princess's promise. Fiora packed her suitcase. Before leaving, she flew toward the snack shelf. She looked at her tiny room. Can you leave it? Julian blinked. The room. For when I visit. You plan on coming back? Fiora looked offended. Obviously. Noelle cheered. Julian laughed. Fine. The tiny room stayed. Fiora turned toward him. Then held out something. A small golden flower. For the store. Julian accepted it. What does it do? Nothing. Julian blinked. Nothing. It's just pretty. Julian smiled. Perfect. Not every magical object needed to save a world. Sometimes, something could simply be pretty. Fiora flew toward the door. Then stopped. Julian. Yes. When I become queen. She lifted her chin. The Crossroads will always be welcome in Blooming Vale. Julian smiled. I appreciate that. And, Fiora looked embarrassed. Thank you. For what? She glanced at her mother. Then at Noelle, Pippa, Lyria, the market, the snack shelf. For not bowing. Julian understood. You're welcome, Fiora. She flew through the doorway beside her mother. The portal closed. The store became quiet. Noelle looked at Julian. I miss her. It's been 4 seconds. Still. Julian laughed. A place without titles. The notebook opened. Special customer visit completed. Princess Fiora Belrose. Stay duration, 3 days. Major magical incidents, 0. Minor magical incidents, 4. Julian frowned. 4. Noelle looked away. What happened? Nothing. Julian narrowed his eyes. Noelle. Rabbit was purple for an hour. Julian sighed. Blooming Vale relationship increased. Friendly right-pointing arrow trusted. New trade opportunity identified. Restoration magic services. Potential applications. Damaged books. Faded textiles. Weathered signs. Decorative goods. Non-living household objects. Safety review required before expansion. Julian nodded. Good. Slowly. Carefully. Then the final page appeared. Keeper's Lesson. A title tells people what someone is. Friendship teaches you who they are. Julian read it quietly. He looked at the tiny room beneath the instant noodles. A princess had slept there. But when Julian remembered Fiora, he didn't think first about her crown. He remembered her struggling to carry candy. Proudly washing a bottle cap. Buying Pippa's button. Fixing the market signs. Drinking strawberry milk. Arguing with the notebook. Being a little annoying. Being kind. Learning. Growing. Just Fiora. Julian placed the golden flower beside the cash register. Another story. Another customer. Another friend. The invitation. The next morning, Julian found an envelope waiting on the counter. It carried no courier mark. No postage. No magical root seal. Only a familiar handwriting. His grandfather's. Julian froze. Impossible. Mateo had been gone for years. With trembling hands, Julian opened it. Inside was a single old card. The paper was yellowed. Clearly written long ago. For the next keeper. Julian's heart pounded. He turned it over. There was an address. Not another world. An address on Earth. And beneath it, Mateo had written. When the crossroads become strong enough to stand while you're gone, visit this place. There is something I couldn't finish. Maybe you can. Julian stared. The notebook floated upward. Legacy request detected. Source. Mateo Reyes. Location. Earth. Crossroads keeper required. Then another line appeared. This request may reveal why Mateo Reyes chose Julian as his successor. Julian stopped breathing for a second. All this time, he had assumed he'd inherited the store simply because he was grandfather's family. Maybe there had been more to it. Julian looked at the address again. For the first time since inheriting the crossroads. His next road wouldn't lead into another world. It would lead deeper into his own. Chapter 15. What Grandfather Left Behind. For 3 days, Julian carried his grandfather's letter in his pocket. He could have gone immediately. He almost did. But every time he took out the yellowed card and looked at the address written in Mateo Reyes's familiar handwriting, something stopped him. It wasn't fear exactly. Julian had walked through doors leading beneath oceans. He had entered unknown magical gardens. He had watched worlds reconnect after decades of isolation. An address on Earth shouldn't have frightened him. Yet somehow, it did. Because the message wasn't from the keeper of the crossroads. It was from his grandfather. For the next keeper. When the crossroads become strong enough to stand while you're gone, visit this place. There is something I couldn't finish. Maybe you can. And beneath it, an ordinary Earth address. Julian sat behind the counter long after closing, turning the card between his fingers. What did you leave me, Grandpa? The magical notebook rested nearby. For once, it didn't answer. The address. The address led to an old neighborhood nearly 2 hours away. Julian recognized the town's name. But he couldn't remember ever visiting it with Mateo. He checked the address online. No business. No organization. No famous landmark. Just an old property near the edge of town. Julian stared at the screen. Then at the letter. You're really making me travel 2 hours for something you could have written down. The notebook opened. Legacy request. Location must be visited personally. Julian frowned. You're on his side. Correct. Traitor. This time, taking a day away from the crossroads wasn't difficult. That surprised Julian. A few weeks ago, he'd struggled to stay gone for 12 hours. Now he simply made arrangements. Lyria would supervise the store and cafe. Boran and the merchants could handle market day. Rena and Talia had the mail routes. Elias would deal with knowledge exchange requests. Marina had volunteered to assist new traders. And Noel. No. Julian hadn't even finished speaking. Noel crossed his arms. You don't know what I was going to ask. You want to come? Yes. No. Why? Because this is something I need to do alone. Noel frowned. Is it dangerous? I don't think so. Then I can come. Noel. The little elf sighed dramatically. Adults always say things are private when they don't want children having adventures. Julian stared. Who taught you that? Borin. Of course. Before Julian left, Noel handed him something. His cardboard badge. Assistant Keeper Noel. Julian blinked. Why are you giving me this? For luck. Noel. I made another one. Of course you did. Julian slipped it into his pocket beside Mateo's letter. Thanks. Noel smiled. Come home. Julian paused. Home. He looked around the store. Lyria preparing tea. Rena sorting letters. Borin arguing with a customer about pans. Marina laughing. Noel standing in his green apron. The world tree glowing outside. Julian smiled. I will. A road in his own world. Julian took a bus. That alone felt strange. No magical portal. No world tree. No notebook calculating route stability. Just traffic. Road signs. Convenience stores that were actually normal convenience stores. Julian passed one and found himself staring through the window. Too bright. Then another. Bad shelf arrangement. Then another. Coffee signs good. He froze. I'm reviewing convenience stores now. The woman sitting beside him moved one seat away. Julian looked out the window. Fair. The city gradually disappeared. Buildings became smaller. Roads quieter. Eventually, Julian arrived in an old residential district. The address was another 15-minute walk. He followed a narrow road uphill. Then stopped. What? At the end stood an old building. Not a house. Not exactly. A tiny shop. The windows were dusty. The sign had faded almost completely. But Julian could still read it. Reyes General Goods. His heart stopped. Reyes. He approached slowly. The building had clearly been abandoned for years. Weeds grew through cracks in the pavement. Dust covered the windows. An old bicycle leaned against one wall, rusted beyond repair. Julian touched the door. Locked. The magical notebook floated from his bag. Legacy location confirmed. Original Reyes Family Store. Julian stared. Family Store. He had never heard of it. The notebook produced a key. Julian stared at the key. Then at the notebook. You've had that this whole time. No response. Julian sighed. Of course. He unlocked the door. Before the crossroads. Dust filled the air. Julian coughed. Sunlight entered through dirty windows. Shelves lined the walls. Old canned goods had long since been removed. Price labels remained. A wooden counter stood at the front. An ancient cash register sat on top. Julian slowly walked inside. Something about the place felt familiar. Not magically. Emotionally. The layout. The counter. The little stool behind it. A handwritten sign near the door. If you can't pay today, write your name down. Julian stared. Beneath it hung an old notebook. He opened it. Names. Small amounts. Some crossed out. Some never repaid. Beside one unpaid amount, someone had written. Don't ask. Family having trouble. Julian recognized the handwriting. Mateo. Younger. Messier. But definitely his. The magical notebook opened. Reyes General Goods. Established. 52 years ago. Original owner. Mateo Reyes. Julian blinked. Grandpa started here. Yes. No magic. No other worlds. No elves. No dwarves. Just a neighborhood shop. Julian looked around again. This was where Mateo had learned to be a shopkeeper. Before becoming a keeper. The back room. Behind the counter was a narrow door. Julian opened it. Inside. Boxes. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Each labeled. Customers. Suppliers. Letters. Crossroads. Failed ideas. Julian smiled. That box was enormous. At least he knew. He opened it. Glow in the dark mushrooms. A broken enchanted umbrella. 3 bottles labeled. Do not open. Julian immediately put them back. A receipt read. 500 self-heating socks. Below it. Terrible idea. Julian laughed. Alara hadn't exaggerated. Mateo had made plenty of mistakes. Then Julian found another box. Julian. He stopped. Slowly. He opened it. Photographs. His childhood drawings. School certificates. Birthday cards. A broken toy car Julian remembered losing when he was 8. A cheap keychain he'd given Mateo. Everything. Julian sat on the floor. His grandfather had kept it all. At the bottom was an envelope. For Julian. Not the next keeper. Julian. His hands trembled as he opened it. Inside were several pages. Mateo's handwriting. Julian began reading. Dear Julian. If you're reading this, then either everything went according to plan. Or you broke into my old shop. Knowing you, I'm hoping it's the first one. Julian laughed weakly. Seriously, Grandpa, he continued. You probably have questions. The biggest one might be, why you? Julian stopped. Exactly. The crossroads does not pass automatically through family. Blood doesn't make someone a keeper. I learned that a long time ago. The store chooses someone capable of opening doors. Not magical doors. Those are easy. People are harder. Julian read the sentence again. I watched you grow up. You were never the loudest person in the room. Never the strongest. Never someone who needed everyone looking at you. But you noticed things. You noticed when your classmates ate alone. You remembered what snacks your friends liked. When Mrs. Park downstairs couldn't carry groceries, you helped without telling anyone. When I complained about customers, you always asked me why they were upset instead of why they were annoying. You listened. Julian's eyes burned. He wiped them. Continued. A keeper does not need to be a hero. I made that mistake. For years I thought I needed to solve everything. Save everyone. Fix every road. Carry every burden. Eventually I learned. People rarely need someone to live their lives for them. They need doors. Opportunities. A fair place to stand. And sometimes, someone who will listen. Julian stopped. He thought of Winterton, Marina, Garrick, Pippa, Rowan, Fiora, Noel. Every customer had arrived carrying something. A problem, a hope, a story. Julian hadn't solved all their lives. He'd simply met them where their road crossed his. Then came the sentence that broke him. I chose you because I knew you would care about the person before you cared about the world they came from. Julian lowered the letter. For several minutes, he couldn't continue. Grandfather's regret. Eventually, Julian read the next page. The tone changed. But there is something I failed to do. I connected many places. I helped many people. And somewhere along the way, I forgot one place. Julian frowned. My own world. Julian looked around the abandoned general store. Mateo had spent decades working at the crossroads. The magical store demanded more time, more attention, more responsibility. Slowly, the little earth shop was neglected. Then closed. People moved away. The neighborhood changed. Mateo told himself it didn't matter. He had worlds depending on him. But later, he regretted it. I became so interested in connecting other worlds that I stopped seeing the people outside my own front door. Don't make that mistake. Julian swallowed. The crossroads is not special because it connects fantasy worlds. Earth is one of its worlds too. Humans walking past your store every day have stories. The tired delivery driver. The student studying late. The old woman buying dinner for one. The child spending his allowance. The worker who needs coffee before another shift. They may never know magic exists. Their stories still matter. Julian looked through the dusty window. Outside, an elderly man walked slowly down the street carrying groceries. Ordinary. No magic. No royal title. No mysterious quest. Just someone going home. Julian understood. What Mateo couldn't finish. At the bottom of the letter. If the crossroads is strong enough for you to leave it for a day, then you're already doing better than I did. There is one thing I want you to consider. Not an order. Not a keeper duty. A choice. Open this little shop again. Not as another crossroads. Don't bring magic here. Let it remain ordinary. Give this neighborhood somewhere to meet. I couldn't balance both. Maybe you can. Or maybe you'll decide not to. Either answer is yours. The crossroads belongs to you now. So does your life. Don't spend all of it living mine. Grandpa. Julian pressed the letter against his chest. Then cried. Not loudly. There was no dramatic magical event. No world tree lighting up. No notebook announcement. Just Julian, sitting on the dusty floor of his grandfather's first store. Missing him. Someone knocks. Knock. Knock. Julian quickly wiped his face. An elderly woman stood outside. He opened the door. Sorry. We're closed. She looked past him, then smiled. Not for a long time. Julian blinked. You knew this place. Knew it. She laughed. I practically grew up here. Her name was Mrs. Hannah Lee. She had lived nearby for nearly 50 years. Mateo's grandson. Julian nodded. Thought so. She looked at him carefully. Same confused expression. Julian laughed. She entered. Walked directly toward one shelf. Rice used to be there. Then another. Candy. She pointed toward the counter. Your grandfather kept cheap coffee there. Was it good? Terrible. Julian smiled. Alara says the same. Who's Alara? Julian froze. Old customer. Good save. Mrs. Lee touched the counter. This place mattered. Julian looked at her. Why? She shrugged. Nothing dramatic. That answer caught him. Kids came after school. Old men argued outside. People borrowed umbrellas. Your grandfather knew everyone's names. She smiled. When my husband died, I couldn't cook for months. Mateo pretended he'd ordered too much food every evening. Sent leftovers home with me. Julian's throat tightened. He never said anything. Good. Mrs. Lee laughed. I would have yelled at him. Every customer had a story. Even here. Especially here. The choice. Julian returned to the crossroads that evening. Everyone was waiting. Noel reached him first. Did you find treasure? Julian thought about the letters. The photographs. The old shop. Yes. Noel's eyes widened. Gold. No. Magic. No. Dragon egg. No. Noel frowned. Bad treasure. Julian laughed and ruffled his hair. Lyria noticed his expression. What happened? Julian placed Mateo's letter on the cafe table. He told them. Not everything. Some words belonged only to him. But enough. The old store. Grandfather's beginning. His regret. His final request. When Julian finished, nobody spoke for a while. Then Boren asked, You reopening it? Julian looked down. I don't know. And that was okay. He didn't need to decide immediately. That was something else he'd learned. Not every problem required an answer today. The people before the worlds. Later that night, Julian walked through the crossroads. The cafe, market, mailbox, bulletin board, garden, world tree. He thought about how much everything had changed. He had begun as someone overwhelmed by a magical inheritance. He worried about making mistakes. About being responsible for too much. About disappointing the grandfather who had trusted him. But Mateo hadn't wanted Julian to become him. That was perhaps the greatest gift in the letter. Permission. To change things. To build differently. To rest. To ask for help. To fail. To grow. To be Julian. The magical notebook finally opened. Legacy request completed. What grandfather left behind? Physical inheritance. Reyes general goods. Crossroads inheritance. Keeper authority. True inheritance. The choice of what comes next. Julian smiled. Another page. Mateo Reyes, final keeper record. Successor selection reason. Julian sees customers as people before seeing them as problems to solve. Julian stared, then whispered, Thanks, Grandpa. The page turned. Keeper's lesson. You honor the people who came before you not by becoming them, but by carrying forward what they taught you in a way only you can. Julian closed the notebook. For once, he didn't need another explanation. The next morning, at 7, Julian opened the crossroads. Ding. Lyria arrived. Morning. Morning. Rena arrived carrying mail. Morning. Talia followed. Boren entered demanding coffee. Marina arrived with Coralhaven orders. Garrick delivered bread. Elias brought books. Noel rushed inside wearing his little helper apron. Normal. Wonderful. Chaotic. Julian stood behind the counter. Then smiled. Everyone. They looked at him. I've decided something. Boren immediately raised his hand. Second market. No. Forge. No. Bigger cafe. No. Boren lowered his hand. Then I'm out of ideas. Julian laughed. I'm reopening my grandfather's old general store. Everyone became quiet. But, Julian continued, it won't be another magical branch. No portals. No interworld trade. Just an ordinary neighborhood store. Lyria smiled first. Sounds nice. I can't run both alone. Julian looked around. So I'm going to hire someone. Boren gasped dramatically. Delegation. Julian pointed at him. Don't ruin this. Noel raised his hand. Can I work there? No. Almost 7. Still no. Noel sighed. Julian looked toward the world tree. He understood now. Growth didn't always mean opening another magical road. Sometimes, it meant remembering the road outside your own door. Volume 2, New Roads, New Friends. That evening, the world tree glowed. Branches stretched toward many worlds. Moon Forest, Iron Peak, Coralhaven, Winterden, Aerith, Stonehill, Veira, Blooming Vale, Lumerus, Astera, and others beginning to form. But for the first time, Julian noticed something at the base of the tree. One root stretched beneath the crossroads. Not toward another dimension, toward Earth. The notebook opened. Crossroads network status. Interworld connections, growing. Trade network, stable. Community network, strong. Keeper dependency, reduced. Keeper growth, significant. Julian smiled at the last one. You're grading me now. Yes, of course. Then another message appeared. Volume milestone achieved. New roads, new friends. During this stage of the crossroads, the keeper learned. A road is valuable because of the people who walk it. Trade is strongest when both sides grow. Helping does not always mean giving. Community means sharing responsibility. Rest is part of responsibility. Home and adventure can exist together. Titles matter less than people. And inheritance is a beginning, not a destiny. Julian read each line. Every one carried a face. Marina, Kale, Garrick, Elias, Noel, Alara, Pippa, Rowan, Fiora, his grandfather, friends, customers, stories. Julian stepped outside. The crossroads garden was quiet. Noel sat beneath the world tree drawing. Julian joined him. What are you drawing? The store. Julian looked. There were two buildings. One was the crossroads. The other, a small ordinary shop. Between them stood Julian. Noel had drawn dozens of people around him. Humans, elves, dwarves, merfolk, fairies, giants, goblin merchants, birdfolk, and one stuffed rabbit. Julian pointed. Why is rabbit bigger than everyone? Noel looked at him. Important. Julian sighed. Of course. Noel continued coloring. Julian. How many worlds are there? Julian looked up at the glowing branches. I don't know. 100. Maybe. 1,000. Maybe. More. Julian smiled. Probably. Noel thought about that. That's lots of customers. Julian laughed. Yeah. Then Noel said something simple. Lots of stories too. Julian stopped. He looked at him. Then toward the store. Every customer had a story. That had been true from the beginning. Now Julian finally understood how enormous that idea really was. There would always be another road. Another person. Another story. He didn't need to reach them all today. He simply needed to keep the door open. Behind them, the Crossroads Convenience Store glowed warmly beneath the branches of the World Tree. Above the entrance remained the first sign. Everyone is welcome. And beneath it, Julian's edition. And if you've been here before, welcome back. The bell rang. Ding. Someone had arrived. Julian stood. Noel grabbed his basket of welcome cards. Together, they headed inside. Another customer was waiting. Another story was beginning. And Julian Reyes, keeper, merchant, friend, grandson, and simply Julian, was ready to listen. End of chapter 15. End of volume 2. New roads, new friends. Thank you for listening to II Fiction Stories. Please like, comment, share and subscribe. See you next time.